Today we're going to get a little bit deeper into other ways of thinking about perspectivalism and how it gets used in different areas. All right, it's 9 o'clock. So I said, Heidi, do you need to share screen?
Yep.
Okay, I think Chris has set it up. You can do that. Let's roll.
Should be good.
Yep.
Oh, hang on. Okay. So.
Yep.
Let's see.
Oh, wow. It's a little bit, is it in the whole fit? I need to fit the screen maybe. Yeah,
Can
great.
Does it work? Because I'm doing Keynote, so sometimes Keynote presents problems, but usually it's okay.
Well, I see it. I see it fine. I mean, you're not in full presenter mode, but I see it fine.
I will be in full presenter mode now. Does that work?
Oh, Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. So the sentimentalist tradition maintains that empathy, which is also known as fellow feeling, or sympathy was the word that Smith and Hume used, which is pretty much equivalent to the way we use the word empathy now. They thought that empathy is foundational to morals because it makes us care about the weal and woe of others in the first place. That sort of idea kind of went into, I think, a deep slumber for a while, and now it's coming back. There's a whole bunch of people who are much more excited about the idea that empathy can play some kind of foundational role when it comes to morals. In psychology too, it's been an interesting and discussed idea. For instance, Nancy Eisenberg, whom you see here, is a big proponent of the idea. She focuses specifically on moral development in children, but also somebody like Martin Hoffman is quite well known for his idea that empathy is foundational to moral judgments. The problem, though, with basing a morality on empathy is that empathy is biased, as we've heard a lot about the last decade or so. And in fact, Hume and Smith were very well aware of that, even though some of the discussion proceeds as if they weren't, right? The way that Smith solves this problem is he makes reference to an impartial spectator. Hume has a sort of similar idea. He talks about a common point of view. And so that is, I think, the traditional way of solving the bias problems to empathy. But what I'm going to try and argue in this talk is that we cannot and we should not take the perspective of an impartial spectator. Instead, we should, what I call, triangulate while being sensitive to people's reasons. So that's sort of the overall shape of the talk. What I'm actually going to spend most of the time talking about is what do I mean by perspective and what do I mean by taking a perspective. Now, first of all, what do I mean by empathy? Well, what I mean by empathy is occupying another point of view in a serious way. So two ways in which people often talk about empathy is perspective taking, affective empathy. There are other ways of talking about empathy. If any of you have heard a talk about empathy, you will usually be presented with a list of varying length about, the different versions of empathy. The one that I'm focusing on, or the ones that I'm focusing on, is perspective taking and affective empathy. I do think that those two are actually two versions of occupying another's points of view in a serious way, which I'm going to explain in more detail. What I mean by serious is that you actually put your back into, as it were, taking the other points of view. You aren't just simply thinking superficially about it and then immediately dismissing it. But to understand why it is empathy can play this kind of role in morality. For instance, we need to understand what is a perspective, what is a psychological perspective. The way that I like to start talking about this is usually by means of visual perspective. So I see some of you are probably as old as me and are familiar with the old school video games, where essentially your avatar is some dot or some object on the screen that you learn to control, right? That would be similar to the Pong game here on the left side of the screen, right? Which represents what people often call an allocentric point of view. Really, it's a bird's eye point of view, if you like. But that seems quite different from other ways of representing space, namely perspectival ways of representing space, which is the way that we and most, probably all non-human animals represent space, right? So that is very clear, I think, in the first-person shooter games. So I don't actually play video games a lot, but I did go into a first-person shooter game, and I was just astounded at the difference from, when at my confirmation, I was sitting with this little Pong game, and all of a sudden found myself in a first-person shooter game where essentially, you move your head and then you see different things. It's like being, as it were, in the game. And it's, as you see, it's represented here in clear perspective, right? So what you see here is an egocentric representation of space where you don't see yourself. That is, you see parts of yourself, you see your hand, but you also see space as it is in relation to you. Now, the thing that I think is really central to perspective, both visual perspective, but also what I call psychological perspective, is self-relevance, right? So if you look at these two drawings, you see that on the right-hand side, space is represented in such a way that you know fairly well where objects are in relation to each other and in relation to you, right? Whether they're closer to you, further away from you, and it allows you to make a fair calculation of how to move in space, right? So this egocentric perspective is pretty much geared up so as to help you navigate the world, right? So one of the things that I like to say at a very general level is that perspectives reflect relationships or relations, if you don't like the ship thing, right? So when you view things in perspective, you see things in a way that is reflects your relationships or your relation in an environment to objects in that environment, right? So the most obvious way is going to be you see things as being near or far, up or down, big or small, in front or behind. These are all relational terms, right? That reflects a perspective on the world. Now, obviously, one doesn't want to go too far with the visual metaphor, right? So there are obviously clear differences between the way that we think about psychological perspective, that is our overall experience of the world, which includes things other than simply what we see. And here, I think the relations that are going to be relevant are relations to your psychological states, namely what is immediately available to you, and also, of course, other perceptual modes. That's going to be clear in a little while when I talk more about the differences between different kinds of perspectives. I think that there are other aspects of a person that shapes the way that we see the world perspectively. And that's going to be our, what I call organismic interests. So the idea here is that the beings that we are, namely human beings with two legs, well, most of us 2 legs and 2 arms and so forth and so on, and having needs for food, shelter, safety, power, sex, community, all of those things are fundamentally shaping the way that we experience the world. Moreover, our more specific interests, our career, our central life projects, our desires, our likes and dislikes are also part of what shapes overall our perspective. Now, somebody like Elizabeth Camp talks about perspective in Gestalt terms, right? So you might think a perspective is something that gives you a sort of pop-out effect, right? So you look at this traditional visual, is it an illusion? Perhaps, right? But you can see, if you look at it one way, there are 2 faces facing each other. If you look at it another way, there's a vase, right? This is, I think, all of you have probably seen this illustration a million times, right? But the idea is that there's a figure-ground duality going on here. So that if you look at the picture one way, certain things are figural. For instance, the faces are figural. And then the black is the ground, right? It's the background, and vice versa when you focus on the vase or the black, right? So you might think really at a high abstract level, one way to think about perspective is in this way. Perspective makes certain things in the world pop out, and then other things are sort of remain in the background. Now, one problem with using that kind of metaphor, although I do think it's sort of a nice way to get a first handle on perspective, is that, of course, figure and ground can be used for pretty much everything. So it becomes kind of vague after a while. And I also think an important part of a perspective is how things appear, not just whether they're figural or not. So one way I think we can start getting a handle on what a psychological perspective on the world is by thinking about emotions. So I think back way in the olden days, maybe people thought of emotions mainly as feelings. But I think given what we now know with modern emotion research, is that emotions are phenomenally interesting and complex mental states. So one thing that most people agree on is that emotions are judgments concerning how the world affects our well-being, or they are evaluative judgments about the world. There are different ways people put things slightly differently, but I think it doesn't matter hugely. The basic idea is that when we experience an emotion, we're also having an evaluation of the world, and that evaluation is always personal, or almost always personal. With empathy, there's interesting questions of how to think about empathy that way, right? So emotions really reflect patterns of significance in the world, and they filter available information in terms of their relevance to us. So you can see that there's going to be some parallels here with the visual perspective here. And one of the things that emotions do is that they help us, or they encourage us, as it were, to attend to certain aspects of the environment over others. So take a standard case. If you're afraid, you're going to be hypersensitive to sounds, for instance, particularly loud sounds. So a lot of, there's a whole research paradigm on the startle effect, right? To figure out whether people feel anxious or fearful. You play a loud sound, and then you have a big startle effect if people are already fearful, right? And you see, amongst other things, in the dilation of the pupil. But the point here is not to go into the details of that, but just to point out that when we experience emotions, they often shape the way that we attend to the world, the kinds of things that we notice, the kinds of things that we don't notice. They also, of course, color the way that we perceive or experience the world. So we experience danger, insult, loss, absence, things that you might say a more objective view of the world would not put in the world, but that appear again to be relational features. And then, of course, importantly, emotions also present the world as calling for certain types of action. So if you are really afraid, your first thing is not going to be, oh, let me pick my nose because I feel kind of a tickle in my nose. That is not going to be at the forefront of your mind. Very standardly, people talk about fleeing, freezing, or fighting, or in other kinds of environments, you might think that helping or consoling, for instance, if you're feeling compassion for someone, would be the kinds of behaviors that are being, as it were, called for. So you can see, once you start thinking about the complexity of emotions, the emotions are actually now presenting sort of a nice perspective on the world at the moment when you're experiencing the emotion, right? And so that's kind of, I think, one way to help elucidate what a perspective is going to be. So what I'm particularly interested in is the first person perspective, right? So I think that there are lots of ways of talking about perspectives. The way that, what I am interested in is the specifically first person perspective. So what is it to have a perspective as an agent? Now, as you will see on this slide, my first person perspective is now divided into 3 different perspectives. I don't know whether it's the right word to use perspective in these 3 different contexts, but I'm going to explain to you what I mean. So the idea is that as an agent, we have what you might call a first person perspective. That involves ways of seeing the world that differ according to whether you're thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people, or you are perhaps closely involved in the other person in an interaction whereby there is a co-construction of a way of seeing the world. In psychoanalytic theory, if any of you is interested in that, people sometimes talk about the third, or the analytic third. So what I'm going to talk about now is going to be the agent versus observer perspective, because the way that I think about first person perspective is fundamentally shaped by the empirical research in social psychology. And there, people make a distinction between agent and observer perspective. I just wanted to point people to the idea that there is, I think, an interactive perspective. Sometimes it's called the second person perspective. I don't mean to exclude that, but I'm not going to talk about it further in this talk. So if you look at the psychological literature, there is a whole lot of studies that suggest that there are asymmetries between how we think of ourselves and how we think about other people. So that's the agent versus observer asymmetry. For instance, when it comes to the kinds of things that we are interested in, or that stands out when we think about ourselves and we want to explain certain things about ourselves, it's our experiences and our feelings. When it comes to other people, what stands out to us that we want to explain are people's intentions for actions. So you will notice that these 2 different ways of thinking about people are not contradictory. They are, as it were, if you take both of them, it creates a nice inclusive way of thinking about people. But what stands out here is that the focus is going to be different. So when you think about other people, what's going to stand out is intentions, not experiences and feelings. Now, when it comes to explaining actions, it turns out that we like to explain our own actions mainly by making references for our reasons for acting the way that we're acting. Whereas when we talk about other people, we sometimes use reason explanation, but we also like to use causal explanatory explanations. So let me give you an example. For instance, you might ask, why did you go to the meeting last night? I might say, it was an important meeting. That has the features of a agent perspective, which is noted in this left-hand column, that it is a reasoned explanation. It favors belief, namely reference to a belief. It also, if you look underneath beliefs, it is transparent. That is, I make reference to a belief, but I do not make reference to it as a belief, right? So it's like I am just talking about the world directly here. I'm not talking about what I believe or I don't believe. Somebody else, you might ask, why did they go to the meeting? And you might be quite likely to say something like this: well, they're very ambitious and it would serve their interests. Now, that is not, if you think about it, that is not a way that you would typically describe your own actions. Oh, I'm an ambitious person, so I will go to this meeting, right? No, it's causal factors outside the agency that usually do not play a role in the agent's decision-making or the way that they think about the decision that is going to stand out in this particular context. There's also evidence that when we think about our own actions, what we tend to focus on is the skill and the expertise in carrying out the action. How well did we carry out the action? Did the action satisfy our goal, and so forth and so on? However, when we think about other people, what we tend to focus on is the moral and interpersonal consequences of those actions. With beliefs, I mentioned that before, we tend to, when we describe or talk about our own beliefs, and I think that reflects the way we think about our beliefs, namely in a transparent way. We don't think of them as beliefs, we think of our beliefs, as it were, as simply directly reflecting the world, whereas we tend to talk about other people's beliefs and think about their beliefs as beliefs, right? They have beliefs about the world. They're not directly connected to the world in the way that we, I think, implicitly think of our own beliefs. Moreover, we tend to think of our beliefs as being evidence-controlled, whereas we think of other people as having much more control over their beliefs with respect to their decisions, deciding to believe something or not, in a way that's not evidence-controlled in the same way as we think of our own beliefs. So, as I'm not going to go through all of them, all of these features here, but there are agent-observer asymmetries when it comes to motivation, when it comes to identity, so how we think of our identities being formed. But I do want to talk just a little bit about the asymmetries that you see in autobiographical memory. So I think that is an interesting fact that concerns how we think about ourselves and our own memories. There are two ways, it turns out, of remembering things that happen to us. One is as we experience the situation, right? So you might think of it as a first-person shooter game scenario, right? The world is out there, you're seeing the scene that you were in, and so forth and so on. But there is also another way of representing our autobiographical memories, and that is representing ourselves in the scene. So it turns out that in a bunch of studies, people claim that around 20% of their autobiographical memories are of this kind. So for instance, I remember sitting by the fire, but I see myself as from high up in a tree, right? So a bird's eye perspective. It's very common for swimming that people recall swimming from a bird's eye perspective as well, right? And it turns out that these different perspectives come with different kind of foci. So when you represent your autobiographical memory in an agent perspectival way, what you represent are details of the immediate environment, your bodily reactions, your feelings, where and when exactly you were, are kinds of things that become very salient. But if you represent the past, from an observer perspective, what is going to stand out is going to be the context, the contextual features of the situation, the larger significance, distal visual details, how we appear to others, and it creates a significant experiential and emotional distance. And what you see, for instance, is that a lot of trauma victims, they tend to remember the trauma from an observer perspective and not from an agent perspective, right? So there are all these interesting differences in how we might think of our own memories that make a difference to what it is that we focus on. And the other thing I just want to point out now that we're talking about perspectives is that when it comes to interpersonal conflict, there appear to be clear victim versus perpetrator perspectives. So those are perspectives, of course, of somebody who was negatively affected or somebody who did something to negatively affect somebody else. It turns out that the kinds of asymmetries that I have written down on this slide are found not only when you ask people to remember them doing something to another person that was wrong, or somebody doing something else to them, right? So the same person will exhibit these kinds of asymmetries when they think about various wrongdoings. You can also get the same effect if you write up a story, right, where one person wronged another, and then ask them to take the perspective of one or the other person. You will see the same kinds of asymmetries coming up, which I think is actually pretty interesting, right? So it may go the way that you would expect it, right? So perpetrators tend to minimize the seriousness of the wrongdoing, and victims tend to maximize it. Victims tend to think of the action as being more immoral, whereas perpetrators tend to think, oh, well, there weren't really that many negative consequences, and certainly the action was justified or could not be helped. They also tend to think the victims helped provoke the action, whereas victims tend to think of the perpetrator's intentions as being unfathomable, and they're still angry about the action, right? So you will see that there are interesting discrepancies here too, depending on what it is that you focus on. So I think that there are sort of four, if we're sort of zooming out, right, as opposed to a lot, I mean, I've talked a lot about very specific instances of psychological perspectives. So what I want to do now is just zoom out a little bit to help us get an overview of what are the kinds of characteristics of a psychological perspective. I think that there are four. So there's the interest that I talked about before. So the way that we see the world is obviously going to be a reflection of what we need in order to survive, right? So we see things as edible or not edible, as use, you know, it can be walked through, it can be used for this or that or the other purpose. And that is going to be refined by a more personal interests and projects. I think yesterday I talked a little bit about absences. You know, Pierre is not here. That seems obviously a way in which our experience of the world is shaped by our interest. We're looking for something that is not there, right? Another central feature, I think, of psychological perspectives is going to be our capacities. What does our bodies allow us to do, right? So that's going to be, if you want to think about embodiment here, right, that's the right way to think about this. The way that we perceive the world, the way that we experience the world is going to be part or function of the bodies that we inhabit and the kinds of capacities that our bodies have, right? So that might be skills that we acquire as well. I want to give you one example here. There's an interesting study that shows that if you ask people to judge how big a gap is that can be jumped, right? So not like an enormous gap, but a gap that you would be able to jump. The judgments differ according to whether or not they're simply just regarding the gap in an unencumbered way, or you strap weights to their legs. If you strap weights to their legs, people will judge the gaps to be longer, right? And you might think, okay, well, that makes sense, you know, because if you're going to jump the gap, you're going to have to use more effort. if you have weights strapped to your legs. Moreover, I think one of the things that stand out about some of the evidence that I've presented here is availability. Because I think that, for instance, the notion that we focus so much on our own feelings and experiences is going to be a function of the availability compared to your feelings and sensations, which I don't have available to me in the same immediate way that I have available to myself, my own feelings and sensations. Conversely, your actions, how they unfold in an environment, is going to stand out to me in a way that my own actions cannot in the same way, because I'm differently positioned with respect of it. And the last part is, of course, going to be relationships, right? So when I started out talking, I essentially said perspectives are about relationships. And that's thinking about relationships in a very, very broad way. Here I'm thinking about it in a little bit narrower way, right? So the way that we experience events in the world is relative to whether it is our car that's being scratched or somebody else's car, whether it's our pet that is undergoing whatever it is it may be undergoing versus somebody else. Right, so that's just a very straightforward or a pretty, I think, obvious way of thinking about the way in which relationships shape our perspectives. Obviously, it gets much more complicated and perhaps less flat-footed. But the important thing here is, I think, that these four features are all ways of thinking about how we are related to the world, right? And the way that we are related to the world and ourselves, of course, is going to be what shapes a psychological perspective. So when it comes to perspective taking, the idea is, of course, that what we're trying to do is that we're trying to reverse these kinds of asymmetries. So let me go back, for instance, here, right? The idea is going to be, I'm going to try and think of you as, of course, I'm pointing to my own screen as if you were able to see my screen. But I'm trying to relate to you as I would relate to myself, right? So instead of having an observer perspective on you, I'm trying to have an agent perspective on you. The reverse is also the case and is extremely useful, I think, for our self-conceptions, but also for our moral responsibility. And that is taking an observer perspective on ourselves. Because as you can see, there are things that pop out. There are things that are central in focusing our attention in each of these perspectives, right? So instead of having the elephant here, I have two guys with a numeral, right? And you can see, you know, again, in a perhaps flat-footed way, changing the perspective here. If each person walked over to the other side of the table, they wouldn't have the kind of disagreement that they have, right? So psychological perspective taking is really a matter of changing the locus of one's egocentric center of gravity. That's Robert Gordon's way of talking about it. You can think about it as what you're trying to do is occupy a functionally similar position to another in a web of relationships, right? So the idea is, if you think of just the visual example again, think about the first-person shooter game where the world, as it were, extends out from your body, or another way of thinking about it is that it's pulled into your body, right, by the relationship that you're standing in it sorry, I'm getting confused, right? Similarly, with respect to the psychological perspective, right, it's a way of relating the world to ourselves. So, returning to the centrality of empathy to moral judgment, right? Here are three ways in which you might think empathy understood as this sort of perspective taking, whether it involves the affective perspective taking itself or not, is going to be something like this. our ability to take other people's perspectives and to experience what their experience in the situations effectively too is at the basis of our ordinary human concerns for what happens to other people or what we do to them. Now, I think that there is a pretty basic way in which there is an interpersonal equivalence that happens when we take another person's perspective. Namely, we see another person as another I, and we can see ourselves as another you, if you like, right? And I think that is going to be at the basis of the kinds of concerns that we have for other people. In addition, I think that the affective reactions are going to be pretty central as well. And then there is the straightforward way, I think, of thinking. In the situation, empathy gives significance to what happens to another person by impacting me in similar ways as I imagine it would impact the other person, right? So it's sort of straightforward. If any of you have read Adam Smith, this is sort of pretty much the first couple of pages of the theory of moral sentiments, right? I do think that there's another aspect here which is pretty central, and that is that empathy also helps me take a distance from my own actions so I can see them as somebody else would, or I think more precisely, see them as I would see them were I not myself, right? So that in a certain sense rules out the double standard scenario. The problem, of course, as I hinted at in the beginning, is that if you just base a moral judgment on the sort of in the following straightforward way, I'm empathizing with you, you're in pain because somebody said something to you to really upset you, so therefore I disapprove now of this action, and then I judge the action to be wrong. We come up with a variety of problems, right? I might be especially related to the person that I'm making the judgment about, or I may be especially related to the victim, as it were. The person whom I'm empathizing with might react unreasonably for all kinds of reasons. They might see discrimination where there is none, or malice where there is none, or they might be a person who feels entitled to very special treatment and gets very upset about not being treated much better than everybody else expects to be treated, etc. Right? You can see there are all kinds of ways in which we can go wrong if we simply base our moral judgment straightforwardly on an empathic reaction that we have in the situation. So unreliability and bias are going to be the kinds of things that are going to be a problem for this kind of view. So what the standard view does is that it introduces the impartial spectator, right? So Adam Smith says what we need to do is we need to take the point of view of somebody who's unbiased and fully informed about people's motivation, their character, and the consequences of their actions for others, right? You need to, in other words, look at the action from a distance, which will correct for momentary or selfish concerns that you might have as an agent, right? So that's the way to correct for this. Now, I see that I'm getting a little close in time, so I'm not going to go through these different versions. These are different modern versions of specifying Adam Smith's view, right? So there's the extreme version, which is like, you know, you have to have an omniscient observer and so forth and so on. There's the more congenial version, which is like really the impartial spectator is more like an umpire. And then you have Neil Rothley's double empathy version. We can talk about those later if you're interested. But I just want to finish off with essentially two problems that I see with the impartial spectator view. The first is the obvious one, which namely is we can't do it. If you think that the way that we experience the world is essentially perspectival, right, then what you're asking by asking somebody to take the point of view of an impartial spectator, you're asked to imagine a situation where you have nothing personal at stake, or imagining a situation in which you really don't have any perspective in the way that you usually have a perspective on the world. So I don't actually think that such a situation exists. And I also think that there's another kind of issue that you might be concerned about, and that is the following. Sentimentalists, right, think that at the bottom, moral judgments are emotional in one way or another. They're based on an emotional reaction, or they are an emotional reactions. But our emotional reactions are, as we saw earlier in the talk, egocentric, right? An emotion represents the world in terms of how it affects our well-being. Now, if you take partiality or bias away, you seem to be taking away the emotion itself. Moreover, there's this concern about having all the relevant information. Nobody has it. You might think, well, maybe it's relevant enough. But there is this interesting question. Simply positing an impartial spectator doesn't seem to be enough to help you determine how you get this kind of information. Now, I think what is more an issue is that I think it's actually undesirable to take an impartial spectator perspective on people as a way to get to the sort of impartiality that we want in morality. And I think the fundamental idea is that if we're going to eliminate bias or partiality, we're eliminating perspective, because perspective is by its very nature biased and partial. But perspectives reflect the first person point of view of a conscious acting creature. It represents, in other words, I think, really what matters to us, what the meaning that we put in the world is a reflection of the perspective that we have on the world. So if you get rid of perspective, that is, if you get rid of the first person perspective, if you get rid of bias, partiality, then you also get rid of, I think, significance. So that, I think, is the main problem with the view, right? Because you can always argue, you know, how much are we capable or not of doing it? But if at the end of the day, it is not even desirable to take the point of view of an impartial spectator, then I think we can dispatch with that kind of view. So what do I think the solution is? Well, I think we're stuck with what I call triangulation. So considering a variety of different perspectives on the situation. In the most simple case, when I'm in conflict with another, I consider my own, the person I'm in conflict with, and uninvolved observers. Now, I think triangulation, if you think about forming a moral system as such, you might think of it as going as wide as potentially involving all members of a moral community. So what do we do with avoiding undesirable bias? Since if you're triangulating, you are taking everybody's point of view seriously. And I think that the only way we can get around this is that we have to also evaluate the reactions that we're empathizing with, right? We can do that by thinking about whether it is reasonable. And I think we can think of reason in a traditional sense. Does it make sense? Is it well supported by evidence, and so forth and so on? But I also think we need to consider what one might call empathic reason. My colleague, Anthony Jack, works on that. He thinks that we should think of empathy as a form of reason. And there, I think that as long as, when taking seriously the other person's perspective, I can see how somebody would react thus and so, that is going to play a role too in our evaluation of the reasonableness of the kind of reactions that we are considering. So I think that is going to be the way forward. I mean, it's a little sketchy at this point, and I apologize for that. But I don't see how we can move ahead with the impartial spectator and hold on to perspectivalness at the same time. So if you're interested in more of this is all discussed in my book that just came out last year, The Space Between, which unfortunately isn't available for free as the book yesterday was. Anyway, let me stop sharing my screen and hopefully we can have some discussion. Okay, let's see. Stop sharing.
Wow. Thank you, Heidi. That was wonderful. That was so exciting. Okay, let's go, Nick.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I really like the talk. Thank you. I wanted to ask something that sort of connects with what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
So I like this idea of like empathy as perspective taking, and sometimes it's like you do this thing where you like put yourself in the other person's shoes, and then you say, I'm taking your perspective, and you're like, oh, you must feel this, you must blah, blah, blah. And they'll be like, no, that's what you would feel in my situation. And then so you're like, okay, I have to adopt more of what you care about, whatever. And then as you get further, you can kind of do it, but there needs to be this thing of like, I have to return to my perspective and like to get the empathy, I have to bring some of that with me. And yesterday, I think Marie Helena was talking about like weaving together perspectives, and then you were talking about triangulation. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit more about like that how to bring it back to your perspective to actually get the like temporally extended empathy once you're out of their perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I think that in a way, if you think of emotional empathy, that might be the easiest way, right? Because I think if you enter another person's perspective and you have an effective reaction to it, I think in part because emotions are longer lasting, that will stay with you, as it were, for longer. So that's, I mean, that's a quick way of thinking about that. But I do think that when it comes to interweaving, it is of course true that when we take another person's point of view, what we do is that we, first of all, are taking another person's point of view in that situation with respect of a certain thing, right? So I think a lot of arguments against perspective taking tend to assume that we're doing something much bigger, right? And I think it's I mean, I agree with critics that no, we can't, right? We can't take somebody's full comprehensive perspective. But that's also why, and it's one thing that I think maybe I didn't stress enough in the talk, is that I'm talking about specifically a first person perspective. So it is seeing the world as if you were that agent. And so it's not necessarily a full comprehensive perspective on the world as in a Weltanschauung that we're really gunning for, or at least that I'm gunning for in this particular way of thinking about perspectives. So when you're doing that, of course, the background, all the psychological background that helps you make sense of the situation and so forth and so on for the other is going to be your own, right? And then you're fiddling as you go along, right? And I think you're quite right that in many cases, in order to do it well, it's preferable to interact with the other person as opposed to sitting back and thinking, "Oh, I think I did a great job here." You know what I mean? I think it's important not to think of it as exclusive, but I think that there's a ton of research out there that suggests that unless you're trying to take somebody else's perspective, you're not even able to ask the right questions, which would put you in a position to do even better.
Kojin?
Thank you for a lovely presentation. That's very interesting. I've been working on emotions and ethics a bit myself. I guess what I'm wondering is, it was a very nice presentation from the perspective of psychology, which is not a perspective I'm used to thinking from. And I guess what I'm wondering is, psychology, there seems to be a sort of like agnosticism towards metaphysical claims. It seems very descriptive. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, where's the normative element of this? Is there a should in here somewhere? And if there is there sort of like a proposition from a psychological perspective of like a developmental model, maybe a teleology, where we should be empathetic because somehow that would make us healthier, happier beings? So I guess it's kind of a two-part question, is where's the should in all of this? And if there is a should in all this, which I assume there is because it seems like very normative language, even though it's descriptive, is that should a developmental model that can be taken as a teleology?
Yes.
Does that relate to some sort of metaphysical claim too, maybe? But
yeah, I mean, I think that there are sort of two ways of thinking about the should, right? Is taking the should all the way back, right? Should you empathize with people at all? Or given that you are empathizing, does a should arise from the empathizing? Does that make sense? I mean, I think that the shoulding, if you like, I take arises from our own emotional constitution, right? So the fact that I am averse to pain and suffering, the fact that I enjoy certain things and so forth and so on, right? Which, as it were, creates a should in my own case, namely, in some sense, right? I should pursue, I should avoid this, I should do that. Becomes, when we're thinking about other people, a should that, as it were, includes other people and our actions towards them, and not just our own more narrow self-interest. But I assume that maybe you think that that's not shouldy enough.
yeah, I think I could just as easily decide that I'm going to develop as a human being in such a way that's completely indifferent to the suffering of others, because that might serve my self-interest a little bit better. I can get ahead in life better if I'm indifferent to the suffering of others, and therefore I can serve my own interests better. So I think that one could just as easily develop themselves in an anti-empathetical way, even though we have a empathetic capacity. Perhaps we also have a violent capacity. We might decide to suppress our empathetic capacity as well too. And so I'm just wondering, I guess that's why I'm wondering, because psychology, there seems to be a general healing. There seems to be almost a teleology implied that we're going to go from like a unhealthy psychological state or a less healthy psychological state to a more healthy psychological state. And I guess I'm just wondering if there's something implicit in this discussion that cultivation of empathy will then allow me to develop into a more healthy state rather than a less. And if that teleology isn't there, then I could just as easily say, well, I don't need empathy. I'm actually going to suppress that human capacity, for the same reason I suppress other human capacities as well too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know whether one needs to show that a person can't do that in order to make the case for empathy being at the core of morality. I mean, you could just choose not to be moral, right? I think that I mean, in a way, the way that I think about it is going to be in terms of what the alternative is, right? So, where would the should come from, or where would the ought, or where would the good or the bad come from, if not from this place, right? And I guess I don't see where it would come from if it wouldn't come from the way that we are related to other people, and the way that we when we care for them, do so on the basis of our empathically resonating with others.
All right, let's go to the next question. Let's go, Raja.
Yeah, hi. That was a great talk. Thank you so much. I just went to Amazon and ordered your book. I need to read this. It's so reminiscent of what I think of when I read Iris Murdoch. I don't know if you've engaged with her work. It seems so much of what you've said that's coming from the psychological research about what perspective taking requires, unselfing, distancing oneself from oneself, and sort of stepping into the perspective of the other, where this doesn't mean taking oneself, as it were, with oneself, but trying to, in fact, inhabit the kind of perspective that you've spelled out in the various dimensions that the other person inhabits, and try to see what the options for action available to that other person look like then. So that all of that was, I love that. And the difficulty that you then pointed to later, that this is really hard, to this kind of triangulation. Of course, Murdoch says the same thing. It's sort of incredibly difficult to do that. So I was just fascinated by how close this is to the work that she's doing, and spells it out in much more detail. So I think I'm just excited about this. I don't have a question for you, just whether you have engaged with this kind of literature in just a second. Literature in the normative aspect that has been brought up by others is of course crucial for her, that we evaluate the options of others from our perspective and learn something new about how we should evaluate that perspective, the actions and the situation, once we take this, so that the should that we have, that we were just talking about, that we appreciate, sort of changes once we've done this perspective. This perspective taking.
Yeah,
let me let one more question come in real quick. Oh, she's got the Murdoch. Professor Krisam Jain, you have to unmute yourself. I think she wants to ask you a question. Yeah.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah. Higher volume. Speak up.
How do I do that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It was a wonderful presentation, but I would like to continue with the should aspect of it, because just psychologically it's okay. It's an analysis of how you transcend your own perspective and can empathize with others. But where is the place for should here? Is it? We have people like Stevenson and H.A.R. who have advocated that moral judgments are expressions of your emotions. Basically, when I say X is good, it means I'm saying that I approve of X, and X is bad means I disapprove of it. It's just they are expressions of our approval and disapproval. So should or morality is just simply matter of our emotions and feelings. So there is no normative structure available, or no normative.
Sorry, I'm listening.
Okay. This is one thing. And secondly, then would you accept that each ought derivable from age, or values can be derived from facts? This is a big issue in ethics. Can be what we do, what is, can fact lead to should or ought? Can facts determine what we ought to do, or ought is something which is beyond facts, and this is something which directs us, dominates our actions, or should dominate our actions? So this is ought controversy, which it's a very famous controversy whether art is derivable from. So I just wanted to know how you perceive this, how do you take these questions?
Yes, good. So I'm not sure I have a fully satisfactory answer, but I will gesture in the direction that I'm thinking. Now, I think that when we think about emotions are themselves evaluations of the world. And I think maybe that's where we gotta look at things. Sorry, I just gotta open the door. So I think we gotta look at emotions, right? To see how we can overcome that idea of thinking, well, we've got facts and then we've got values. And I don't see emotions as being on the fact side, in fact, right? So that's where I think we should be looking. When it comes to the first part, I do think of, following a sort of Smithian and Humean line. I'm thinking primarily in terms of approbation and disapprobation, right? To thinking this is right or this is wrong. And so then there is this extra very interesting question that you have raised and Kojin raised about the should. And I need to think more about that. I haven't thought about that in enough detail.
Okay, we are at time, so let's thank Heidi and everyone. It's her birthday, so happy birthday, Heidi.
Thank you.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
And we are going to go to the wonderful Nick Bomarito. Do you need to share screen, Nick?
Yeah, let's see if wait, I'm gonna try to get it to work. Share screen. Yes, no. Wait, maybe. Oh, I found it. I got it. I did it.
There we go. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Anand, for making this all happen. This is really great. I've really enjoyed the talk so far. So I guess I'm by training an ethicist, and I've worked mostly in Buddhist ethics. So a lot of philosophers in America have been interested in engaging with Buddhism. And so this project I'm trying to think through anekāntavāda in a way that will make sense for Western ethicists. So I'm trying to kind of provide the aim of the project, I guess, hopefully this will be helpful, is to kind of provide an invitation to people working in ethics to engage with Jainism in a certain way. So I guess I'll say, I'm not primarily making historical textual claims. I'm engaging in much the way that philosophers engage with texts, where they're like, I think I'm teasing out what might be interesting to other philosophers in a way of having a dialogue with the kind of text. So that's part of what's going on. And the other part of what's going on is, if you're an ethicist and you are looking to Jainism, usually what you find is ahimsa, and you find a lot of stuff about vegetarianism, and that's great, but I kind of want to be like, here's some other things you could find. So that's kind of the project. So the central idea here is that anekāntavāda contains ethical insights beyond ahimsa, and ahimsa in the intellectual realm. And I think some of the insights are that it provides a kind of guide for how we can use our imaginations and how we relate to ourselves and others. I guess I should also say that I've been talking to Anand and Raja at this conference here, a lot of the talks yesterday. So my thinking about this is in a current state of evolution, and is changing, at least this week, hour to hour. So I'll flag that in a couple places. So basically, I'm going to give a quick overview of anekāntavāda. I'll go through that pretty quickly because I think we've all heard it. I'm going to try to push against a reading of anekāntavāda as a kind of intellectual ahimsa. I'll talk a little bit about the famous elephant parable, and then I'll kind of draw what I as an ethicist think are interesting ethical dimensions of anekānta, particularly like the place of imagination, and particularly in taking up a certain kind of stance related to others and related to oneself that is both epistemic, that it helps us to know about the world, and it's ethical. It's an important way of treating other people. And I'll talk about how this particularly relates to ethical considerations with dispute or argumentation when you actually confront someone who you disagree with. So we have this bold claim of anekānta that basically in some sense all philosophical views at least are true. So here are some examples. So the soul, Gautama, this is not the Buddha, this is another Gautama. So Gautama says, hey, is the soul permanent or impermanent? And Mahavira says, well, it's permanent and it's impermanent. You know, it's a permanent substance, but if you look at its processes, it does undergo impermanent processes. So like, yes and yes, just in different senses. I like this one about sleep. Jayanti says, hey, is it better to be sleeping or awake? And Mahavira says, well, basically, if you're a terrible person, yeah, maybe you should sleep more because then you won't harm people. But if you're a good person, yeah, you should be awake more. You can actually help people. And then this famous ocean analogy, you take a bucket to the ocean and you get a bucket of it and you say, hey, is the ocean in this bucket? And you know, there's a sense in which yes, the ocean is in the bucket because it is ocean water, but there's a sense in which no, the ocean's out there, it's vast, et cetera, et cetera. So this is kind of some of the uses of anekānta. So it has this idea that's the idea is that it's kind of at once an epistemological thesis, a metaphysical thesis, and a linguistic thesis, and I think also an ethical thesis. So this idea that reality is kind of irreducibly complex. It has many aspects, maybe infinite aspects. I leave it to the metaphysicians. So particular views from a point of view, you really do get an aspect of reality, but you don't capture all of that aspect. So views that get one aspect are ekanta, and there's having a one-sided view means that you've got one aspect of reality, but you mistakenly think you got the whole thing. So this is a common. I always think of there's a passage in Boethius's Consolations of Philosophy where he talks about wisdom comes to visit, and wisdom says, all these schools sort of, when I was leaving, grabbed a piece of my clothing and they got a little piece of it, but they thought they had all of me, but they really just had a little piece of my clothing. And so that I always think of them as being ekanta, like they really did get a piece of it, but they didn't get the whole thing. So I find it helpful to think about this drawing. You can say, hey, how many planks does it have? And someone might say 4 planks and someone might say 3 planks, and the answer is it's a kind of weird drawing, so it has both 3 planks and 4 planks. And so I think of the metaphysical, how I understand the metaphysical doctrine is that reality is like this drawing. It's like it has kind of seemingly contradictory, but like they kind of fit together aspects, and when you take different points of view, you can kind of see it as having 4, you can kind of see it as having 3. So this idea has a lot of technical developments. There's developments in epistemology, the idea that we saw this yesterday, Maria Helena's talk, that claims are made from a particular point of view called nayas, and then those get categorized into different categories. And there's language claims, you heard about this too, that when you make an assertion, that assertion has a kind of implicit, in some respect, Kusum Jain pointed out that it's like colloquially it has this perhaps meaning, but it's, as a technical term, it means from a certain naya. So when you say something, implicit in that is from my point of view. So it's like, if that drawing, there are 4 planks, really means there are 4 planks from my point of view. It's like, it's kind of tagged to that. So there's theories about how that kind of predication works. So that's all really cool and interesting philosophy. And there's some work on this. You know, Anand has done some, Janardhan Ganeri has done some. I'm not really going to talk about these aspects. I'm just going to try to talk about the ethics, but these are really important aspects of the theory. So when people try to engage with this as an ethical theory, they often grab ahimsa as like a way to see the ethics there. And so sometimes there's this claim that it's intellectual ahimsa, where ahimsa is non-violence, non-harming. This is like a key value in Jainism. So many people see ahimsa as the kind of ethical core of anekāntavāda, like it's what's doing, if it's an ethical idea, it's because it's rooted in ahimsa. So here's the infamous quote from Motilal. So here's Motilal, and he says, I think the Jainas carried the principle of nonviolence, ahimsa, to the intellectual level, thus propounded their anekāntavāda doctrine. Thus, the hallmark of anekāntavāda doctrine was toleration. The principle embodied in the respect for the life of others was transformed by the Jaina philosophers at the intellectual level into respect for the views of others. So it's like you have ahimsa that's like, I don't want to harm beings. And that takes a kind of in this kind of intellectual domain, you're like, oh, I don't want to harm beings, and it's like I extend that to people's views in a certain way, and that's supposed to result in some kind of tolerance. So just as ahimsa involves not harming creatures, anekāntavāda involves this kind of not being careful of people's views. So I'm going to be critical of this. I don't think that anekāntavāda has nothing to do with ahimsa. And in the spirit, I think that this is kind of partially true, but not the whole story. So I don't want to say that's like, oh, it has nothing to do with it. But I think that there's other stuff going on, and now we're talking about the other stuff. So people have criticized this. John Court, Jeffrey Long make these kind of historical criticisms. They say, well, there's not much textual support for the link. They say it's hard to find texts where, you have anekāntavāda and ahimsa explicitly linked. People saying like, oh, we are propounding anekāntavāda because we're so committed to ahimsa, or here's ahimsa and here's something that follows as a corollary, anekāntavāda. It's hard to find people saying that. So it's hard to find them talked about in a way that makes that explicit or even kind of implicit. And they point out that it's like anekāntavāda, this idea is, Jainas use it to say why they're better than Buddhists or other schools. So it's like, it's tolerance to a point, but it's also like, that's why Jainism's supposed to be the best, is they have anekāntavāda and, Buddhists don't. So if you thought it was really non-harming, you're like, well, that's a certain kind, it's harming the Buddhist view in a certain way. And I guess I don't have a lot to say, as I'm not a historian, so I just believe what they say to me. I do have a kind of skepticism of this kind of criticism because I think this is pretty historical. Like if you look at people discussing anekāntavāda today on the internet, they see it as particularly linked with ahimsa. And for me, sure, maybe that link was implicit and it only got teased out recently. The fact that it's not in classical text doesn't mean it's not true, doesn't mean it wasn't implicit, doesn't mean a lot of things. So I don't like this view of like traditions are fixed in the past and they're static forever. So even if the historical criticism is true, I think you can say, sure, but it's like, it turns out it just is that way. Or like, we've really discovered this, or this was implicit all along and we've just made it explicit. So I think there's a lot of things you can say to this kind of historical criticism. I think there's some philosophical criticisms to be made. You might think that violence to views or harming views is odd. Views aren't sentient. Views don't feel pain. In the same way that's like, if my friend is hurting, it's like I wouldn't go. It's hot outside, and I bring my friend in because it's too hot. Bring to the cool air conditioning. I wouldn't bring a stone in because it's like a stone doesn't feel hot. It just doesn't apply there. And you might think that like, well, a view is kind of like that. So we don't have ahimsa for physical objects, and if a view is a kind of intellectual object, you can't really harm that either. I think that this also proliferates a lot of types. Do you have like, is there email ahimsa? Is there automotive ahimsa? Like what's interesting about the type? I guess this is my view, but I'll say, I want to say, I'm currently just sort of thinking through like the talk yesterday. Kusum Jain made this comparison to Ekanta. What's bad about Ekanta views is that they're kind of like fundamentalism. And when I think about what I think is bad about religious fundamentalism, I think that it's like, it has the features that I'm going to talk about, but I think it also like fundamentalism is harmful. And that's one thing that's bad about it. So I think when I'm thinking about what's bad about Ekanta views, it was a helpful analogy for me to think about what I think is bad about fundamentalism. And I think there's a lot of things that are bad about it. And this, I think maybe it's similar. So I think ahimsa can be part of what's ethically important about anekāntavāda. But I want to tease out some other aspects, that there's other insights you can get in addition to that, outside of that framing. So that's kind of where I want to go. So if you like intellectual ahimsa, that's fine. You can like it. You gotta refine it a little bit. But and again, I'm not making a textual interpretive claim. I'm thinking through this and trying to figure out what ethical philosophers might be interested in and think is true. So we'll talk about the elephant parable. I'm sure that we have these early features of it in Buddhist Sutra, but it really gets emphasized in Jainism. This is a funny cartoon of it. I guess I'll just go over, we all know, I think, this is day 2 of of talking about Jainism. We all know about the elephant. Bunch of blind guys are presented with an elephant, and they interact with different parts of it, and they think it's like different things. So one says it's like a spear, one says it's like a carpet, one says it's like a snake, and they draw different conclusions about what it is. And so the anekāntavāda view is that it's like their statements are partially true. The elephant really does have those features, but it doesn't only have those features, and their claims need to be indexed to their point of view. From my point of view, it's like a spear, but that's fine. But saying, oh, it's like a spear, period, that's all it is, and it's not like a carpet, that's ekanta. And I think it's important to mention that it's like they are touching it. It's not mere relativism. It's not they can say whatever. It's like there is a fact about how the elephant is, and they're actually grabbing on to that feature of the elephant. It has many different seemingly contrary properties, but it has those properties. So I want to highlight a particular feature. So this is a real theme in art. This is like, you can find these in Japanese art. I just wanted to put it in because even if you don't like my talk, at least you were exposed to something beautiful. So it's like it's this clearly I think evidence that this is a really good place for cross-cultural philosophy, because it's caught on in other cultures already. You find people in Japan really this image is resonating with them, and they feel like they want to represent it. But I think that these depictions can be kind of misleading. Here's everyone's favorite version that you find when you do a Google image search of anekāntavāda. I think looking at these images can be a little bit misleading because they encourage a certain point of view. So like when I look at this, I'm like, okay, that's not me. That guy in the Gina, the sage in the corners, that's not me. There's actual me viewing the image. That's also not supposed to be me. So it's like there's a sage in the corner who sees all the people, and you can kind of be like, oh yeah, okay, but you're like, no, that's not the point of view that I have. And also the point of view that I actually have when I view the image is also not like, when I view the image, I'm a kind of like super sage. Now I see the sage seeing the blind man. So it's like I like see everything, and that's like really not what it's supposed to be. I'm located there. I'm one of the blind, like, so it's somehow like representing it visually really does a weird thing where it pulls you out of the point of view that the metaphor is supposed to be saying that you're in. So although I love visual representations of this, I think there's something particularly kind of dangerous about representing this visually, that it encourages you to take the exact wrong point of view. And I guess I just was doing this for a long time when I looked at these. I just, unbeknownst to me, was feeling the two red perspectives, and I really, in a deep way, I think wasn't getting it. So I think that I just want to be like, that's important to keep in mind. I was actually talking to Anna, and I haven't thought about this, but I'm trying to think through actually how central the blindness actually is to the metaphor. I used to just think, oh, that's obviously it's critical, but I don't know if it's just supposed to have a metaphorical meaning for a kind of limited perspective. Yeah, Anand thinks it's not important. Yeah, that's so I'm not sure what to think, and I'm thinking this through. In any case, it's an important in that it emphasizes, I think we can all agree that it does emphasize a kind of limited input, a limited sensory input. And you might not need blindness, and there's ways in which we all have this. So like we all, like, maybe a way to think about this is like all of us are unable to see infrared. So we all have that. And in order to know things about, for me to know things about the infrared spectrum, I need a bunch of scientists to tell me about the infrared spectrum and like build stuff and colorize images and then show me the image. And then I'm like, oh, I see, neat, or whatever. So maybe you can get some aspect like that. All that matters is you kind of have a limited kind of input, that your relation to the world or your connection to the world is limited in a certain way. So maybe we can talk about it in Q&A. I'm really curious to think about the blindness. So even if it's not essential, I think it can be useful to look at how people with visual impairment come to understand the world, because that is a real case of people with limited sensory input making sense of the world and how they do that. So if the analogy is supposed to be like we're in the position of the blind person in the touching the elephant, I think that's like, well, there's insights to be had from how actual people with visual impairment make sense of the world and what kind of processes they use. So I was really interested in this, and I was thinking about Helen Keller. So I like this Helen Keller quote. It just always reminds me of Anekāntavāda. And so there's two that I'm going to put that sort of stuck out to me. So she says, my fingers cannot, of course, get the impression of a large whole at a glance, but I feel the parts and my mind puts them together. I move around my house, touching object after object in order before I can form an idea of the entire house. In other people's houses, I can touch only what is shown to me, the chief objects of interest, carvings on the wall, or a curious architectural feature exhibited like the family album. Therefore, a house with which I am not familiar has for me at first no general effect or harmony of detail. It is not a complete conception, but a collection of object impressions which, as they come to me, are disconnected and isolated. But my mind, if full of associations, sensations, theories, and with them constructs the house. So there's a construction process. There's I like this passage because like there's a kind of acknowledgement that in the case where it's someone else's house and they're just bringing her certain objects, she knows that she has an ekanta view of the house. So she's kind of aware. It's like, oh, my view of this house is ekanta because I haven't had the chance to explore or do this kind of construction, or I haven't gotten this kind of process. So she's aware in many cases that her own impressions are just one part of reality. She has that kind of attitude. She's aware that she needs imagination to construct a larger image. And she's aware that these impressions aren't just her own. That passage I just read makes it seem like she's just integrating her own. But in other places, she's very clear that you actually have to rely on other people. And it's like, I think this is another feature of the elephant metaphor. It's like, when you look at this, when you do take the sage's point of view, you get the sense you're like, hey, if they just really listened to each other, they would all really understand what the elephant was like much better, instead of arguing with each other. So she says, it might seem that the five senses would work intelligently together only when resident in the same body. Yet when two or three are left unaided, they reach out for their complements in another body and find that they yoke easily with the borrowed team. So the idea that's like, this has a social aspect that you like, the blind guys need to really listen to and collaborate. And if they did that, they would have a better picture of what reality was like. So I think that this emphasizes a lot of the epistemic, like you get an epistemic benefit. But I think that this attitude, taking this attitude towards other people, is also an ethical stance. So you can kind of see this a little bit, that this can be epistemic and ethical. So here's another person with visual impairment, Brad Snyder. So he has a specially designed watch that he can feel the time. And he describes when he's traveling, people are like really interested in this custom watch he has. And often he talks to them. It's like a conversation starter. So he says, sometimes people ask me what I want others to know about being blind. I want others to feel more comfortable having conversations with people whose experiences are different from their own. My watch has been a natural opener. And once that conversation starts, we usually discuss topics far beyond timepieces and disability. Through talking, we find humanity. So the point here is like, you might be like, oh, I wonder what it's like, for a blind person. You're kind of curious in an intellectual way. And then in taking up this stance towards the person and you ask about them, you learn a bunch of other things, but that stance itself is a kind of ethical acknowledgement. You're acknowledging them as a kind of fellow traveler with experiences that you can relate to. And so it's an epistemic, but also an ethical stance. And you can kind of see this with like the way that listening works. Like if someone's talking to me and I'm really listening to them, that has epistemic benefits because I might learn what they're telling me. But it's also a form of acknowledgement. I'm acknowledging them as important and valuable and worth listening to. And that's an important ethical stance too. So I think where I want to go is like that's a place to find interesting ethics in anekāntavāda. Oops. So anekāntavāda involves adopting certain attitudes to others, especially in the face of disagreement. So it involves seeing what seem like to be rival views. People who disagree with you you adopt an attitude where they're saying something partially true. And so you approach them with the attitude that their experience is important and worth understanding. So it's like an attitude, not just towards what they're saying, but towards them. So here's a cuter version of everyone's favorite duck rabbit. So if I say, oh, I think it's a rabbit, and someone's like, no, it's a duck, I have to be open to the idea that maybe it looks like a duck somehow. And I try to imagine a point of view. This is like Heidi's talk, what we just saw. Like you try to adopt a point of view, like she's saying, you take a perspective and, actually, hey, maybe it really is like a duck. And I'm going to try to see it that way. I'm going to try to adopt your point of view. And I think doing this is related not only, as she said, to empathy, but to a kind of fundamental orientation to them. They're co-investigators with limited information, just like me. There's an acknowledgement of our similarity, an acknowledgement that we kind of need each other, not in just an epistemic way, but in a we got to get through this thing together way. So you relate to others in a certain way, especially when they disagree with you. I think this is related to there's a Vada Jalpa distinction in debate, which is about just this thing, like what is the relation or the attitude you have to someone? Is it like, oh, I'm just going to tell you and you're going to nod and say yes, or like you're going to say stuff and I'm going to refute you, or is it like, well, there's an acknowledgement that we're kind of equals, and we're trying to figure things out together. I think the anekānta also involves adopting certain attitudes to yourself and your own views, especially in the face of disagreement. So you see your own view as, at best, partially true. So you approach the interaction with the attitude that, well, my experience is only part of the full picture of reality. How it seems to me isn't just how it is. That's a kind of bad cognitive step. It seems to me like a rabbit, therefore that's all it is, or whatever. That is an ekanta step, and that's partly a relation to like your own experience. So when you're thinking about your own view, you're open to the idea that you're missing something, that there's something that escapes your experience. So it's about how your experience is limited in scope. And again, we saw this in the previous talk about having a perspective, particularly just literally is certain things are closer and certain things are farther away, and someone has a different perspective, they're able to see other features because of their perspective. So you kind of approach with the idea of, maybe it's not just a rabbit, I'll try to see what else it could be. If you're like, and I think this attitude doesn't, I don't know how to work it out in a case where it's like someone says like, oh yeah, they see us having this duck rabbit thing and they say, oh, but I also think it's a salamander. And I'm like, how could it be I think there's something even valuable of like, how could it be a salamander? Maybe that would be its ear or something like that, of relating to them and trying to work that out. So it's a kind of your own point of view, your own attitudes are felt as partial. They're experienced as incomplete. I think this is part of what it would mean to ethically internalize anekānta, is you would have that sense, not like in occasional fleeting moments of reflection, but it would be an internalized way in which it would be kind of like diffused in all of the reactions you have to yourself and to others. I think it also involves a certain kind of lack of attachment. So this is a term that Raja and I sort of independently hit on, that is like, seems to get at an important aspect of this, that you can think of anekānta as intellectual aparigraha, or non-attachment. So here, aparigraha is non-attachment, and it means sort of, I always like this English translation of being hung up on things. It's like you're always like, oh, he's really hung up on fame, or he's really hung up on money, meaning like they get it and they really want to get it and they really want to keep it and they really want it to be theirs. So it's like really kind of important. And the usual things you get hung up on are like social position, physical stuff, pleasure, like, whatever floats your boat, but like you can kind of get attached to that. I think this has a lot of wrinkles. I think of this classic debate within Jainism about wearing clothes. So some people are like, hey, you couldn't be fully enlightened and still wear clothes, because you would be attached to like the shame of people seeing your exposed body or something like that. You'd be attached to certain conventions. It's like you just would be like hung up on something. But then there's a kind of another attachment-based criticism of walking around naked, where you'd be like, oh, you're attached to not needing clothes, to appearing to others holier than the clothes people. Like that's something you could be attached to too. So it's like figuring out what exactly non-attachment looks like, especially in different scenarios, can be quite complicated. So I don't want to say it's like an easy answer, but in the intellectual parigraha case, here's a Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes being a ekanta. So he's exhibiting the vice of attachment. I think intellectual parigraha would be like kind of avoiding being attached to certain, often comforting ways of seeing the world. things you're used to. It would avoid being attached to certain goods that come from intellectual debate. And obviously this happens in a context where debate is widespread, somewhat formalized, very competitive, socially valued. So it's like, yeah, and not unlike contemporary academic philosophy. It's like you go to a talk and you want to argue and you want to be correct. You want to get the last word. You want to say the thing that makes people go, wow, did you hear that thing that Bomberito said in that set and whatever? And you're like, yeah, I love it. I want to, that's what I want, whatever. And that's a way of being attached just to an intellectual good, a kind of social intellectual good. So it's involved with a self-conception where the self-conception is like, oh yeah, I really am hung up, and I'm not, I'm an academic. I'm not hung up so much on money or whatever, but I am hung up on feeling clever, feeling authoritative, feeling respected, or something like that. That's a kind of attachment. And having this kind of openness is like, oh, maybe, well, like what I said isn't right, or certainly isn't fully right. And I need to like listen to others and adopt this kind of more unattached attitude. I think implicit in this, this is another kind of thing that I think is kind of implicit, is this idea that you can find in various places of arguing as a cooperative activity. So I think it's common to see argumentation as adversarial, as competitive, and it has that feature. It's a kind of competitive game that produces a winner and a loser. Sometimes not a winner, just losers, but someone's right, someone's wrong. I used to work at SUNY Buffalo, and this was the plaque that they put up in the philosophy seminar room, dubbing it the war room. I always think, when I saw that, I always think of there's a scene from Dr. Strangelove where these guys are fighting, and the guy comes over and says, "You guys can't fight in here. This is the war room." But it's like, calling it the war room tags it as, I see, this is the battlefield where we come in and we do this fighting, and it is competitive. But I think there's also another aspect that this kind of framing relies on, but kind of obscures, and that is that arguing is also a kind of joint action. Arguing is something that we do together, and it does require some cooperation. So on one view of what an argument is an appeal to shared beliefs and rules of inference. So you have certain premises, you have certain rules that can get you from certain kinds of premises to other kinds of statements. And if you don't share those, you can't really have an argument. You have to establish that. And in kind of formal debating situations, at least I'm more familiar with the Tibetan kind. When you debate with someone, especially when you debate with someone outside of your sect of Buddhism or your religion, if it's like a Buddhist and a Jain are debating, they have to do a whole preliminary step where they establish what they can appeal to, because otherwise, I mean, I was talking about Calvin. You're just playing Calvin ball. There's no rules. It's like you're not even really doing a thing together. So you need this kind of shared background. And I think that doesn't rule out its adversarial nature. It's like, that is one aspect of it, but the cooperative is also an aspect. So I often think about chess. So when two people play chess, it's like, I'm terrible at chess, but if you play chess with someone, you need to agree about what the pieces mean and what the rules of the game are. And then once you do that, you can do this adversarial thing within that context. So I think it's telling that, it is right to say that you play against someone, but it's also right to say that you play with them. And you have to be playing with them in order to play against them. And if you're thinking about anekāntavāda, that implicit in that is like, when you're having a dispute with someone, you relate to them as an opponent, but you also relate to them as a fellow player, and you have similar goals. And so what you're doing is essentially cooperative in a sense, even if it might seem on the surface level as being adversarial. So I think this has some interesting features. I think a lot of contemporary work in philosophy about humility and disagreement focuses on how confident you are in particular beliefs you have. So when you meet someone who disagrees with you, the questions often focus on like, should I be less confident or more confident or not change at all when I meet someone who disagrees with me? It's about like how strongly you hold a belief. But Anekānta can emphasize that it's actually not about confidence in particular beliefs, but it's about how you feel about the scope of those beliefs, how you feel about the place of those beliefs in a larger view of understanding the multifaceted reality. So it's not whether my view is wrong or how confident I should be in it. It's that my view is only part of the story because it's from a certain perspective. So it's humility there is an acknowledgement of the limited scope of others, and then I must rely on other people to help me get a fuller picture of reality. I think that's an interesting feature. I think another interesting feature is offering a kind of middle ground between attachment and alienation. So it's like I think there's like two kind of extremes, and if you're thinking about Anekānta, it can offer you a kind of way of avoiding the bad features of two extremes. So alienation would be like you're kind of estranged from your own view. You say, oh, it's just a research project, or I was talking about like philosophers sometimes say, oh, one might object here that blah blah blah, and then if it turns out the objection's bad, they're like, oh, good, one was wrong, it wasn't me, it was this hypothetical objector. Some people think of like the I, when they write I in an essay, that it's a kind of character they have. It's not there. So there's a kind of estrangement there. On the flip side, you can be really attached to it. It's like you can be like really invested in a view, and then any criticism of the view is interpreted as a criticism of me. A failure of the view is a failure of me. So I think of, there's a philosopher named Derek Parfit who used to say that if his view isn't true, then his life is a waste. And other people are like, well, I think your view isn't true, but I don't think that your life was a waste. And partly because like the thing, you can think this for a number of reasons, but in a kind of Anekānta reason would be like, yeah, we're all putting this together by offering our parts, and you really did offer part of it, but you don't have, you don't have the whole picture, but it doesn't mean you didn't do anything useful. So when you're thinking about Anekānta, you can be like, hey, this is my view, it's mine, I can identify with it, but it's only part of the story. So it's like it's my part of a larger story. So I think that really helps thread a needle there between these two kinds of vices. So what I'm trying to push here is that when you're thinking about ethics, and particularly Anekānta, there's things outside of ahimsa that are really interesting. And not to say that ahimsa isn't important, but that there's other things that are really important. So it involves adopting certain attitudes towards yourself and others that are not just epistemically valuable, but ethically valuable. They help us figure out the world, but they're an important way of relating to other people, that those kind of go together. And it involves a kind of acknowledgement that we really do need each other in this process. We really rely on each other. And it kind of allows a way for that even combative inquiry, things that seem combative. You watch debate and you're like, it looks adversarial, but that can underneath that surface there's a cooperative aspect there, and to kind of be more in touch with that, and to avoid kind of attachment to various kind of I guess I say self-centered dialectic prizes of that you get from winning a game, seeming clever, and involving a kind of pretty interesting type of intellectual humility that is not really about confidence, but a kind of about the scope of our view. So I just thought this was too good not to put on, but yeah. Turns out even Charles Schultz secretly is into Anekānta. So yeah, I hope I'll stop there, and we can have more of a discussion.
Great job. Okay. I can go just say some stuff right off the bat. I mean, so I think partly one of the things that's going on, and I'm glad you separated these out, Nick, because it really, really helps now, is that like there's a letter of the law issue. Like, what does a specific Jain person have to say about certain kinds of things concerning exactly what they were doing with anekāntavāda? And I think, as I was telling Chris in an email the other day, there's a little bit of an obvious error in what Motilal was trying to do. Although I think the spirit of what he was trying to do is actually undervalued now. Like, he was trying to make Jainism a big player in analytical philosophy, and I think he succeeded very well in doing that. But along the way, he kind of said some things that John Court, obviously, that we've all read the paper, kind of corrected other people. So let's leave Motilal. He's dead now. We should like, what's the deal? But the other part of what you want to say, I want to say, is really important. So one, in the other paper I wrote, I actually talk about a prisoner's dilemma style problem when the people don't talk to each other, basically. But when they talk to each other, there's actually a non-zero probability that they can actually figure out it is an elephant by thinking about various ways in which, if there is one object that had many parts, what kind of thing would have these things that felt this way, that then they could infer it might be this other thing, right? So I actually do think there's a game theoretic solution to the parable of the elephant. Okay, right. So, and then the other part you said I think is really important is that I guess the word intellectual ahimsa as associated with the Motilal type of error is definitely wrong. But as I told you the other day, there could be an interlocking relationship in general, not in the Jain tradition, maybe in the Jain tradition, but in general between a type of non-attachment to one's view and the idea that being attached to a view is a way of harming yourself. So the intellectual ahimsa locks into the intellectual aparigraha, maybe not in a text of a Jain person, but in general. And the last element, I'll just say, these are just comments, not really a question, but the last element is this, is that there's another movement of people that are working exactly on the type of thing you're interested in with the way you're thinking about the ethics of argumentation. And they're the people who are in the movement known as intellectual empathy. So what they are trying to, that's a lot of the reason why I wanted to hear what Heidi had to say, because they're basically trying to say that there's a way of arguing with another person where the empathy should be the primary mode of engagement that structures the dialectical process, which takes it from adversarial and zero sum to cooperative and embeds within it the idea that of the one side, like you have to not be attached to your own view, you have to be able to listen properly. So I just want to say, I think in a lot of ways, if we separate the letter of the law thing from this other thing, there's obviously ideas that are being found in Jainism that do work, that do really serious work. And I think actually, just to close out this last part of it, Oxford University Press already came to me, and Hackett already came to me to do a whole new book on critical thinking from cross-cultural and multidisciplinary perspectives. And it was based on what? The paper I sent you about Jainism, the paper I wrote about making the case for Jainism in critical thinking education in schools. They basically came to me after I published that and they said, oh, you're absolutely right. If you could write a whole textbook combining all the Vada theory from Indian philosophy, Chinese stuff, Arabic stuff, they're like, we want you to write a brand new critical thinking test. So trust me, the last part of what you said, I think, is tremendously valuable. And a lot of people, I think, are on that boat. So I'll just end by saying thanks again, Nick, for a wonderful job. Let's go with Raja first. Go.
Okay, great. I love it, obviously, and also for reasons that Anand just mentioned. I myself have a paper on Murdoch and Marshall Rosenberg on nonviolent communication that brings out exactly the kinds of nonviolent structures or structure of nonviolent communication, or that's important for making epistemic progress as a group. But anyway, what I wanted to ask you is one tiny formulation. You say anekāntavāda as intellectual aparigraha, and that sort of bugs me a bit. So what I want to say is I can get from ahimsa to aparigraha, right? That's an easy transition. But I can't get from anekāntavāda, the metaphysical thesis, or not even the epistemological thesis or the semantic corollary, to intellectual aparigraha. My sense would be you can get from ahimsa to aparigraha, and if you also consider anekāntavāda as the metaphysical underpinning, right? Then intellectual aparigraha becomes something that is really well motivated by way of drawing on the structure of the ontological metaphysical structure that you have as a way, as Anand nicely put it, of not harming yourself epistemically, right? So I think sort of so it was really just the as that bugged me, and I wanted to know whether that was just just like that, or was there something in there?
Yeah, I guess I was trying to think about like the reason I was tempted to say as, which I didn't think very hard about until you're asking me about now, but I was trying to be like, oh, I think that this is kind of this is an aspect of it and is implicit in it in a certain way, and that's why I wanted to say as like, here's a way of seeing it, because I want to acknowledge that it's like, yeah, there's a bunch of people who are like, this is a metaphysical thesis, this is a full language thesis, this is epistemology thesis. I'm like, yeah, it definitely is those, but here's another thing it is. And I guess maybe one difference is like, I'm just discovering this as I'm saying it to you guys. But it's like, I'm trying to locate the ethics in the attitude implicit. And so like the bridge, so part of it is like, you're kind of like, okay, is ought thing, where it's like, oh, there's anekāntavāda is a kind of like is thing about how the world is, but like, where do you get the ought? And I was kind of like, maybe the point of contact is the attitude that you end up adopting, which is epistemically beneficial, but also is a form of acknowledgement that is ethically important. That's where I want to do it. Maybe it's like, I want to do it that way.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more.
That's why I guess why I would say as.
let's write a paper on it together. How about that?
Yeah, let's definitely do it.
Emily?
Cool. I was wondering what you make of critiques of open-mindedness as a virtue and closed-mindedness as a vice. I can't remember where I read this, but basically the idea was something like this sort of simple picture where open-mindedness is good and closed-mindedness is bad is sort of like rooted in like a kind of optimism about our rational capacities and our ability to get things right on the basis of the evidence that's before us, when like in fact we're like deeply fallible, and also we're reasoning on the basis of imperfect and potentially misleading evidence. And like given this, like closed-mindedness can actually shield us from error. It's like you've got things right now. If you were open to these other views, then you'd be led astray. And like, I don't know, I guess some conspiracy theories are a kind of funny instance of this, where it's like, I don't know anything about the evidence for like whether 9/11 was an inside job. And the people who have the most evidence, who have spent a lot of time like trying to figure this stuff out, like are the conspiracy theorists, who I think are wrong. And if I tried to like engage with them open-mindedly, like that might go badly for me. And then you can sort of, get other situations where like less extreme, but like I don't want to take a white supremacist view like super open-mindedly. Less because like I will get led astray, but like a kind of defensiveness here can be epistemically good. Yeah.
Okay, so I think a couple of things, I'll try to say them quickly. I am worried about that. I think that in one case, especially when I'm talking about arguing as a practice, there's what I say and then what the kind of attitude I have. And so there might be a way in which it's kind of strategic. So, I mean, it's like, I'm from Michigan, so I know a lot of like right-wing people. And I found it's somewhat successful if I can find something that I do think that they're right about in some small way that we do share or whatever. Oh yeah, people should have like enough to live, or like what is something. And then if you acknowledge that, then they're much more open to, they become much more open. Like in that way, like open-mindedness can be like kind of contagious, where if I'm just like, no, whatever, wrong or whatever. So there's a kind of dialectical strategy that's like not quite the other thing. The other thing that's hard for me to tease out, because Nick, personally, I think that epistemic goods and moral goods can just come apart. So I just am like, sometimes there's just a trade-off where it's like, there's something that's morally good and there's an epistemic cost, and sometimes there's epistemically good, but there's a moral cost. But I think, you know, that's part of the difficulty of transposing this, because in context, it's like soteriological, and the value comes from the way you get moksha is you understand something deep about reality. So then the epistemic and the moral are like pretty deeply linked. So I think part of it is going to be like, that's going to be relevant for like how much I'm transplanting to the ethicist and how much of the tradition I take with me. So for me, I'm like, yeah, I'm worried about it, but it's just like, yeah, sometimes you're ethically worse off, and I guess the last thing is like, I don't want to name someone. I have a friend who's quite open-minded and did kind of brush into these like QAnon things, but then also his open-mindedness sort of got him out of it too, because he continued to be open-minded, and they're like, oh, it's definitely this, and he's like, well, I don't know, you know, these other people are saying whatever. So it's like it got him into danger, but it also got him out of danger. So maybe it's like you have to be, the bad thing might be like selective open-mindedness, or selective or motivated or whatever. So I guess I also think that, but I think it's like a hard question.
All right, Anil.
Thanks. That was a really nice presentation. So I mean, my question is follows on Raja's a little bit, and I didn't quite understand, Raja, your kind of your proposal. So I hope that what I'm saying has not been obviated already. But you know, my concern is that you know, if you take the idea of anekāntavāda being intellectual humility, if you take it, I mean, you know, the usual kind of this is, you know, the kind of the elephant in the room, so to speak, right? If you take it as a metaphysical doctrine, as in your response to Raja, it sounded like you accepted that, and I think you know, not only as a metaphysical doctrine, it can also be epistemological and semantic and logical and all of these other things. But if it has a metaphysical view in it, then you run into problems of self-referential incoherence, right? By taking it, it seems to me, but you know, by taking it as sort of intellectual humility, right? Is it, you know, so I mean, I guess the short way to it, right, is something like this. We should be, you know, humble about our positions, because reality is multi-sided, and you know, and has these, you know, and so any view is partial, but that view that reality is multi-sided is itself a partial view on reality, and so reality is also not multi-sided, and then you get into problems, right? So what do you think about that?
I guess it's like, I feel like the philosopher's trick would be like, well, it's one of the sides is one-sided, but the whole thing is multi-sided. So yeah, they're both true. Like it's that, I feel like that's maybe a little too clever. So I also kind of think that like you have this problem in other ethical things. So it's like people who advocate for tolerance, you're like, oh, I see. So you're intolerant of intolerance, and they're like, kind of like, yeah, a little bit, because otherwise that's the whole thing. Right? So, or like, you know, or they have to say like, yeah, you know what, you're right, I should be a little bit more tolerant of intolerance. And then you're like, wow, you really are you weren't joking about it or whatever. So maybe there's like, you let a little bit in, but not enough to undermine the whole thing. Or maybe you do this kind of like different senses things that you find in you know, other contexts, like the bucket of ocean or whatever. So those would be my two temptations, to use those kinds of strategies to be like, yeah, it's damage control there. But again, it's like, I do think like the historical version is, I think you bump up to, is just like, there's limits, because like the thing that's supposed to make Jainism better than not Jainism is one of the things is anekānta. So it's like, and it's like one of the things that makes it better is like, is right. Right? So it's like, I do think you have to like, maybe you're like, well, you have to reduce the scope. I guess I should say, this sort of came up in my thinking, is like, it's not clear to me how, when you transplant the scope, how it's going to work. So like a lot of the examples in the early texts seem to me to be about particularly philosophical views about the nature of reality. And so then when I'm like, oh, what about like white supremacists, or what about like these kind of ethical views or whatever, I I wonder if I'm like not asking the idea to do more work than it initially was meant to do. And so I have problems that, you know, the source of the view doesn't have, but I kind of have to work out, and I could work it out by like maybe limiting the domain or placing certain constraints on it. And then I just would do that. But anyway, that's also a hard question.
Kimberly?
Yeah, so great talk, Nick, and it was great to hear it for a second time, because I guess I was able to understand the contours of your view with a little bit more clarity. So my question is just more generally about disambiguating epistemic from ethical harms. So I take it that on your view, there is really sort of this mistake that some epistemologists like Elizabeth Anderson are making when they argue that there are certain harms that are genuinely epistemic harms. They're harms to people, but insofar as we discount their knowledge systems as being like methodologically viable or justifiable. And I take it that one of the reasons Anderson is committed to this view is because there are certain structures societally which just enact certain epistemic norms over others. So is she doing something wrong on your view? Is she conflating these two domains in a way she shouldn't conflate them? And of course, I have an interest in this question because I think I do the same thing that Anderson does. I sort of adopt that picture that there are genuine epistemic harms, and they kind of run together with some ethical harms, but they're still genuinely epistemic in some way.
Yeah, I guess I would. Maybe I'm just like so in the mood now where I'm like, yeah, there's a harm and it has two aspects. One is an epistemic aspect and one is an ethical aspect, and they're both aspects of the same harm or whatever. And I guess that sounds really theory driven, but I'm just like, you know, if someone's talking to me and I'm not listening to them, I feel like I'm not, in a way, I'm not validating their experience. It's like kind of and it might be even like, you know, in stronger cases where people are like dismissing indigenous knowledge or whatever, and then they're like, you're kind of like, oh, that's like a epistemic, you're enacting this kind of structural epistemic colonialism or whatever. But it's also like, you're not you're not listening to actual people that you should be listening to, and you're not acknowledging them as genuine interlocutors or whatever, which I think is like also has an ethical aspect. So I would want to be like, yeah, it's a harm and you can just have two aspects, and you might theorize more about one, or it might be useful to just focus on that aspect, and you could talk about questions that only talk about that aspect. But like like you're saying, reality is just not that simple, and they're just like things are complex and they go together. So that's what I don't know if that makes you happy or sad.
I know, I like that view. I think it's interesting. But I think, you know, one of the reasons epistemic harms are so problematic, as I think Anand and some others were articulating earlier, is insofar as you can harm yourself and prevent yourself from having access rationally to new bodies of evidence that would be relevant in terms of how you are characterizing descriptively the world. So I'm thinking about like, you know, fire ecological suppression in the Western United States. That derives specifically from oppressing certain bodies of traditional ecological knowledge. But now the harms that even as white colonial descendants were facing are both epistemic. We realize we were just wrong, right? Like we patently just saw something incorrect about the world because we discounted this body of evidence on the one hand. And then of course, there are like ethical upshots too. People are losing their homes. Biodiversity is suffering as a result. So anyway,
Yeah,
I think
I guess I would think, just to add another example, like if an example that occurs to me is like someone, for example, with an eating disorder, they're in a position where they're like, they can't trust their own appetite. They can't trust what they see in the mirror. That's like a real epistemic harm, but it's like, also I feel like I want to say like they've been harmed in an ethical way too, like in a way that's like deeply related to the epistemic harm. So I would be like, yeah, in that case, it feels like they just really deeply go together.
All right, we got to move to Kimberly. Thank you, Nick. That was wonderful. There's so much more to talk about here, but we got to roll forward. Without further ado, the wonderful Kimberly Dill from Santa Clara University. Do you want to share a screen, or do you want to do the PowerPoint again?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Oh, I have so many tabs open. My apologies. This is making it more difficult than I had thought it was going to be. Just one second. Oh, wow. How embarrassing. I'm revising 2 articles at the moment, so my computer is a little bit of a mess. One second. Anand, you know, I just had, when I signed on today, it's telling me to update my system preferences. So I did, and it looks like my permission settings have changed. Have you run into this before by chance? It's saying system preferences unknown for sharing screen in particular.
Yes, I have run into this problem before, but I'm not the person who knows how to solve it. I have run into it. And actually, sometimes what I do is I click the button that says, and it says, don't update, because I've had this problem before, and there's many, the updates continue. Are you not able to share screen at all? You can't see it?
Yeah, it's asking me to open my system preferences, but when I click the open system preferences, I'm not actually, it doesn't open my system preferences, which is a little bit confusing.
Do you have any ideas?
No, I have not run into this issue before. Is there a way you can share it with me or Anand, and we can share it for you?
Let's see. So, what is your email address?
Let me drop it in the chat really quick.
Sorry, I didn't realize this was going to be an issue.
Hey, I mean, your issue is I got locked out of my whole Zoom account from my university because they updated my password, and that's I had to create links. So trust me, man, it's pretty chaotic on my end too.
Are you sharing this through Google or?
This is through Google, yeah. So it's
actually let me give you a different email address because it will be faster. 1 second. There we go.
Right. It's interesting because last week I did not have this issue, so it's always a mystery with Zoom. It's a series of surprises. All right, so it should be sent your way. Hopefully you'll get an invitation quickly. And so I guess as we're waiting, I'll just give a little bit of background. So the reason I asked Nick that last question was because I do have this set of working background assumptions that epistemic and ethical harms can run together in many interesting cases. And so more specifically today, I want to sort of apply the epistemic conception of anekāntavāda in conjunction with intellectual ahimsa or intellectual nonviolence to an applied case in thinking about indigenous philosophical and scientific ways of knowing. Oh, nice. Okay, so perfect. I guess the tricky thing about this is knowing how to go to the next slide, but oh, maybe I can actually, since I'm working with it too, does my modification change on your end?
It doesn't look like it does.
I just say next slide. I've done it this way before, Kimberly.
Okay, we'll just do it. We'll just do it this way. Yeah. So we can just hop to the next slide. So I'm thinking more specifically about how the construction of certain scientific tools like telescopes can actually serve as material manifestations of epistemic harms. So more specifically in the context of this talk, I'm thinking about the construction of the 30-meter telescope on the Hawaiian mountain of Mauna Kea. And although the construction of a telescope may at first seem to be something like an epistemic good, insofar as it extends our capacity to engage in certain acquisitions of astronomical bodies of evidence, I want to argue that the construction of this telescope is epistemically and ethically impermissible, given the ways that it deprioritizes or wrests Native Hawaiian peoples of their claims to their particular bodies of knowledge and their land rights. So again, I'm conceiving of this harm as being twofold. It's an epistemic harm against Native Hawaiian peoples, and it's an ethical harm against Native Hawaiian peoples. So next slide, if you don't mind. So, for example, Native Hawaiian peoples argue more specifically that the construction of this 30-meter telescope on the Hawaiian mountain of Mauna Kea is an injustice against their people insofar as it continues to reinforce or reenact a series of colonial harms that have occurred in Hawaii. So more specifically, Native Hawaiian peoples are engaged in an ongoing series of protests against the construction of the 30-meter telescope, arguing that it constitutes a form of epistemic and religious desecration. So next slide. So I'm working with some background assumptions, philosophically speaking. I think that's becoming quite clear at this point. So some of these background assumptions I have learned through the course of our conversations over the weekend and today are pretty contentious philosophically. So I understand that at the outset. Nevertheless, I do think that there is some usefulness in drawing some of the conceptual comparisons that I'll be relying upon today in order to have conversations about applied issues in terms of Indigenous rights and justice on the one hand, and environmental ethics on the other hand. So sometimes not having the finest set of distinctions in these domains, I think, is permissible, so long as we highlight areas for future inquiry and clarification. And so what I want to gesture at today is that I think there's a sort of commonality between three kinds of ways of thinking about epistemology. So in the Western sort of analytic philosophical domain, the epistemic theory that I'm gesturing to is called standpoint epistemology. In the Eastern Indian Jain philosophical domain, the theory that I'm drawing a comparison between is that of anekāntavāda, or the commitment to epistemic many-sidedness, which, as other individuals have mentioned today, is not a commitment to relativism, but rather is a commitment to something more akin to perspectivalism, which can actually get us in an aggregate form to a clearer understanding of the world as it really is. So it's still a sort of epistemic realism. It's not a form of relativism. And I'm also committed to the idea that this standpoint epistemology that I'm arguing is kind of structurally analogous is likewise, I think, not a form of relativism. So let me just get clear on what those two comparisons kind of consist in. So far as I understand standpoint epistemology, I think it's an epistemic sort of orientation that states that the body of knowledge that a person or a culture has access to is conditioned by their social position. And indeed, sort of given my inclinations in environmental philosophy more generally, I think we can say something a little bit stronger here. So we can say something like the following: a person's body of knowledge is also conditioned by reference to one's Umwelt, which is just a German term that says something like the bodily composition that one is sort of enacted in as a biological organism. So on this kind of view of standpoint epistemology, I want to make space for the claim that, for example, members of our species, Homo sapiens, have access to certain bodies of knowledge about the world that are conditioned by reference to our sense modalities, and also things like our culture and our linguistic inheritance on the one hand. But there are also other forms of knowing in the world that are maybe not propositionally articulated. So for example, members of the species canid, or dogs, for example, they have access to certain bodies of knowledge that are different from Homo sapiens, insofar as they have different embodied Umwelts, or different kinds of cognitive and sensory constructions and modalities. So it's a pretty broad conception of standpoint epistemology. It's not just a feminist and anti-racist conception. It also is kind of motivated by some of my background commitments in environmental philosophy and ethics more generally, about broadening our scope of intelligence beyond just the human world, just for some background there. So another feature of a commitment to this kind of standpoint epistemology is, I think, gesturing at something like this commitment to perspectivalism, right? Because insofar as not one individual's perspective is complete, that is, not every human person speaks every language or is in every social position, an individual person is by necessity going to have their epistemic body of evidence constrained by reference to their particular standpoint, social, epistemological position. And there are many kinds of standpoint epistemological theories that have been sort of articulated in the literature. So there's Elizabeth Anderson, Miranda Fricker, Harding, Toole, Dotson. There are so many different varietals of this overarching view. So I'm just kind of taking its general insights to bear in the context of this conversation. I'm also going to be adopting two concepts that have been articulated by the specific standpoint epistemologist, Black feminist epistemologist, more specifically, Christy Dotson, who is committed to this idea that there is a sort of axiological set of assumptions that are built into the kind of epistemic authority that a person is taken to have in, for example, the societal construction of one's world. So according to Dotson, there are these sort of attributions, societally speaking, of both epistemic status and epistemic power that are granted to individuals or communities on the basis of, for example, their economic status or their ethnicity or their race or their gender. And we can already see where this is going as a result of giving higher degrees of epistemic status or power to certain individuals or groups merely on the basis of those contingent features like their ethnicity or their gender, etc. We kind of commit, we really do commit, forms of what she terms epistemic injustices against other groups that are wrested or divested, even we might say, of their epistemic power or status in ways that are not justifiable, right? Because they're drawn more specifically on the basis of those contingent features that really shouldn't have such a high epistemic standing in terms of the evaluation of whether their bodies of evidence are good or not, right? They're just contingent features. They're not like necessarily constitutive ones. So these concepts of epistemic status and power for Dotson are kind of coextensive. They co-determine each other. So for example, epistemic power refers to differing ranges of privilege and underprivilege that are determined by negative assessments of one's epistemic position. That is, a person or a group's claims to know something about a proposition P just on the basis of, again, who they are. And so in this talk, I'm also assuming that these attributions of epistemic power and epistemic status matter, right, both epistemically insofar as we either grant them status as testimonial authorities, but also they get enacted materially. That is, they get built into the way that we structure our world, right? So next slide, please. So in a similar way, I think like this Jain concept of anekāntavāda, or a commitment to the notion of epistemic multifacetedness or many-sidedness, shares many commonalities with this background kind of assumption that I have in terms of how I'm I guess, interpreting what standpoint epistemology is. So in order to draw that comparison more explicitly, here's a brief sort of definition of what the epistemic theory of anekāntavāda is committed to. And I'm drawing on Anand Vaidya's 2018 paper in order to do this. So here's a quote. Non-one-sidedness is a way of accommodating opposing views into a harmony of truths about the same thing. Okay, and so maybe I'm doing something sort of conceptually irresponsible here, but I'm assuming that this sort of epistemic or maybe even metaphysical commitment to anekāntavāda is very closely related to a sort of intellectual or dialectical commitment to the related concept of intellectual ahimsa or intellectual nonviolence. In other words, the idea is, so far as I understand it, something like the following. If we take the claim seriously that our perspectives as epistemic knowers are limited, then we need to acknowledge the fact that other agents in the world have access to different bodies of evidence that it's epistemically important for us to gain access to through dialogue, through argument, through conversation. But we need to gain access to these other epistemic pictures of the puzzle in order to gain a fuller picture about how the world really is, right? Something like that. And the way that we can enact this is by engaging in dialogues, debates, conversations that are cooperative, as Nick was gesturing at earlier, that allow us some degree, maybe not full open-mindedness, that might get us into trouble, as Emily gestured at, but like a degree of open-mindedness that will allow us to interweave our perspectives with others in a way that ultimately yields a unifying theory that makes the best sense of things, right? And so in order to do this, we need to abide by the principle, or maybe even the intellectual virtue, of intellectual ahimsa, or intellectual nonviolence. We don't discount another individual's perspective, in other words, insofar as that would both harm them on the one hand, but it would also close us off to accessing an important body of knowledge that would be relevant in our analysis and assessment qua knowers. Okay. So with this set of background assumptions in mind, I think this sounds really similar to a kind of standpoint epistemology, because at least on my interpretation of standpoint epistemology, it's not the case that any one person's perspective, maybe qua feminist or qua anti-racist, is necessarily better than other perspectives. But standpoint epistemology acknowledges that we can't engage in the process of piecing together perspectives in the way that anekāntavāda recommends, unless we give an equal epistemic status and authority to all of the perspectives that are participating in a conversation. Otherwise, if we are discounting the epistemic status and power of other perspectives, they, figuratively and even quite literally in terms of the way that we structure conferences and the like, are not going to have a seat at the table. And thus, the relevant pieces of evidence that they might bring to the conversation will be excluded from the get-go. And again, this is problematic both epistemically insofar as it harms our capacity to form more comprehensive theories on the one hand, but it also constitutes a series of ethical harms to the individuals who are excluded from the conversation in the process. So, one of the arguments that I want to make in this piece is that in order for us to achieve what I'm seeing as the epistemic goal of anekāntavāda, a more comprehensive picture of the world that acknowledges epistemic multifacetedness and interweaves perspectives in a good way, we need to first enact a degree of epistemic justice in order to allow more perspectives to the table, or rather, in order to encourage more perspectives to come to the table, right, in a good way. Once we're able to achieve this kind of epistemic equity, then we can achieve anekāntavāda via engaging in what I call the project of constructing patchwork postulates that interweave epistemic domains together in a way that gets us a more comprehensive theory on the one hand, but in a way that also kind of preserves perspectival differences. In other words, I don't think on my interpretation that anekāntavāda aims to eliminate perspectival difference. Rather, I think it attempts to interweave the domains in a way that is mutually informative while simultaneously acknowledging that perspectives are always embodied. And we can't really eliminate embodiment, at least not until something like a soteriological conception of enlightenment is achieved, if you think that's possible, which I acknowledge Jains do. Okay. So one way to put this, if you're into the philosophy of science, is that there are no isomorphic biconditional bridging principles that obtain between different epistemic domains of knowing. Instead, we can just like approximate translations between different epistemic domains in a way that, again, is mutually informative and that epistemically enriches our worldview. But they don't have to be precise, right? They don't have to be completely isomorphic. I think that would be asking for far too much. And I'm not committed to that form of reductionism, as some philosophers of science are. Okay, so next slide. And thank you so much for your help. So I want to draw one more comparison case today between standpoint epistemology, anekāntavāda and Jainism, And I want to bring into this conversation, just as a point of interest, given that we're all considering, right, perspectivalism as a potentially viable view, the fact that a similar kind of theory has also been articulated in some sort of budding fields of indigenous philosophy. And I call it a budding field of indigenous philosophy because historically, indigenous ways of knowing have been excluded from the academic discourse. So I'm conceiving of this in terms of like an academic kind of contribution to the discipline. I think that implicitly this epistemic theory has been operating in the background, however, of like folk ecological conceptions of epistemology in indigenous systems for thousands of years, right? So more specifically, in the context of indigenous philosophy of science, there's a commitment to this notion that the epistemic worldview we ought to adopt is called the project of two-eyed seeing and integrative science. The idea that if we want to address questions in, for example, ecology or astronomy well, then it would behoove us to interweave or integrate the empirical insights in both Western, traditional empirical science on the one hand, and an indigenous traditional ecological knowledge on the other hand. So Elder Albert Marshall of the Mi'kmaq Nation in what is now British Columbia has called this the project of two-eyed seeing. To quote, "Two-eyed seeing is hard to convey to academics as it does not fit into any particular subject area or discipline. Rather, it is about life, what you do, what kind of responsibilities you have, how you should live while on the earth. It is, in other words, a guiding principle that covers all aspects of our lives, social, economic, environmental, etc. The advantage of two-eyed seeing is that you are always fine-tuning your mind into different places at once. You are always looking for another perspective and a better way of doing things," end quote. So I think that this general project of two-eyed seeing and indigenous integrative science, again, shares many kind of species commonalities with both standpoint epistemology and Jain anekāntavāda. And so if we want to illuminate our thinking in any one of these areas, given our specializations and preferences, I'm encouraging us to investigate the others in order to integrate the insights contained in those conversations therein. After all, doing so in this kind of tripartite perspectival way honors some of the aims of all three of these theories insofar as they, I think, are generally committed to the claim that epistemic multifacetedness or the integration of diverse worldviews will ultimately get us a more comprehensive body of knowledge at the end of the day. Okay, so next slide. Thank you. All right, so the overarching argument that I'm defending in this paper integrates all of that good background stuff. Maybe you don't think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's at least interesting. Even if you're not convinced, I think there are areas worth investigating here. So integrating those sort of background assumptions that I'm working with, this is the ultimate argument that I want to defend. Something like pluralism or standpoint epistemology obtains. I think that this can be justified just by reference to like some of the evidence on implicit bias or cognitive penetrability. We could argue about that, but that's sort of premise one. That's an assumption that I'm making for this piece. Premise two, this is kind of a statement of both anekāntavāda and two-eyed seeing on the indigenous worldview. More complete theories interweave distinct yet complementary epistemic domains or worldviews in an epistemically harmonious fashion. I think that there's a lot of conceptual work to be done when we talk about how we interweave epistemic worldviews or domains harmoniously, but it's worth noting that this is not uncommon language that's being utilized in the literature. For example, in the quote that I read from Vaidya earlier, he also utilized that term harmony, which I thought was quite interesting. I do, however, want to flag that giving a more full and comprehensive theory of what epistemic harmony between domains looks like is necessary and important. And for at least my part, that is an area for future investigation and work. I'm not doing that in this piece specifically. Okay, premise 3, two-eyed seeing or anekāntavāda, the goals thereof more specifically, can only be achieved, this is my original claim, when the epistemic status and power of participating parties is roughly equivalent. So here's, I think, a good example of a field that integrates like a degree of anekāntavāda or two-eyed seeing. The field of astrobiology as a scientific discipline interweaves diverse insights from chemistry, biology, astrophysics, and even anthropology and linguistics in some cases, if we're thinking about the possibility of like very fully developed extraterrestrial life, highly cognitively developed extraterrestrial life more specifically. So in the field of astrobiology, right, the interweaving of these various empirical domains is only made possible insofar as the epistemic status of all of these fields is conceived of as being roughly equivalent, right? Like there is something to be learned from all of these fields. That's why we can talk about them together in a pluralistic fashion that yields insights about, for example, how we define life more generally. Does it require carbon? Can it be silicon-based? All of that good stuff, right? Okay, so that's premise 3. Premise 4, the epistemic power and status of traditional ecological and Western scientific bodies of knowledge, however, is not currently on par. And so when we think about interweaving the insights of these two epistemic domains, traditional ecological knowledge and Western science, it's hard to know how we can do so when the epistemic status of these domains is not equivalent. Both parties are not commonly invited to the same table in order to have conversations about, for example, whether to build the 30-meter telescope. So in order to achieve the goals of anekāntavāda or two-eyed seeing, there has to be a kind of epistemic justice that's also material, which is enacted. In order to even get the project of practically achieving anekāntavāda off the ground, first we have to enact a form of justice. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah, and then I guess we might have to go through a few just for the sake of time. So I'm just going to keep this incredibly brief, but it's worth noting for those who are not familiar with the history that Native Hawaiians have been experiencing a ton of injustice at the hands of white European colonists over the course of the past few hundred years. So I won't run through this now, but if you want to talk about it in the Q&A, I'm more than happy to address, so far as I'm able, some of these historical considerations. It is worth noting, however, that the overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii and the divestment of Queen Liliuokalani from her throne occurred really late in the colonial game, in around 1898. More specifically, Hawaii became a US state in 1959. So it's a rather recent sense of epistemic and colonial material injustice that Native Hawaiians have been experiencing. So next slide, please. So in the context of the current conversation, as I said at the very beginning of the talk, I'm really concerned specifically with thinking about the construction of the TMT on the mountain of Mauna Kea as specifically a form of epistemic injustice. So just for some background context, Mauna Kea, which is located on the Big Island of Hawaii, is the second largest shield volcano in our solar system, and when measured from its base to its peak is quite technically the tallest mountain on Earth at around 33,000 feet in height. So these are just like some interesting geological considerations, but from the perspective of traditional ecological knowledge of Native Hawaiians in particular, Mauna Kea is also considered quite literally a physical and spiritual ancestor of the native Hawaiian people. It is, in other words, a manifestation of the cosmological deities that they conceive of as important, and to this day is considered to be the primary sacred site for native Hawaiian populations, right? So it's a sacred site in a way similar to how, I don't know, a church or the like could be conceived of as a sacred site for a member of the Christian faith and Western Christianity. So next slide, please. So here's some evidence that demonstrates, again, not just that Mauna Kea is important to native Hawaiian people, but that from an epistemic and an ethical perspective, the physical feature of Mauna Kea qua mountain is actually constitutive, right? It partially constitutes or serves to determine native Hawaiian self and cultural identity, which may seem from a Western or an Indian perspective to be a pretty big and strange claim. But again, we're granting that there's something to be learned on the basis of taking the epistemic worldview of traditional ecological knowledge at value as having a kind of status that's worth listening to and learning from. So here's a quote from Malley and Pomeroy Malley. In any discussion of Hawaiian land, Aina, that which sustains the people, and its place in culture, it is also appropriate to briefly discuss traditional Hawaiian land terms, as the terms demonstrate an intimate knowledge of the environment about them. We observe once again that in the Hawaiian mind, all aspects of natural and cultural resources are interrelated. All are culturally significant. Thus, when speaking of Mauna Kea, the firstborn child of Hawaii, abode of the gods, its integrity and sense of place depends on the well-being of the whole entity, not just a part of it. Okay, so next slide, please. So as this demonstrates, right, Mauna Kea is a mountain, yes, but for native Hawaiian peoples, it's a sacred site wherein activities, rituals, practices, both cultural and personal on the individual level, are enacted on a regular basis. So, for example, there have been over 100 archaeological sites outfitted with a variety of shrines that have been found either historically or contemporaneously on Mauna Kea as a mountain. The integrity of Mauna Kea also plays this important cultural role in the way that native Hawaiians understand themselves culturally and shape themselves as a society. We can utilize some of the terminology given to us by, for example, Indigenous scholar Kyle Powys-White to characterize this constitutive identity relationship as being also one that plays an important role in the way that native Hawaiian self-determination and sovereignty is enacted, right? So in other words, having a certain right to engage in the way that Mauna Kea gets materially structured plays an important role in the way that native Hawaiians conceive of themselves as a sovereign people. But when we start to, as individuals who belong to like a Western academic cultural context, one that's maybe scientific or more specifically astronomical, go on to Mauna Kea and build telescopes. There are already many telescopes that now dot the landscape of Mauna Kea at the moment. What I'm arguing in this piece is that we impose a certain form of material and epistemic knowledge systems, scientific Western knowledge systems, onto a landscape in a way that is actually divesting native Hawaiian peoples of their right to self-determination and sovereignty. So an epistemic harm ends up becoming also a structural and material harm insofar as the way that we build on sacred sites It does two things. It tells Native Hawaiians, hey, your body of knowledge doesn't matter and is not relevant on the one hand. And B, you don't have a right to the land that is historically and ancestrally yours in the first place. Thus, like, we, are reinforcing these kind of colonial patriarchal ways of being and structuring society along those two dimensions, epistemic and ethical. So next slide, please. So this is Elder Albert Marshall, whom I referenced earlier, one of the first individuals to articulate in academia this sort of epistemic commitment to two-eyed integrative philosophy of science, quite frankly. Here's a quote from Elder Albert Marshall. When you force people to abandon their ways of knowing, their ways of seeing the world, you literally destroy their spirit. And once that spirit is destroyed, it is very, very difficult to embrace anything, academically or through sports or through arts or through anything, because that person is never complete. But to create a complete picture of a person, their spirit, their physical being, their emotions, and their intellectual being, all have to be intact and work in a very harmonious way. And again, we're seeing this concept of something like epistemic harmony pop up again. I just want to flag that because it does warrant a deeper sort of explication or analytic assessment and articulation. So next slide, please. Yeah, and could we just keep going? We'll keep going. I think we get the picture, right? When we build telescopes on sacred mountains, we're reinforcing the high epistemic status and power of Western scientific knowledge, not just to the exclusion of indigenous ways of knowing in this case, but also at the expense of, at the cost of, divesting Native Hawaiians of their claims to know and of their claims to act in ways that are known. Okay, so I'm not going to talk right now about how awesome the 30-meter telescope is. If you want to talk about like the engineering specifics, I'm happy to. Just for some background, I came to this conversation again by way of environmental ethics. One of my primary areas of specialization is the conservation of natural darkness. So I love telescopes. I have one in the background here. I love Western astronomy. I am, if you can't tell, a white woman. So I really am quite an empiricist in a very naturalistic way. However, throughout the conversation of having practical on-the-ground discussions about dark sky conservation with astronomers, I started to become aware of this project to build the TMT on Mauna Kea. And during the course of those conversations, I became, quite frankly, deeply uncomfortable because it was clear to me, right, that doing so was an injustice. No matter how cool I think the TMT and its construction is, I don't think we should build it because it doesn't achieve some of the ends that we might have as individuals who are either perspectivalists, standpoint epistemologists, or more specifically, those of us who are committed to some conception of anekāntavāda. So that's just a little bit of background. We can continue if you don't mind with the slides. I won't talk a lot about what the aims of the TMT are right now or here today. And so we'll keep going a little bit. All right. So here's like a visual illustration of the two sort of epistemic domains that we're contemplating in this particular context. On the left-hand side of the proverbial board, we have an illustration of a constellation that is endemic or typical of Native Hawaiian astronomy. And on the right-hand side of the board, we have the typical Western astronomical way of clustering stars into constellations, utilizing the Greek terminology and mythology to do so. So if we can just segue into the next slide, please. All right, so I just wanted to say a little bit very briefly about these two epistemic domains that I'm kind of teasing apart, and which I'm arguing we need to work in order to make more equitable epistemically, so that they can join in on the kind of anekāntavāda conversation that I think many of us have in mind as a sort of teleological goal of doing epistemology in this pluralistic or sort of perspectival way. So traditional ecological knowledge, which is the body or methodology adopted by, for example, Native Hawaiians and Native Hawaiian astronomers more specifically, is a body of knowledge that does not draw a kind of sharp dualism between nature and culture. So with this in mind, methodologically, traditional ecological knowledge is not committed to a form of objective, neutral, scientific, epistemic truth. Instead, knowledge is embodied, it's relative to your culture, to your landscape, and to the practices actually that you enact in that particular landscape. So with that in mind, it also centralizes some ethical practices as viable modes by which knowledge can be acquired, which might seem funky from like a Western scientific perspective. But more specifically, there are these kinds of moral emotions that traditional ecological knowledge bearers tend to recommend, including, for example, practices that exhibit reverence for more than human entities and landscapes, which these theorists argue actually enable you to gain more information about the world, because moral emotions are, for them, defined in a cognitivist way. That is to say, emotional content is actually propositional, and emotions, like beliefs, can be reasonable or unreasonable on the basis of whether, for example, they accurately represent the world in the right kinds of ways. And so the interesting claim here, methodologically, for a tech proponent, a traditional ecological knower, is that reverence enables you, when it's cultivated in the right kind of way, to gain more epistemic access to, for example, knowledge about how ecosystems work. Right. And I think that's a rather interesting claim. It's a claim I assess in some of my other philosophical work. Okay, so that's tech. Scientific knowledge, by contrast, of course, it centralizes the quest for knowledge acquisition, but it also aspires toward this kind of epistemic neutrality that tech just isn't committed to, right? Because tech, by contrast, conceives of knowledge perspectivally. It's situated both in a culture, in a body, and in a geographical landscape. Likewise, maybe this is tenable. I think this is actually changing because some scientists are starting to integrate, as I mentioned earlier, some of the insights from traditional ecological knowledge. But historically speaking, the scientific methodology presumes a tenable, dualistic distinction between subjects qua knowers and objects qua that which is studied. And it's often reductionistic, right? So it aims to remove, so far as is possible, the sort of contamination of the first personal subjectival experience from the explanation of the world that a person attempts to formulate through, say, a scientific theory and its formulation. Okay, so next slide, please. And then I'll wrap up soon. So the general claim that I want to make with all of this on the board is that whenever, for example, the traditional ecological knowledge of Native Hawaiians is perceived of and is treated as though it has a lower epistemic power and status, we get in this structural way the reinforcement of oppressive colonial conditions, like divesting Native peoples of their land rights or building telescopes on the mountains that they conceive of as sacred and epistemically relevant. So that gets reflected through the material and the legal structures that we implement, land use being one prime example. And when we construct material telescopes on the basis of this further epistemic and ethical oppression, we end up reinforcing this cycle of, let's call it something like epistemic violence, right? And again, maybe we can argue about whether it really is a form of epistemic violence or ethical violence. Maybe these are aspects or different ways of characterizing the same phenomenon. I'm open to those different ways of understanding this issue. And so just one more slide, and then we'll have just a few minutes, I guess, for Q&A. My apologies. So one of the arguments, in fact, I think the ultimate conclusion that I'm trying to justify through my argument in this paper, which is quite under development, is that in order for us to achieve the ends of true perspectivalism or anekāntavāda, to really take it seriously, we have to enact a form of intellectual ahimsa, which could also be reinterpreted as a form of epistemic mediation, right? So we learn how to elevate, we work to elevate the epistemic status and power of, say, traditional ecological knowers in a way that contributes to the cultural rejuvenation of, for example, astronomical and linguistic histories through state and national funding. This, by extension, is going to further elevate the status and power of those communities by alleviating and contributing to the satisfaction of the needs of the historically marginalized. And one way to do this is by taking seriously, right, two-eyed seeing initiatives that are a form of anekāntavāda on my worldview. Some other individuals I haven't spoken about today have talked about this a little bit, including Kim Tallbear in Indigenous and Native American Studies. She calls this a form of Indigenous science and technology studies, specifically when you interweave those two domains of Western and traditional ecological Native American science. So one more slide, and then we can just like leave it on that slide and have a conversation. Perfect. So, you know, we had the positive feedback loop with negative consequences earlier. So on the board here, I have a positive feedback loop with, I think, positive epistemic and ethical consequences, which just actually implements, right, that insight of epistemic mediation that I just proposed. So on that note, I don't think we should build the 30-meter telescope, at least not now, until the epistemic status and power of Indigenous peoples is elevated in Hawaii, and until they consent more specifically to the building of these material structures. So thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you so much, Kimberly. Okay, Chris?
Yes, thank you so much, Kimberly. I really enjoyed your presentation from the Jain side and from the Hawaiian side. My wife and I lived on the Big Island, and I've done research. And one of the chapters in my book is about a yoga community that meditates on former Lyman-owned land in Puna, which I know you're probably aware of that area as well. And one of the things that we experienced there was that there were multiple communities that were making claims towards, let's just say, Hawaiianness or the Hawaiian nation, right? And a lot of those people were actually white, who I guess you could say were allies of the movement. And you know, as an ethnographer, what I experienced is there were multiple competing voices in this quote unquote native Hawaiian epistemic community. And I guess my question is how do we, within that, you're using the two-eyed seeing, which I love, how do we determine who this epistemic community is? I mean, it seems like to me it was multiple epistemic Hawaiian, quote unquote, Hawaiian communities that were contributing to this project of sovereignty or whatever. And I guess it just gets me thinking more deeply about who gets to represent that Hawaiian voice in this system that you've shown us. But I think it's brilliant, and I experienced many of the things that you've gone over here, and be curious to hear your thoughts on that.
You're so right. And I should have been more careful. Typically, when I give this talk, I start by saying whenever we contemplate like who is Native Hawaiian, we shouldn't create a monolithic conception of one unified community, because as you're pointing out, Chris, right, there are many disparate voices within the Native Hawaiian community. But through some of the sort of academic research, at least that I've conducted, I've come to see that at least a lot of individuals who identify as Native Hawaiian scholars argue that direct descendants of divestment and colonization should qualify as members who have a larger claim to argue in favor of like land use rights, or, you know, what counts as constitutive of the Native Hawaiian epistemic body of knowledge. So I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but I do think that we have a similar set of issues arise when we contemplate reparations in the US, for example. Like, is it every Black American who warrants material reparations through like a large lump sum? This is something that's, legislatively under consideration. Is it just the descendants, the direct descendants of Black slaves in the South, right? And people come away with different answers to that, also very tricky set of questions. So in general, I would argue anyone who has some ancestral connection to, Hawaiians prior to 1850 probably qualifies as an individual with a perspective that's constitutive of that cultural voice. And though there is still some disagreement within that community, the volume of protests and the volume of academic literature on this subject does indicate that the general democratic consensus within that community is one that is opposed to the construction of the TMT, at least until certain conditions are met. So, for example, a lot of my work is often not with philosophers. So as I said, I work with astronomers, and there is a subgroup of astronomers who are committed to what's called the Astronomical Sacred Sites Committee. And so how do we sort of mediate disputes between the construction of telescopes when they happen to occur on sacred sites, which tends to happen quite frequently because astronomers like really tall mountains with low atmospheric disturbance, and like those tend to be culturally relevant spaces, Mount Kailash in West Tibet, or we can think of so many examples. So one of the proposals in my deliberations with that community, which takes as its aim mediation with local populations, between local populations and astronomers more specifically, is arguing that we need to invest more funds in training Native Hawaiians and others in Western astrophysics so that they can actually embody a higher degree of epistemic status qua knowers in both traditions, and so that they can eventually also become stewards of the place by eventually occupying the position of director of the observatory or whatever, which would enact the goals harmoniously of both traditional ecological knowledge and Western science. And so I think that's a really interesting proposal, but it's one that needs to be consented to by all parties. And I guess the issue that I've been seeing is that we haven't had not enough of that open dialogue. I know that, Anand, you said you were privy to a debate on Mauna Kea about precisely this topic. But, currently the TMT is not slated for any further construction, both because of COVID-19, but also because the voice of Native Hawaiian protesters has been so powerful that I think in the public's eye, it seems like an injustice to continue with construction at the moment. So does that kind of answer your question, Chris? I know it's a difficult set of issues.
No, it really does. And you've given me much insight into this specific community or epistemic community. And particular issue kind of seemed to rally these disparate groups to be almost unanimous in their overall arching pushback against the building of the telescope itself. So thank you. Yes, I'm very satisfied, and I really do thank you once again.
Yeah, and thank you so much for your help with the slides. That was just so generous. I really appreciate that.
Anil?
Yeah, thank you. That was a really great, rich talk. So, I'm wondering about this turn that you and Nick are both making to, the anekāntavāda as intellectual humility, recognizing the limitedness of our own perspective. I fully I agree with Nick with what Nick said before, that the fact that this doesn't seem to have been the way classical Jain authors, pre-modern Jain authors used anekāntavāda is no argument that it can't be used in this way, it can't be understood in this way. But I want to still take seriously, what it might look like if it's not, what it might still look like if it's not used in exactly this way. And so the turn, so I'm wondering about, this turn to argument as, cooperative rather than competitive, as he said. I'm hearing myself echoing. Is anyone else hearing that?
Yes, you're echoing. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think now it's gone. this idea of sort of harmonizing, right? And what my question is, if anekāntavāda is understood more agonistically as I think it classically was, and I think that there are conceptual reasons to still understand it that way. I don't want to rule out, this more collaborative approach rather than competitive approach to argument and the intellectual humility stuff that you guys are talking about. I think this is all very interesting and promising and potentially very fruitful. But I do want to know that if one doesn't want to go all the way there and still maintain a view of that the sort of the intellectual historians insist on about anekāntavāda as agonistic, I mean, ultimately, my question is actually a very simple one, even beyond sort of anekāntavāda. Does agonism in itself imply epistemic injustice? Is argumentative agonism, ipso facto epistemically unjust? Or is there a way in which you can think about sort of agonistic pluralism, the sort of Chantal Mouffe kind of, way of thinking about democratic, practice as like you're respecting others as adversaries that are worthy of respect, even as you do your best to show how they're wrong?
Yeah, I love that question. And I should have spoken, I agree with Anand completely. And partially because I'm drawing on his conception of epistemic friction, or this notion like that a degree of, I call it when I'm teaching, a degree of healthy competition, whether epistemically or in the context of chess, is necessary in order to even like compare perspectives in a way that might be fruitful, while also, as Emily said earlier, not becoming so open-minded that we're open to any sort of irrational position. Like there's a degree of epistemic friction that's necessary there. So sticking to one's proverbial, I'm going to use the word hoe as opposed to gun, because I'm a pacifist at the end of the day. So in short, the way I'm thinking about this stuff, because I'm not properly speaking an epistemologist, is like in a very Phil bio kind of way. So when we contemplate, for example, the well-being or the flourishing of a forest, it doesn't make sense to contemplate like those ecological interactions or even the forces of natural selection in either purely individualistic and competitive means or in purely interdependent and cooperative ways of framing the conversation. Instead, the flourishing of an ecosystem requires degrees or a harmonic convergence of both, like competition and cooperation. But there are different forms of competition. There's unhealthy competition, whether that's a debate with an individual whom you discount as an epistemic knower with a claim to make any claims about the world, right? Or in the ecological context, when we think about like invasive species that are so out-competitive that they contribute to the decline of the overall well-being of that forested landscape. So I think that there's something that is required that integrates both competition and cooperation, or both disagreement and open-mindedness, in a way that generates what Vaidya has called, and I like this phrase, epistemic friction, but not epistemic domination or colonialism. I think those are different, or epistemic invasiveness, whatever terminology you're into. So I hope that helps to answer your question. I'm also kind of grasping for terms because I think a similar set of worries is cropping up in so many philosophical disciplines right now. So in phil biology, when we're contemplating how to recharacterize natural selection, integrating symbiosis. Here, when we're contemplating like intellectual ahimsa, yet not too much open-mindedness. Structurally, I see something similar happening in both of those cases. So I think it's like the most timely question, and one that we need to start contemplating and creating a new vocabulary in response to. So I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, I love that too, and I just want to say that that seems to me exactly right. That from my own sort of as a sort of a somewhere between an intellectual historian and a constructive philosopher of anekāntavāda, this seems to be exactly how it should be understood, as navigating and negotiating both the sort of the friction and the harmonization, the cooperation and the competition, the agreement and the disagreement. I think that's exactly what it's doing.
Thank
that's
you.
why I love the harmonic metaphor. And I'm actually writing a book about this, but it's like really tentative. It's called Harmonic Earth. It's trying to characterize that integration of both cooperation and competition. I like the music metaphor because my partner is a musician. You know, a wonderful piece of music integrates both dissonance and consonance and resolution. Like it's got to have like all of these elements in order for the song to be coherent and aesthetically enjoyable and palatable and moving. So anyway, I think that like maybe this harmonic framework has more to it than just being a heavy-handed, beautiful metaphor. I think like structurally, something's there. So we'll see whether that's true.
All right, Roger, we have to go to Emily because we're running a bit of time. So thank you so much. Great questions, great discussion. And now we have the great Emily Tilton.
Cool. Okay, I don't have a PowerPoint. I'm just going to talk, and I've started my timer. So I guess for those of you who don't know me, I guess I'll start by saying that I'm coming at this not from the literature on Jainism or Jainist epistemology, but instead from the feminist epistemology literature on standpoint epistemology. And I'm interested in how perspectivalism arises there. And I'm actually sort of deeply skeptical about maintaining a deeply perspectival epistemology. And so the point of my talk is going to be to raise some challenges to this kind of epistemology. But I also see a lot of value in the literature on standpoint epistemology and other like sort of similarly perspectival epistemologies. And I see resources and lessons there for trying to navigate maybe a sort of tension between perspectivalism and like a kind of corrosive relativism and stuff like that. So the structure of the talk is going to be that I'm going to give some background on feminist epistemology and standpoint epistemology broadly, and sort of the motivation for critiques of a purist, universalist, non-perspectival conception of objectivity that arises in the feminist literature. And then I'm going to point to a problem that this raises for feminist epistemologists in particular. And then I'm going to show that one way that standpoint epistemologists have tried to navigate this problem, and I'm going to show why it doesn't work. And in doing that, I'm hoping to point to sort of a deep issue for perspectivalism. That's the hope. So first, I'll give some background on what feminist epistemology is. And feminist epistemology is actually quite broad and heterogeneous, and it can be kind of hard to explain what it is that unifies it. My attempt at doing this is to say that feminist epistemologists are usually committed to one of two things. First, they'll usually see within epistemology useful tools for analyzing oppression. So by thinking about knowledge and our knowledge practices, we can actually come to understand how the social world works and the injustices within it. So the literature on testimonial injustice seems like a really straightforward example of this. But it's also not true that feminist epistemology is simply applied epistemology, where we take the tools of epistemology and then try to understand our social world. There's also usually a commitment to going the other way, whereby focusing on our knowledge practices and taking them seriously as social practices, we can improve our epistemological theorizing. And so in this direction, you can sort of see it as akin to criticisms of philosophy of science that proceed or are done by people who don't know anything about science. It's like totally divorced from how science actually works. That's sort of the same thing that feminist epistemologists are doing when they make this claim that we should be attending to our actual knowledge practices when doing our epistemological theorizing. So there's some applied feminist epistemology, but it's not simply applied. It's often usually going in this more theoretical direction as well. Okay, so feminist epistemologists are usually aiming to do epistemology that's going to serve feminist aims. And they've taken this project to require rejecting what I'm going to call a purist epistemology. And a purist epistemology is basically one that aims to make universal knowledge claims. So the kind of knowledge claim that could be accepted by anyone, regardless of their social context, their social location, their values, anything like that. So the thought is supposed to be that the acceptance of some claim isn't conditioned by bias values, emotions, or anything partial and distorting. Instead, the acceptance is sort of purely rational, such that anyone who's exercising their rational capacities would also accept that claim. And so we're striving to make universal knowledge claims, which also sort of implies there are universal standards for acceptance. And so in this picture, the sort of image of the ideal knower that we get is one that is sort of disembodied, disconnected, and sort of outside of the world. So one that's sort of got like a God's eye perspective on things. And it's the person who's in this perspective that is able to make the kind of universal claim that purist epistemologists are interested in making. So we've got a view about the claims we're making, the knower who's able to make them, and then finally we've got a claim about how we are supposed to try to get in that position. And usually here, the sort of methodology for approximating this ideal knower is to try to remove the sort of distorting elements that limit our perspective. So we want to transcend basically our perspectival limitations and our social context. So we want to remove those things from inquiry. We're going to try to ask questions as if we were not ourselves, basically. So that's how we're going to approximate the knower sort of in this purist framework. And feminist epistemologists have tended to reject this purist framework. And they basically think that this purist framework is characterized by what they call the God trick, where we try to turn ourselves into God and get this third eye view. And they think that the God trick is impossible, and that the myth that we can do it is actually serving an ideological function. So they think that the God trick is impossible because they observe that we are necessarily socially situated. They say that we cannot step outside of our knowledge practices. We are always necessarily inside of them. It's kind of similar to what Nick was saying earlier about the misinterpretation of the elephant thing, where it's like, okay, we're supposed to be the person touching the elephant, not like us looking in. Like that kind of perspective is not actually achievable. We're always inside. And so striving to achieve the God trick is striving for something that just can't be done. And importantly, they think that in striving for this, basically what the God trick does as an ideal is it allows us to obscure how power and oppression shape our actual knowledge practices, because it allows us to ignore how things like social position and values sort of always and necessarily condition our knowledge claims. And so it allows people to present some claim as neutral and objective, when of course it isn't. It's made by someone who occupies a particular social location in a particular social context, where those things are sort of inevitably shaped by values and things that are contingent. And so the thought is basically that like the purist epistemology framework obscures exactly those factors that are relevant if you want to be using epistemology to pursue feminist aims, because it obscures things like social position, values, and how those things shape knowledge. And for those reasons, that's sort of like why it's been dominant in mainstream analytic philosophy, because that epistemology is done primarily by white men, and it's supposed to serve their interests to adopt this kind of framework. And so, right, so where are we? God trick, false, impossible, serves an ideological function. And so instead, feminist epistemologists want us to treat our knowledge practices as the sort of deeply social practices that they are, which requires grappling with the fact that we are socially situated, and that our position in society sort of conditions the knowledge that we have. And it can do this in a variety of ways. For like in a simple way, just your location in social hierarchy shapes the experiences that you have, and so shapes the kind of evidence that's available to you. And then your position in a social context more broadly conditions the kinds of resources, epistemic resources, and like concepts that are available to you. And this shapes things like what kinds of questions you're able to ask, and also which things appear to you as answers to those questions. It's also going to shape your standards for accepting which answers are good ones, or like which beliefs are sufficiently well supported by the evidence. And so all of these things are deeply social and contingent. And basically the thought is that it is sort of hubristic to think that we could step outside of this and achieve a more universal knowledge standard, something like that. So, right, that's where we are. And so I think that one way I like to characterize this sort of aspect of feminist epistemology is it sort of approximates a kind of social skepticism or relativism where everything is super context specific. And some feminist epistemologists have really leaned in to this aspect of it, and they've seen it as a resource for rejecting what they see as a patriarchal conception of objectivity. But many feminists don't like this part of it. And it's because this sort of social skepticism type of framework raises real problems for feminist epistemologists generally, but also for standpoint epistemologists in particular. And so Donna Haraway has a quote that I really like that illustrates the problems it raises for feminist epistemologists more generally. And writing about herself, she says that she has never been able to lie comfortably in the soft bed of relativism. And she says this because she sees relativism as associated with a kind of privilege and distance from the suffering of oppression that is only attractive to people who can accept a kind of anything goes, you believe what you think, I believe what I think, without suffering any real consequences themselves. And she thinks that feminists and other people who are very much thinking about the oppression and the suffering that it causes have this sort of need to say, no, not just anything goes, like, you're wrong, I'm right. And so feminists have this desire, this need to sort of say, the feminist stance is better, it is more right, more correct than competing like right-wing conservative claims. So there's problem one for feminist epistemologists generally, but this sort of social skepticism background raises particular problems for standpoint epistemologists, because standpoint epistemologists usually, like, sort of a central claim is that yes, knowledge is socially situated, but some social situations are better than others. And we'll call this the epistemic advantage thesis. And the epistemic advantage thesis says basically that marginalization, while it might come with all kinds of political costs and like social costs, personal costs, provides epistemic advantages. And so usually standpoint epistemologists want to say that claims made from a marginalized standpoint or perspective are actually better than competing claims made by those who occupy a dominant standpoint. And so I think I might be disagreeing with Kimberly's characterization of standpoint epistemology earlier. I do see it as more than just a call for inclusion at a table where like each perspective has something valuable to contribute. I think standpoint epistemologists tend to be committed to a little bit more than that. I'm just going to go a little bit into my own view here. So I like to distinguish between what I call perspectival advantages and standpoint advantages. And for me, perspectival advantages are those epistemic advantages that sort of arise automatically just by virtue of occupying a marginalized social position. And for me, these are going to be advantages like access to different kinds of evidence. And so, for example, marginalized people will be subject to the enforcement mechanisms that sort of oppression that force people to conform to social roles. And this kind of experience of being molded gives insight into the reality of these enforcement mechanisms, that these roles aren't natural, that they are enforced, that someone who doesn't experience those enforcement mechanisms just simply doesn't have access to. And so they're going to have evidence that other people just don't have. One thing that standpoint theorists are try very hard to emphasize, though, is that being marginalized doesn't guarantee better understanding. You don't want to be committed to something like that because that kind of view seems implausible. And it leaves you unable to grapple with the fact that it seems like some marginalized people do buy into oppressive ideologies that maintain their own oppression. And it also seems pretty essentialist. And so they'll introduce the achievement thesis, which says that better understanding is something that is achieved. And for me, the achievement thesis marks the difference between perspectival advantages and what I call standpoint advantages. So perspectival advantages are advantages in evidence and maybe incentive to think about that evidence, but they're advantages that someone might not necessarily, make good on. Like they have the stuff available to know better, but maybe they don't for whatever reason. Maybe they just don't have time to think about these things. There's all kinds of reasons. Standpoint advantages, though, are the advantages that you get. I think that there's two dimensions of this. One is a kind of like critical consciousness raising, where you reflect on the available evidence that you have, and in doing this and in talking with others, you notice that there are these sort of systemic things that keep you oppressed. And in noticing these things, you develop a critical consciousness, and you're able to see through ideology that presents certain things as natural, and you're able to see them as like contingent and enforced. And so in coming to achieve this better understanding, you have a standpoint advantage. Another aspect of this advantage, though, is what Alison Wiley calls the standpoint on knowledge production, which is sort of an insight about how social situation affects what you know. And so if we can actually compare it to Heidi's earlier vase-face illusion. So imagine you're like in a classroom and you're being presented with this for the first time. You've never seen it before. You look at it, assume that like it appears to you one way. You're like, okay, I see two faces. The person next to you sees a vase. Everybody's seeing it one way or the other. There's a sense in which everybody's kind of like seeing the same thing. Everybody's getting at something. But the teacher who has given you this illusion and is excitedly waiting to tell you how actually you can see it both ways, is able to see it better than any of the students are. And it's because they know that, you can see it one way or you can see it another way. They get something they're able to see the different ways that this will seem to people, and then they're able to tell other people about this. And so I think there's sort of an analogy in the standpoint literature on that has to do with double consciousness, where especially Patricia Hill Collins draws on Du Bois to talk about how marginalized people have to navigate sort of the white world because they're often forced to work in that world, and they're forced to sort of learn how white norms work. And so they have to learn how to navigate the white world, but they're also in a more segregated Black world. And white people are often shielded from navigating this world because of actual segregation and also just an unwillingness to participate in those worlds. And so Black people can have this sort of like double consciousness where they can navigate both worlds. And the kind of person who engages in consciousness raising and recognizes this fact then has not only the advantage of being able to navigate both worlds, but also the advantage of being able to see how being in each world affects how people see and understand the world. And so sort of there's two advantages, two different kinds of advantage to achieving a standpoint. There is just the advantage of like seeing how oppression works, but there's the further advantage of seeing how social location, oppression are going to color how people, especially those who haven't thought about standpoint type things, how they're going to see the world. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so this, right, so standpoint theorists in particular don't want to be stuck with a background epistemic framework that forbids making claims about some claims, standpoints, epistemic frameworks being better than others. They can't be committed to a kind of relativism. And so sort of I said this when I initially introduced standpoint theory, it's sort of like the go-to one-line way of characterizing standpoint theory. Standpoint theorists want to say that all knowledge is socially situated, but some social situations are better than others. So they want to reject relativism. But this sort of central aspect of standpoint theory has struck many of its critics as like a deep, irreconcilable tension. And the thought is basically that in the first step, where they insist that knowledge is socially situated, they deny that there are these external, neutral, third personal kinds of epistemic standards. Instead, it's all socially situated. And then when they say that some social situations are better, they seem to be appealing to precisely the kind of standard that they had rejected in the first step. And so it seems like they're making a kind of claim that they don't have the resources to make, because they've taken away the resources that you need in order to say that some knowledges, claims, frameworks, whatever, are better than others. And this is an objection to standpoint theory that sort of people who don't want to take it seriously have made sort of flippantly, but it's also the kind of objection that feminist epistemologists who do take standpoint epistemology seriously have made. So people like Helen Longino, Louise Antony, and Susan Heckman, who are all feminist epistemologists themselves, have made this kind of objection to standpoint theory. And the Susan Heckman version of the objection is especially interesting because she publishes it in a science symposium where 4 leading standpoint theorists working in the 80s and 90s actually respond to this objection. So in her article, she basically goes through the tension that I just tried to point to, which is that they want to say that it's socially situated, but then they want to say that some social situations are better than others. It seems like they don't have the resources to make that comparative claim. And her conclusion is that standpoint theorists should just lean in, and they're like, yep, it's all deeply socially situated and none's better than others. And she wants to take it in a very postmodern direction. And the standpoint theorists who respond to her piece, Patricia Hill Collins, Nancy Hartsock, Dorothy Smith, and Sandra Harding, they do not like this. They do not like this conclusion that it's not the direction that they want to go in. And so they find themselves in a position where they have to explain what resources they have in order to say that some knowledge claims, some frameworks, whatever, are better than others. And they take an interesting line, and it's one that I think that we should resist. But basically what they say is that they could privilege marginalized standpoints for moral and political reasons, not epistemic reasons. So basically they lack the resources for saying some things are epistemically better, but they say that they still have the resources to privilege some knowledge over others on moral or political grounds. And so Patricia Hill Collins says that Susan Heckman's objection certainly reveals the limitations of privileging some standpoints over others on epistemological grounds. But then she says that in our actual knowledge practices, which claims get accepted as true rarely has much to do with the merits of the claim, and instead has to do with the power of the group who's trying to get that claim endorsed. And so then she says, basically, white men have preferred these purist, universalist kinds of norms because it serves their interests. And I prefer these impurist, marginalized standpoint style norms because it serves my interests. And this move is no less legitimate than the other move because we're both doing the same kind of thing. And so the appeal to social or political reasons to prefer some knowledges over others does jive really well with the picture of knowledge as a deeply social practice that's operating in the background. And Nancy Hartsock and Dorothy Smith make similar moves. So Nancy Hartsock says that she's never seen epistemological considerations to be the main move, or to be the main driver for privileging some standpoints over others. It's always been moral or political. And Dorothy Smith makes the most extreme response, where she says that she's never insisted that women's standpoints were rooted in an actuality of any kind. Instead, she's always been making some sort of moral or political claim. And so basically my issue with this kind of move is that, okay, so it seems consistent with the framework that knowledge is deeply socially situated. it is a social practice that's infused with values. And so they do have the resources to say that some standpoints or epistemic frameworks are better than others by appealing to moral or political considerations. But in doing this, they sort of lose the, I don't have the right words for this, but the evidential edge that the earlier work had, where they were saying things like, we understand the world better because of our marginalized social locations, where it's not just that this kind of framework is empowering to me because I'm marginalized, it's that I have a clearer understanding of how oppression works, how it's structured our social world, and how it's obscuring your vision and not mine. And this sort of evidential edge of the earlier standpoint claims is, I think, really important. And in making the kind of move that they do and defending the epistemic advantage claim on moral and political grounds rather than evidential ones, they give this evidential edge up. And where am I? Okay. So rejecting the evidential edge, I think, misses out on an important aspect of earlier work, but it also has these other consequences that I think should prevent us from seeing it as like a desirable argumentative move. One of those is that it's way less likely to be persuasive to people who disagree with them. And so as an argumentative strategy, it's the kind of one that only appeals to people who have the same moral and political judgments as them. And so when you're interacting with people who don't have feminist, Black feminist, moral judgments, it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to convince anyone that you should believe what the marginalized people say over what, for example, like very conservative people say, just by saying, well, this is the kind of thing that you should do because it's morally or politically good. Instead, what you want to do is you want to explain how they have better access to evidence that maybe the non-marginalized people don't have, and how when you've been thinking about it more seriously, then you're able to see through all these things. Like this kind of argumentative line is more likely to persuade people. And I think this is connected to a deeper worry that I have about this argumentative strategy, which is that the issue with at the bottom of standpoint theory is like there's these disagreements. Marginalized people and like feminists say one thing, they've got one picture of reality, and their competitors have another one. And we want to know which characterization of the world is right. We want to know which one epistemically we ought to endorse. And when the argumentative strategy that you take is one that says, well, this one is morally and politically better by my feminist standards, so I'm going to go with this one, you kind of take your feminist moral judgments for granted, and you treat them as like the first step in the argument instead of the conclusion. And that feels to me like you're getting it backwards. And one issue is that, well, I think that what the feminist anti-racist moral judgment is deeply sensitive to the facts. And so there's something weird in doing it in this direction. But I also think that if you take an argumentative strategy like this one, then you treat feminist moral judgments as fixed or as a given in a way that it is actually at odds with the feminist project. And my best examples for this come out in the moral encroachment literature, which is pretty unrelated. And so I don't know. I feel like I have time to go into an example. I'll go into an example. This is from the moral encroachment literature, so it's going to be a quite different style of argument, but it's going to have a pretty similar argumentative structure to the standpoint claims. So basically, there's this paper called Me Too and the Role of Outright Belief, where Alexandra Lloyd argues that we have an epistemic duty to believe sexual assault allegations, even when the evidence is inconclusive. So she's especially interested in he said, she said cases. And basically her argument is that we have these moral duties to victims. We can only satisfy those duties or obligations to them via full belief. So she says high credence isn't enough, it's got to be full belief. And then she's like, this is true even in he said, she said cases. And so we have a duty to full belief, even in he said, she said cases where the available evidence is inconclusive. And this argument actually has a lot in common with the standpoint one, where I think in taking this argumentative strategy where you privilege the feminist judgment on moral reasons rather than evidential ones, she excludes evidence that would have supported her point. So I'm in agreement with my advisor, Jonathan Ichikawa, that the he said, she said framing of sexual assault cases is one that needlessly feeds into a sort of skepticism about testimony that feeds rape culture, and that in sexual assault cases, it's rarely purely, or maybe never, a he said, she said case. There's all kinds of available evidence that that framework obscures, namely that we live in a context where most allegations are unlikely to be false. And then on top of that, we also have like the testimonial histories of the people who are making the competing claims. And we can also assess the interests of each person. And so it's definitely going to be in the interest of the person who's accused to deny it. And then it's up in the air whether it's in the interest of the person who's making the claim to make it. Usually the answer is no. And so there's all this evidence that is available that is obscured when we take this sort of moral reason as the reason to form the belief. And I think that that parallels some of what's going on in the standpoint case, where they're overlooking all this evidential support for the claim that marginalized people often know better, and that marginalized standpoints are better than socially dominant standpoints. The argument is also unlikely to convince someone who doesn't already believe that they have duties to this person. So the person who's wondering whether this really was an instance of sexual assault and whether this person really is a victim of sexual assault, and so wondering whether they really do have those duties to this person, can't accept the premise, you have duties to this person. It's like, that's the thing we're trying to figure out. And so appealing to that in this way, like in this order, gets things backwards and results in an unpersuasive argument to someone who disagrees. But the more important point, I think, is that this case reveals how this kind of argumentative strategy can protect feminist judgments from critique and sort of takes them for granted. Because I think that this is a case where the feminist judgment that she appeals to isn't the feminist judgment at all. Where I think that the feminist judgment she endorses is one that is insensitive to how things like race complicate rape culture and how we ought to respond to rape allegations. Because basically, while it's definitely true that there is this tendency to dismiss women's allegations that they've been sexually assaulted, that tendency is not monolithic. And there are contexts where we are much more likely to accept those claims and to treat them very seriously. And historically, false claims with very little evidence were the justification for lynching. So these kinds of things are like all very relevant and have shaped how rape culture works. And if we sort of don't critically assess who we believe and when and why, and we just go all in on a moral judgment that we just believe all the claims that come forward, then like it's just a bad feminist judgment. And I think that the argument strategy that she takes is one that allows that moral judgment to go unscrutinized. And so we should be wary of any argumentative structure that allows us to put feminist moral judgments as a premise, as something that we take for granted, as something that we assume along the way, because it results in an approach to feminism that leaves it sort of fixed and inflexible. And one problem is that, as the history of feminism unfolding has shown, is that we are like very prone to getting things wrong, even as feminists. And so what the feminist moral and political judgments are is something that definitely ought to be subject to scrutiny. We've got to leave it open that we're wrong. Feminism has been, especially troubled by figuring out how issues of like sexism intersect with racism, classism, disability, all of those things. And so leaving things open and flexible and admitting that the possibility of error is very important. But then it's just also true that the conditions of oppression are themselves not fixed. They are the kinds of things that can change, and we want to have feminist judgments that are sensitive to the shifting nature of oppression. And so both of these things sort of require a flexibility in our approach to making feminist judgments that I think, well, especially moral encroachment, but also this thing that's happening in the standpoint literature are at odds with, where we take these things as a premise and we take them for granted instead of investigating them the other way around. And so this was a long way to say, I don't think that appealing to moral or political reasons for belief is a viable strategy for feminist epistemologists. And so this gets us back to our problem, which is, okay, but feminist epistemologists do want to say that some claims are better than others. And so basically what I think is that, especially in this symposium where they respond to Susan Heckman, they go back on their claim that marginalized standpoints result in more accurate knowledge so that they can protect their other claim that knowledge is deeply social and perspectival. And they say, okay, it's not more accurate, it's just more moral. It's politically better. And they should have done the other thing. They should have said, okay, no, it's true. Some claims are more accurate than others. Marginalized standpoints are a more reliable perspective from which to make claims. And so we're going to have to give up on a deeply social, deeply perspectival epistemology, and we need to reintroduce, I think, neutral epistemic standards so that we can say, like, yes, you can, like, I think that those kinds of standards are actually really important for making the kind of comparative claim that feminist epistemologists want to make. And so, to me, what this, the kind of standpoint epistemology is left is one that is weakly perspectival. And so, for me, what's left is like the recognition that we are socially situated knowers and that our location in social hierarchy and our social context condition all these various things about our knowledge. But we've got to be committed to this kind of optimism where these limitations can be transcended. And so we can achieve sort of, I think, well, we can make objective knowledge claims. And so we should still be striving to make those kinds of claims. So we should still endorse universal epistemic standards. And what it looks like when we do it is that we've sort of transcended our individual limitations and social contextual limitations. But the way to do this is not by obscuring how social identity, social location, and values structure inquiry, which is what the purists in the beginning did. They thought that the thing to do was to ignore how these things condition claims and to just try to just, or like assume basically that our claims were purely rational and not conditioned by our social location. And what the feminist epistemologists or the standpoint epistemologists reveal is like, no, by recognizing that you're saying it from here, and then saying this in dialogue with people who are situated in other places, that's how we can sort of transcend the limitations that are imposed and make the kind of universal knowledge claim that feminist epistemologists do want to make. So it's weakly perspectival in the sense that we are perspectival knowers, but it's not deeply perspectival. So it still insists on universal knowledge claims, knowledge standards, and it thinks that we can achieve them. Okay, I hope that made sense. That's it.
Thank you very much. That was awesome. That was so lucid and clear. I was like, so first thing I want to say is I did wonder when you were talking, I was like, what, is she also working with Jonathan Ichikawa? Because a lot of this, I know him really well. Say hi to him for me, actually. That's awesome.
I will.
Yeah, so there are a couple of like questions that are about clarification from my end. And these are just, and now I'm going to depart completely from talking about Jainism. This is about epistemology, because I'm an epistemologist as my day job. So, I mean, I really just want to get into some of the epistemology things. I think they'll bear on the general thing you raised that's relevant to a lot of this discussion, which is like an issue like what is perspectivalism and epistemology. because a lot of what I hear in your talk, there's like this stuff that has to do deeply with what's going on with the feminist literature that you're engaging with that is so interesting. And I didn't know all this stuff, but it made a lot of sense as you explained it. I'd only read that paper by Alison Wiley. So the situated knower thesis is one thing, but that's not what standpoint epistemology. It has the inversion thesis also. It has this sort of thing, and that's how I got to learn about this stuff. So here's a question, which I think I'm going to put in this way. There isn't really this inconsistency between the kind of inclusivity version that Kimberly kind of gestured at and the better than thesis. That's actually hard for me to see just strictly from a logical point of view. And here's the reason why. Because unless you delimit the scope, like there's a hidden variable here, why would there generically be like, so we're all situated knowers, and I'm going to take the deep thesis. We're deeply perspectival, but that doesn't mean that we all have access to the same things to the same depth. So maybe the inversion thesis just seems to me true as long as you talk about the variable of which they are claiming to be. You're better at knowing A than B. So A is a better knower than B. Respect to what? See? Like, I don't know anything about like the deep history of what Anil has studied and Haribhadra. I don't know anything about it. That's not going to refute the thesis that we're not situated knowers. I don't have any perspectival access to that. In fact, it supports the perspectivalism. It's not inconsistent with it. He is a better knower from his thing. I think there's a scope problem here. Like if we had that other variable revealed, then I think we would be like, okay, now I can see some tension. But you were correct to say generically. I mean, sorry, not correct. I mean, just like the way you presented, I was like, yes, I do see a higher order tension. But I would want to know a little bit more about the scope. And the only reason why I'm maybe asking this question is because when you look deeply at that rich literature you cited so clearly, they've narrowed it already down, but it wasn't transparent to me what that thing was actually about. So that's one part of the question. And so now let me go to the better than part. I think they're just consistent because if we look at specific things, like I actually use Kimberly's example. Like, yeah, the Hawaiians are better than me at knowing about the way in which Mauna Kea is this thing that does all these things. Like, I don't know anything about that actually. So just the better than thesis just seems to be true. I don't think anything about being deeply situated means. So the thing that Nick is talking about, and which I kind of focus on, is this aspect of like listening and attitudinal shift. That so I can listen to someone. In the talk about Gandhi yesterday, Veena kind of got into this, like, you want to listen and you want to have intellectual empathy and humility when you listen, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden the rank order of what the person has asserted all of a sudden shifts down or up in terms of like it being better or worse. I think it's like the universal standards on knowledge is, to me, not inconsistent with perspectivalism. Perspectivalism, at least in the way I was using it more, is about the inclusivity point. It's the point that, like a lot of my work is basically like, look, you philosophers of mind basically don't read classical Indian philosophy of mind. And I think it's ridiculous that we have these discussions and you won't even bother to. This is the path-dependent problem, Emily, actually. This is the path-dependent problem. So they might say, look, I'm a scientist. I already know that I'm 99% right about the nature of consciousness. If I start listening to you, I'll be confused and I don't want to listen. And so I'm just going to screen you off. And I'm like, no, because you never bothered to listen and you've gone down your path too far and there are fundamental errors in the background. This is the California fire thing problem. They just never bothered to listen to this obviously good advice about how to not have crazy firestorms in California. They really just effed it up, in my opinion, like really badly. So the path dependence issue comes up here too. It's like, look, if you think after your one or two times listening to the Indian stuff that you're still right, that's fine. Then go down your road. But the inclusion that I would say is coming out of perspectivalism is one where there's sort of like this background thing where, well, you didn't really bother to listen, and you ought to use Vrinda Dalmia's phrase, you ought to care to know. right? You ought to really care to know. Maybe you got it wrong at some fundamental level, but then after you listen, if you're like, no, ours is better, that's perfectly legitimate. But the ignoring, neglect sort of thing seems odd to me. So I'll just sum up so other people can ask their question just this way. Like, I don't want to be so assumptive to think that I know all about this literature. So I think actually you're tracking something in the literature where the moves you're making, which are so precise and nice, actually cuts major weight, because you're saying that the evidential thing is what we really need. And I, by the way, just with respect to that thesis, I'm completely on your side. And I think they actually have it, because when you reveal the scope of the variable, it's going to be clear that it's an evidential claim. They don't need any moral premises to do it. Once you say that we, although we are all perspective knowers, we know A better than B, than this other group B, when you reveal the variable to C, it'll be true evidentially and not morally. You won't need the moral claim. I just need to know what that is. So I don't want to say that there's anything wrong with the structure of the argument in that literature. I don't know anything about it. But in terms of the generic idea of having epistemically better and worse and having perspectives also there, logically, I don't see the inconsistency. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. I think there are at least two main things that I want to say. So the first one is about this inconsistency. So part of me just wants to agree with you and say that sometimes when I read the standpoint literature, I'm like, I don't understand the problem that's supposed to be here, because it seems like, I mean, I feel like the modified elephant example is just very clear. It's like two people can be perspectival knowers, and if one of them's looking at the elephant and one of them isn't, obviously one of them is going to have better insight into what's in front of them. And like, that's just not a problem. But I think that it's meant to arise if you take like a sort of, I keep using the word deeply because I feel like I'm reaching for something that I don't quite get, but like, if you think that evidence is like relative to a context, and like background, so background assumptions is a big one. Like in the philosophy of science literature, like something is only evidence for something else in virtue of certain background assumptions. And once you take this on board, then you can kind of get this like, okay, all evidence is framework specific. And people with different frameworks will see the world differently. And then if you think that like that's just how it necessarily is, and there's not going to be some way of escaping particular frameworks and getting like it's all framework relative is I think the move. And that's I think where the problem is supposed to arise. But I agree with you, like there seems like an obvious sense in which two people can be socially located, and it's like not a big deal at all to say that one of them knows better than the other. But I do think that this is close to where the stuff about like framework specificity and like similar, yeah.
No, I think it'll be helpful for everyone. I don't want to stop you, but this one point is that can you just reveal the C? Is the claim that they're saying is that we know better about oppression, not algebra, right? I mean, right. Like I mean, then I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, marginalized communities know better about the jungle load of stuff, and also, like Kimberly said, about like how to take care of the forest or the fire thing. We should have just been listening. They just knew better because they had been doing it their whole lineage. That was what they were doing. And actually, Michaela's talk in the first one, she actually made the connection between the birth of Cavendish's cathode ray tube and the people who blow glass that were in Scotland, this ancient like. So I think, yeah, I definitely think that's right. But can you now just, because I don't know the literature, what is the thing that they are saying in the better than version that they know better? What is it that what is the thing that they want to say they know better?
It varies a lot. So one thing is that by virtue of being women,
yeah,
who it varies so much, who do, this is Dorothy Smith, who do like all kinds of like care work and work in the house.
Yeah.
They know that we are like necessarily embodied.
Oh yeah.
And that the myth of the disembodied, purely rational knower is a myth that is sort of like maintained by the fact that men can sort of like go off into philosophy land while women cook the meals, clean the house, and do the stuff. So that's one.
I agree with that. That's like I of course I know better. Yes.
I mean that's a really intense claim though. When Dorothy Smith makes it, she's like,
okay.
It's a really intense claim to say that all women know this, that they've come to this realization about the nature of knowledge, because that is what she's saying.
What if you switch
but then,
the Jonathan knows this vocabulary too. They're in a better position to know. Right.
So some people make that claim, and then the like content of better position to know what makes is a good question. And again, there's disagreements here. Lots of people seem to think, yep, it's just about oppression. They've got experience about oppression that other people don't have, and so that's the content of the advantage. I actually agree with Allison that that's too fast. Okay. And so Allison thinks that we should leave it open. It's an empirical question, which things are where we have an advantage and where we don't. So she points to, she's interested in demonstrating how having more women archaeologists unearthed all kinds of assumptions in archaeology that people were making about past cultures that seems like maybe they weren't true. And by including more women, they revealed these assumptions that like the predominantly men archaeologists were making. And so that's the kind of like advantage in archaeology that you wouldn't have guessed. Yeah, and then there's also like Donna Haraway did a lot of like primatology examples. And there's this one example. Am I going fast enough? Okay, I'm going a little faster. There's this one example that's very silly, and I like it a lot. There are all these men who are trying to figure out the mating habits of this one kind of monkey. And they couldn't figure out how the male monkey knew when to initiate sex with the female monkey because it was when she was ovulating, but there weren't any obvious signs for when she was ovulating. And then a female primatologist was like, have you considered that it's the female monkey that is initiating sex? And they were like, oh, and that was it. And so
let's get Kimberly really quickly in the chamber. Yeah. I think she has a follow-up on directly this point. Kimberly, go.
Yeah, so I guess my point, I was going to ask what Anand asked. I'm so glad he asked it. So why aren't these claims to know qua better knowers indexed to like the particular situation at hand? So that's part of what conditions my further question. But I guess I'm kind of wondering why this is a claim that's being made about standpoint epistemology in general, when, for example, Collins, Jose Medina have actively challenged this like claim to epistemic objectivity or superiority through, I think, what Jose Medina calls something like the kaleidoscopic consciousness that's afforded when you adopt a standpoint epistemological theory. So I guess the background sort of thought I have in mind is like, okay, yeah, maybe Harding and others said things to imply, right, that Black women or women's perspectives are just better qua knowers than other people's, but really they should have been indexing that. And so as the literature has developed, as any sort of subdiscipline develops, like people have refined that view in certain ways to say, you know, instead of the we're looking at the same elephant, but one person's blind and one person's not, like the table metaphor, I think, becomes more relevant on a kaleidoscopic vision of what standpoint epistemologists are appealing to. And indeed, on that sort of framing, you can see the similarity, I guess, between standpoint epistemology and anekāntavāda, just more generally. So I'm just wondering, like, why the characterization is such a blanket characterization of standpoint epistemology when, like, there's so much cutting edge work by Jose Medina and others who like reject that claim to the superiority of epistemic knowers just in virtue of being oppressed. Like they have a more epistemic theory basically grounding their commitment to standpoint epistemology. Right. Sorry, I tried to keep that super brief.
If I characterize standpoint epistemology as entailing the automatic privilege thesis, that's not what I meant to do at all. And that's not the part of standpoint epistemology that gives rise to the problem that I'm interested in. And so there are a couple of like early standpoint theorists who say stuff that kind of looks like the automatic privilege thesis. But you know, when I was distinguishing between perspectival advantages and standpoint advantages, like I didn't do the proper like, and here's the domain in which this advantage applies, because it is a clunky way of talking just all the time. So I was just kind of, I just meant it's implied like sometimes, and the content of that sometimes is, I think it's too quick to assume it's just they know better about oppression. I think the primatology and the other things suggest, like, reveal that. But it's obviously a sometimes thing. And the content of that sometimes, I don't know. And standpoint epistemologists aren't committed to it being automatic, although I do think that they should re-insist on there being some automatic privileges. That's why I like to talk about perspectival advantages, which is just different evidence that they may or may not reach better conclusions on the basis of, but which they could. And so why standpoint theorists is because even though they're not committed to an automatic privilege thesis, I do see in standpoint theory this commitment to some kind of superiority thesis where it's not that marginalized people are better knowers, but that there are claims that are better than others. And it turns out that marginalized people are in a better position to get at those truths, and marginalized standpoints, which are sort of critical realizations that are grounded in the experience of marginalized people, give rise to a kind of framework that allows us to get at those truths better. And it's this commitment that I think makes standpoint theory. So, I mean, for me, that's why I like it way better than like the feminist postmodernism thing that it was sort of reacting to and rejecting. But also, there is a real tension here because it does kind of come out of this feminist postmodernism thing. And when they commit to this deeply social, deeply perspectival framework, then you get these cases where they back away from their claim that, for example, marginalized people have a more accurate understanding of oppression, and instead they go for, well, actually, no, the norms that marginalized standpoints make use of are better norms because they empower marginalized people. And that move, I'm like, no. No.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so that's why the focus on standpoint theory. And right. So standpoint epistemologists almost never endorse an automatic privilege thesis. And if I gave that sense,
no.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. That was wonderful. In fact, I have like thousands more things to talk to you about, but we have to move on. And please say hi to Jonathan for me. And now, without further ado, the wonderful Kojin Bohanec.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Wow, what a fascinating conversation. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good, because I was having some issues with my microphone. It's kind of an interesting thing to be the one to go last at the end of this conference, because I've got this sort of feeling that had I known the conversations that were being had, I probably would have done something a little bit different in my talk. But let me see if I can make a couple sort of preliminary comments that might make it my talk a little more germane to some of the conversations that we've been having. I think, first of all, it's interesting to think about Jain tradition and the idea of epistemic standpoint epistemology, and the possible epistemological privilege that might be accrued to the Jain community as a minority community. I think that that's an interesting question that might be asked as well, too. But really what I'm dealing with here is anekāntavāda perspectivism is a modality for interfaith peace building, interfaith goodwill, and how that is possible. I think obviously this is very much coming on the tails of the conversation, the ongoing conversation about whether anekāntavāda is intellectual ahimsa or not. And I think obviously people have made cases that, certainly there are examples where the Jain community or Jain text may fail in that ideal. But I think there's a couple points that come up with that as well too, and this is the issue of cultural sovereignty that might resonate a little bit with some of the stuff Kimberly's doing. I'm not sure, but one of the sort of basic elements of cultural sovereignty is the right of a community to self-define. And in religious studies, generally, we say that religion is what religious people say it is. So we can almost end the conversation by saying, Jains say that anekāntavāda is intellectual ahimsa. It would be an infringement on the cultural sovereignty of that tradition to deny their ability to self-define. And I think that's an important sort of element that happens here. Also, there's something to be said about the sort of privilege that one has, or the responsibility that one has as an edict observer versus one who's an emic observer. For example, as an edict observer, we might be able to present a statistical analysis of all the places where anekāntavāda has been ahimsa, and other places where it has failed in that goal, and we can present that. And we can say, well, you can see a sort of statistical analysis of instances of ahimsa versus non-ahimsa. But really, to define the tradition itself, to essentialize what is essentially Jain, that's sort of not within the ethical purview of the Edic observer. That's within the purview of the emic person. If you're an insider to your tradition, you necessarily define what is central and what is ancillary, what is essential and what is not. And so there becomes a certain almost cultural hegemony, you know, almost an intellectual imperialism that happens when we deny that sort of ability, and we rather define a community based on their failure to meet their ideals rather than allowing them to self-define based on their ideals. And I think that that's kind of an important piece of this puzzle that comes, right? And I think that there's something a little colonial about the language that that we've all been using. And I actually just changed my slides today to eradicate this language. But to say that Jains assume superiority, that's a very uncharitable presentation of the Jain tradition. Jains think they're superior, is what that sounds like, right? And again, that's a certain form of disallowing the sovereignty of being able to self-identify. I'm not sure a lot of Jains are out there saying, we're superior, we're better. Sure, there may be some, but I don't think that represents the essence or the spirit of what most practitioners of anekāntavāda, at least in this age, would say. Based on like my own conversations, I'm not a social scientist, I haven't taken surveys, but I think most of us who've been around Jains realize that they really see a sort of one-to-one relationship between ahimsa and anekāntavāda. And then also there's something very problematic about assuming that anything in the Jain tradition can be divested of ahimsa. It really is the central point of focus of the tradition. So anekāntavāda or any other doctrine is obviously developed to further ahimsa. So these are just some sort of short responses that I can give as sort of a preface to show how we can show that anekāntavāda can be intellectual ahimsa. It would be good for us, maybe non-colonial for us, to allow the Jain community that right to self-define. And not only that, but anekāntavāda, it does have a potential for interfaith goodwill, peace building, etc. And I think it's wrong if we were to assume that unless a tradition is relativistic, then there's an assumption of superiority, and therefore interfaith peace building would not be possible. And the assumption is that if, and this isn't the assumption of all critics, you know, this is just part of, I think, what's an implicit assumption for a lot of the conversation, is that if a tradition devalues another, there cannot be an adequate basis for goodwill. And since anekāntavāda asserts its, and I will quote what most people say, superiority of the Jain philosophy, it can't be considered intellectual ahimsa. And this is sort of a very faulty syllogism. And notice that I changed it here, is that I think that a more charitable assessment of the Jain traditions does not say Jains think they're superior. Anekāntavāda, the spirit of it, is infused with ahimsa, so it's going to have a more charitable presentation of other traditions than we're superior. The better way of putting this is that it's more comprehensive. So language is important here. When we accuse a tradition of thinking themselves superior, you know, that has real world ramifications, and that itself could be a form of violence, right? So obviously this is also problematic, because if we assume that relativism is the only way to have interfaith goodwill, well, that's not true, because relativism itself is a covert subordination of a non-relativistic belief, right? And then of course relativism itself is a self-referential fallacy, because if it's true, it's also false, so it's not really a truth claim at all. Right? And relativism is also problematic because, again, it's a denial of the self-claim of other traditions that they are more comprehensive, right? So if you're saying I accept all views, you know, really what you're not doing is you're rejecting a position that says our tradition is the most comprehensive. It's really bad foundation for interfaith dialogue, because it's really just bad listening. You're not really actually allowing traditions to say who they are and declare who they are. And again, that starts getting colonial. So if interfaith dialogue and peace building is to be had, then it must allow for traditions to say that we are the most comprehensive approach to the truth, because after all, that's what all religious traditions are doing. And I also wanted to point out that this has been a point of conversation. I think it was Anil who said it was navigating between friction and cooperation. I thought that was a nice way of put it. Somebody else said ahimsa is epistemic.
Kimberly.
I thought
I
that was.
I was just repeating what Kimberly said.
Oh, okay. All right. Go Kimberly. Yeah, you guys had a really nice little exchange right there where I was like, okay, so this is it. And then, of course, we had Vina Howard yesterday who pulled up this Gandhi quote. And I think this is really the better way of understanding how interfaith dialogue happens. Difference of opinion should never mean hostility. This is Gandhi. I do not know two persons in the world who had no difference in opinion. I have always attempted to regard those who differ from me with the same affection as I've had for my nearest and dearest. Really, interfaith dialogue is just like any other disagreement. Disagreement can be a source of friendship, a source of enhanced friendship, when there is enough affording evaluation to your dialogical partner. As long as you're not denying any valuation, then you still have basis for interfaith dialogue, right? Disagreement can be a source of enhanced mutuality. It's actually kind of in a way allowing yourself to be vulnerable. I don't have disagreements with people who I don't feel a sense of closeness with. You know, I wouldn't have a debate with somebody who I wasn't feeling close to, you know, unless it's like in a professional environment or somewhere where I'm obligated to, but I wouldn't do that in my personal relationships. It entails a level of intimacy where I will trust somebody enough that I could disagree or allow them to disagree with me and trust that that's not going to be a source of conflict, but actually that disagreement can be a source of friendship. So based on this, the question of the historical development of anekāntavāda has come up more than once, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some of the historical development of that. But there's one basic sort of way of understanding it that I want to propose. And that anekāntavāda, if we're going to look at the ontological aspect of this, is a balanced realism of a priori structures. You know, one basic philosophical question is to what degree are the structures of my consciousness the structures of reality? You know, this goes all the way back to like the Logos doctrine in the West. You know, is reality, the rational is real, the real is rational, says Hegel. To what degree are our structures? And then, of course, Immanuel Kant with his transcendental ego lists all these a priori structures, and he basically says, we don't know if those are the structures of reality. Right? That would be sort of like an agnostic or maybe even anti-realist. But the Jain tradition is realist about a certain type of a priori structures. That is to say that the structures of consciousness, the way we perceive reality, are the structures of reality themselves. And this is going to feed into anekāntavāda, because anekāntavāda, anything that's deemed as akanta, is going to be something that diminishes the realism of a particular a priori structure. And some of these structures I'm going to look at, if time permits, are the structure of identities and wholes. We perceive things as wholes and not just parts, but the realism of difference. Are divisions real? These are two basic mereological questions that we find in, you know, general philosophy, but also the existence of being or non-being. That's something that's come up as well too. And then also, of course, this sutra from Tattvartha Sutra, where the fact of arising is real. The fact of endurance is real. The fact of disintegration is real. Those are all real things. And philosophies which will not afford equal realism to these a priori structures of consciousness, that don't believe that these are equally real structures of reality, those are what's going to get accused of being akanta. All right? So that's kind of my claim here. And proving it's going to be a little bit tougher. So balanced realism between these structures, anekanta, imbalance would be akanta. All right? So a lot of this hinges around the issue of identity and difference, right? The accusation of a perspective being akanta would be sort of like how they deal with this issue of identity and difference, right? And that both of these elements, all of these issues, these structures that I've called them, all of those come up in the issue of identity and difference, all right? So Jain ideology, or excuse me, Jain ontology, posits that the question of identity and difference, one of the ways that it can be addressed is an either-or binary proposition. Either reality is identical or it's different. And then another way would be to allow for a sort of dialectic. Reality both allows for identity and for difference. All right. So a dialectical approach that allows for both identity and difference, right, is an equally realist proposition, not one that subordinates one to the other, but equally realist. That would be the proposition of anekāntavāda. So anekāntavāda is really very much a sort of a refutation of a binary either or proposition, because a binary either or proposition assumes true or false. And the second you say false, you've now devalued and eradicated all value, doesn't facilitate interfaith dialogue and ahimsa, but it also limits the scope of ontological possibility too much and becomes too reductive. Is really what at the heart of the anekānta sort of critique, right? So anekāntavāda does not, it's not relativism. It doesn't allow other traditions to have their complete self-definition to be completely true, right? But it does allow for modified versions of positions to be true. All right. And in that process, it's affording the greatest possible degree of valuation you can to a dialogical partner with whom you disagree. If you say you're completely wrong versus you've got a lot about what you're saying that's correct, the latter obviously is going to allow for a lot more interfaith dialogue, goodwill, etc. So that ability to accept some degree of valuation is what's going to provide the foundation for anekāntavāda. I'm starting to really dislike this phrase, intellectual ahimsa, but at least for the foundation for interfaith dialogue and peace building. Okay, so some of you out there have already talked about Padma Rajya, the two wings of the birds, Raja and Anil both have cited. That's good. You're in good company. I'm in good company here because this is obviously one of my favorite books. And you probably, the second I said identity and difference, you probably thought, I've been reading Padma Rajya. Yes. So what I'm going to try to do is a little bit ambitious here. Is I'm going to try to blow through his ontological comparisons here to show how the Jain traditions say that these different positions are ekanta rather than anekānta. I'm going to follow it up at the end, if I make it there, to the sort of conclusion that this still allows the affording of a valuation, which is conducive to peace building. And then I'm also going to kind of turn it upside down a little bit and talk about Jainism from the perspective of a posteriori rather than a priori. And that kind of switches the whole dynamic of interfaith dialogue. And it's something I believe Haribhadra Suri does quite well, if I get there. And I'd love to hear Anil's thoughts on that. And I missed your talk on Friday. I'm sorry. None of us seem to have the link at Florida International, but I do have your dissertation. I'm eagerly awaiting reading it. Okay, so question of identity and difference, let's break it down. It comes from a paradox. If an entity changes, it can't both be the same thing before and after the change, right? And I'll throw in that Aristotelian clause at the same time in the same way, because that's going to be key, right? But if an entity that has changed isn't the same both before, then nothing has changed, all right? So this is the paradox, What is the relationship between change and identity? And this is really just a basic sort of question that's being answered that's going to, invoke these larger issues. So we can frame this in terms of just like a simple sort of identity difference lexicon. No change is the identity view. Change is the difference view, right? And again, we can decide whether it's going to be a mutually exclusive either or binary, or whether we can somehow allow for both. And that's really what's going to happen with these vying philosophical systems. And it's also important to note that Padma Rajya says that this is really the pivot of Jain epistemology, right? This ontological principle of identity and difference is really like the kind of like the hub on which all Jain epistemology sort of hovers. And that's how important this issue of identity and difference is as well too. So what he proposes is that there's 5 ontological models which we can employ to understand different philosophical schools in their position on the issue of identity and difference. The first 2 are binary. either identity exists or difference exists. So since only identity exists, difference does not exist. Or vice versa. Either identity or difference exists. Since difference exists, identity must not. Those are the binary approaches. Then we'll have 3 dialectic approaches. Both identity and difference exist, but identity is somehow more true. And again, this is going to be anekāntavāda because it subordinates that particular a priori structure. Both identity and difference exist, but identity is subordinate to difference. Difference is more real than identity. Okay? And then what makes Jainism anekāntavāda, well, these are all ekanta because they're lopsided. They lack perspective, right? They're kind of a form of nothing buttery in a sense, you know? But because Jain tradition is anekānta, it's going to allow for an equal valuation, an equal realism of both identity and difference, and all that identity and difference entails, which are those structures that I listed in the beginning, okay? So, with the wind at my back, I'm going to try to go through all 5 of these models in every single Dharmic philosophical school. We'll see if I make it there, but I'll try my best. Let's look at the ontological model number 1. Identity exists, difference does not. Again, this is based on a binary logic. And then let's start using the terms beta and abeta. Beta's difference is denied in favor of abeta. And this obviously is a monistic tendency. Dr. Chris Miller and Kusamji already listed the sort of relationship that this has with Advaita Vedanta, right? But this is like a monistic school, right? Some forms of Hinduism, arguably some forms of Buddhism. I'd like to be clear not to be too reductive with Buddhism because it's every bit as variegated is Hinduism. And that actually like Buddha nature doctrine starts to approach this. And I can go into detail on that if anyone wants to ask. But absolute monism is an anti-realism. The divisions are not real and that reality is therefore ultimately singular. And anywhere we see a division is your own mental fabrication that you're imposing on reality. So therefore, you're going to be anti-realist about individual souls, anti-realist about the material world, and any type of divisions. And this often leads, or usually or almost always leads to absolute idealism. Maybe scientific and materialism would be a different type of monism that's not absolute materialism. But monistic schools, right? The idea is that the material world is a substratum of consciousness, and it's non-different from matter. And really the idea with this is that if separations don't exist, if separation is a figment of your imagination, mityatva, and consciousness, you know, because you feel it, then that means consciousness anywhere is consciousness everywhere, right? If there's no divisions, I'm conscious, therefore everything must emerge and return to a substratum of consciousness. And that's how the monistic schools go to absolute idealism, okay? So obviously this is Nirguna Brahma in the Advaita Vedanta, where separations are illusion, Brahma Vivartavana, where any sort of change at all is considered to be unreal. And then this is really the empirical universe is unreal, and the difference itself, beta, is not real, okay? The part of the Martika, side, the higher truth would be that reality is ultimately unified in Brahman, right? And this is the identity-only school par excellence, we can think of that. So what would the Jains say to this? If we're gonna have our interfaith dialogue here, well, really, if that's absolute monism, then the Jain tradition is ontological pluralism, right? They're realistic about the plurality of different things. There's multiple different souls. There's multiple different types of matters. Non-material entities are also pluralistic. Like divisions are real, right? They're very real. We can take our senses seriously when we perceive the world in a divided way. The structures of our consciousness that perceive the world in divisions are the structures of reality that is in fact divided between these types of things, right? And this is very much, it does follow a both and dialectic as well too, but it's a different type of both and dialectic than like Hegelian synthesis that synthesizes all reality into like the ground of all being or something like that. It's a disjunctive dialectic, right? As opposed to like a Hegelian conjunctive. I'm going to go over that distinction a little bit more when I get to, I think, the third model. So again, this is the separation, the realism of separation in Jain tradition. 3 different categories of things, multiple different things under that categories. You got the soul that's conscious and non-material. You have matter that's material and non-conscious. And then you have what I like to refer to as like mathematical properties. Just kind of bring it into dialogue with modern thought. Motion, rest, space. Aren't those kind of like the things that Newtonian physics are dealing with? Realistic about that. And I think that I'm kind of alluding to some possibilities for scientific realism here. That may have, has some resonance with the person who made that presentation. Names escape me right now. I meant to have a list of everybody's name here. Okay, so that's our first ontological model. Let's talk about another ontological model. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying that a lot of these schools are not strictly one of those 5 models. There's elements in one of that school that have this model or that model, okay? So when I say Nyaya Vaisheshika is difference only, there's actually elements of it that are identity only as well too. So we're just going to kind of, nuance a little bit here. So the idea of difference only comes up in Arihanta, the creationist view, where any change makes a thing completely different than what it was. A thing is defined by exactly what it is at that moment. The second you take something away, it's now something different, and that's the Arihanta view. A block of clay, when it becomes a jar, it's a completely different thing. And when it's smashed, it now again becomes a completely different thing, to invoke the traditional, sort of idiom. So this is very much in contrast to the Parinamavada of Sankhya Yoga, which I'll go over next, where all material entities are transformation of a singular monistic material substrating, and that's just material entities. That's excluding the Purushas, right? So this is also referred to, in contrast to the Satkardhyavada of Sankhya. This is Asatkardhyavada, right? This non-being is kind of privileged a bit here. It's a philosophy of total difference, right? So just back to our identity and difference, this aspect of Nyaya Vaisheshika Vada is total difference, all right? So novel creation every time something changes, okay? Even though the effect does inhere in the cause, it's still a completely different thing. So when something comes into existence, there's a prior, I read it that way. There was a prior non-existence of that entity, right? And that the posterior thing is completely different. I think I've made that point as well too. But I will note that there's some identity-only elements of Nyaya Vaisheshika because of the eternality of permanent substances, which I can get to that when that model comes up as well too. I'm just allowing the caveat that Nyaya Vaisheshika is complicated, right? It's got difference-only elements, and it's got identity-only elements in it as well too. All right, so the par excellence example of this is obviously the Kshanikavada of Buddhism, right? Where there is no substance at all. See, I would say that Nyaya Vaisheshika is like maybe a weak difference only because it does have elements that are identity only. But a strong difference only is the Kshanikavada, the momentariness of early Indian Buddhism, right? Where everything is Nirnyatma, right? No substance at all, nothing endures. I put this in the chat as a lack of hakeity, right? So rejection of not only an eternal soul, but any sort of endurance of any substance at all. The idea that anything can endure is completely wrong. This is very much in contrast to like the non-dynamic eternal soul of the Yoga Sankhya or the enduring entities of Nyaya Vaisheshika atomism. So this is really a much stronger difference-only view than even Nyaya Vaisheshika has, right? So momentariness, if you're not familiar, is philosophy of absolute difference, where reality is a series of disjoint, unconnected moments composed of irreducible entities, dharmas, you see in the Abhidharma literature, but there's no endurance. The second they come into existence, they disappear. So it's a denial of endurance, therefore will be an anekāntavāda view because it denies the existence of one of these a priori structures that I've listed, right? So nothing endures for even a moment. Things are self-destructive. There's no spatial extension, no temporal duration. What exactly are these things in Pratitya Samutpada is a very tricky thing to say. I mean, the answer is they're not really things, really. is how that works. I also will note that a lot of this is based on a stronger dualism, though, because there is two things in earlier, particularly poly-Buddhism. There's pre-enlightenment and after enlightenment. You have suffering and non-suffering. So there's still a pretty strong dualistic binary that happens there. But there's a denying of the haekyeity of any entity, which then kind of makes it look like the pre-enlightenment stage is something a little bit maybe more monistic. So anyway, how to exactly ontologically categorize this is a little bit tricky. So pratityasamutpada, we've had, that's how that explains causation. How does a thing arise? A set of properties that are like, it's like reality is this really quick strobe, things coming into and out of existence. The second they exist, they stop existence with no endurance at all. And they do so. How does my hand go from here to here and not suddenly become a tree? Is because the thing before impels that which is after. So there's an allowance for the realism of causation. And that's pratityasamutpada without the need for enduring elements is really what's happening there. So change or difference supersedes any sense of identity. There is no identity. Reality is completely things like permanent identity, generality, which I'll talk about, and subject-object relationship. All of these things are vikalpa. Kalpana. This is another line of talking of inquiry that I'd like to talk about as well a little bit as well too. Honestly, Raja's your presentation was a lot of those were novel concepts, but there's a lot to be said about a representational view of knowledge that happens with the Kalpana and the epistemological gradation that we have with the Proksha, the Pratyaksha jnana that happens there, where we allowed a certain amount of representational representational knowledge in the Mati and Shruta jnana, but as the representational diminishes, we then go to Pratyaksha, which literally means direct knowledge. So we start stepping out of the map of reality and stepping into the actual city that the map is out. But it's a gradual graded process, and that's kind of really how Vikalpa works. But that's an important conversation that I kind of wasn't quite sure how to bring into it in some of these epistemological conversation, but the gradation of epistemological Jain epistemology, I think, is really germane. Perhaps some of the stuff you were talking about, but again, those was my first sort of exposure to a lot of what you were saying. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. So, so they're anti-realist, obvious about identity. Okay, so let's talk about our third model. We're moving along pretty good here. We're already on model 3 of 5, and this is the ekanta position where identity is dominant. Model number 3, if you're keeping track. If you're not, and you've never heard this before, highly recommend this book. It's no accident that it always sits on my desk. Helps me navigate a lot. So this is the idea that both identity and difference are both real. However, they're not equally real. Somehow difference is less real. It's subsumed under identity, right? And so if we think about, as I've already said, the first two schools is a binary of either identity or difference, and they each respond in, as one or the other while excluding, right? Then these next 3 schools, are going to do a more dialectic thing. So I think I kind of illustrated that, the binary between the first 2 schools. All right. So this is more of a both and dialectic. There's a lot to be said about how dialectical logic works. And I'm not a trained analytic philosopher, so some of you guys will have a lot more to say about that than I. I take it as like a modification of a thesis in the face of an antithesis, where you don't accept the thesis exactly as it was stated, but there's a modification that happens. But anyway, I guess that's another story, and that's something I'd like to hear more about, maybe different views of dialectic. But this is how I understand the dialectic that's present in the Jain tradition. I know there's more than one type of dialectic, but again, I'm not an analytic philosopher, so a lot of the relationship stuff I think is left better to some of you guys with symbolic logic. Okay, so anyway, this is a both and regarding the issue of identity and difference. So when we put together beta difference, a beta non-difference, we have beta a beta, right? So there's a phenomenological test that we can do. This is very Hegelian, right? If we accept like phenomenology as a form of evidence, then we can, again, there's something a priori about that, which we may problematize there. but the idea that I'm both the same person that I was before and after a change, you know, if a binary, a strict binary by classical logic is going to say either or, like first two models, then we can sort of use a modified version of Aristotle's clause that Anil brought up. And then we would say, no, I'm not the same and different at the same time and in the same way, as per Aristotle. But you would say, I'm the same person at the same time, but in a different way, right? And so that allows you to modify the thesis in the face of the antithesis, and allows for this both and proposition that I'm both the same and different, I'm both identical and I am different. And that's kind of like, we can say that that's how we experience reality. And if a priori structures like that are real, they're the real structures of reality, then therefore we can say that identity and difference can coexist because we're experiencing it right now. You know, whether our personal experience is self-evident or not, or, you know, how do we understand phenomenological evidence? That's a whole other question there. But anyway, we can see that the first two schools will object, and they'll say, look, you can't have it both ways. That's a contradiction. And this is really sort of the critique that Padma sort of brings out, is that these dialectic schools get accused of being a contradiction rather than a contrast. All right. And I think it's very easy to respond that no, that's not a contradiction, it's a contrast. And you can do something with like the square of oppositions or whatever, you know, and show how that works. Okay. So there is an element of identity dominant in Samkhya Yoga. It's not an exclusively identity dominant school, but we do see it's predominantly a dualistic school, obviously, right? Spirit, matter, totally different things, right? Easy. Souls are pluralistic. So you have an ontological pluralism on that side of the spirit matter divide, but then you have a monism on the material side, right? And this is very different than the divisions of reality that we see in Jain ontology, right? By Parinamavad, this material reality of Samkhya Yoga is a monistic entity. I should have said entity. And it's just everything that exists as a pure materially exists is a permutation of a singular material substratum. And change is different is affirmed, right? Like change does happen, but change is the different entities that change entails are subcategories of a broader category of material reality. So that is literally a hierarchy. The broader category of material reality allows for subcategories of different entities that are but permutations of that first. So we see in this aspect how identity can be dominant and change can be subordinate, right? Just with that side of the equation with Samkhya Yoga, right? And we see this in the Yoga Sutra, Parinamaikatvat, Vastu Tattvam. The Vastu Tattvas, you know, they are ekatva, that are just Parinama, right? So the specific existent entities are of the material world. They are just occurring because they're a transformation of Prakriti. I guess it's nice to occasionally throw a sutra in there. So this is the Satkaryavada, right? The oneness of cause and effect. They're different, but they're also the same. The effect and the cause are non-different, but they are also different, you know, so that's there as well too. So this is why we have subordination of the diversity of change of Prakriti to the oneness. I think I've made that point. So the effect is identical with the cause. Diversity is subordinated to identity. Cause and effect are different, but they're also of the same substance, same vastu tattva. And so there, okay, I think I made that point well with the Yoga Samkhya school. But of course, as I said, the Yoga Samkhya school, again, is a little bit mixed. It's got that element of identity dominant, but it's primarily a dualistic school. So it's really probably going to be overall a difference dominant school. What about schools of Hinduism, Brahma Parinamavada, where it's not just Prakriti Parinamavad, like it is with Yoga Samkhya, but it's Brahma Parinamavad, like the whole thing is a transformation of a substance, a singular underlying substance, okay? This is obviously a response to the Brahma Vivartavada of Advaita, where transformation is illusion. Brahma Parinamavada say, no, there's a realism in change. Entities are changing, and as we noted, that's going to have an identity and difference, right? They're different than what they were. They're different than what they will be, but they're identical in the sense that they stay the same across time. This is very like Whiteheadian, process metaphysics, where we can just call these things events. Right? An event is something that isn't what it was, isn't what it will be, but it still is across time. The Civil War is a thing, even though it's changing. It's like an event. So that's what happens with the Brahmapartinamavada, where the substrate of reality is constantly changing, different from what it once was, different from what it will be, etc. And so difference and change are real, but it's superlative to the identity of the singular entity that is changing. Brahman, right? It's pretty basic. So it's very different than the absolute monism of identity only, which denies the existence of any difference. This says there is such a thing as difference. So it's a qualified monism, where both identity and difference are real, but they're subordinated. I think I made this point clear. And this, of course, is Hindu Beda Tattva. So Jains are Beda too, right? But a different kind than this type of Hindu Beda, where difference is subordinated to identity. And so there's a whole list of mostly, I think exclusively Vaishnav schools of Vedanta that have this form of Beda Tattva, right? And these are Vedantic schools as well too, they make these arguments, with Vedantic, it's a misnomer that all of Vedanta is absolute monism. I wince when people make that assumption. I'm sure you guys do as well too. You probably hear it. Anyway, so I won't go off on my pet peeves here. Okay, so the identity dominant model is also very similar to what we have with Hegel, right? Ground of all being kind of stuff. You've seen Hegel's triads, the absolute synthesis of everything. There's still, they both, and I think we can say not just Jains and Hegel, but Jains and Hindu Beda, they still allow for the synthesis of identity and difference. But the difference between Hindu Beda and Vaishnav Beda, and Hegel versus Jains is that obviously everything ultimately synthesizes into a grand synthesis. Because when you think what we were doing when you do thesis, antithesis, synthesis is a movement towards holism. If you're doing that with ontological principles, you're ultimately going to get to the grand synthesis where there is no other antithesis for which to synthesize. And that's sort of the holism of this wider synthetic whole that we see in Hindu Beda Tattva. And we can call that a conjunctive dialectical synthesis, where everything ultimately conjoins into ultimate whole of a qualified monism, versus the disjunctive synthesis. All right. So, what we can start to ask is, well, if one's conjunctive and the other is disjunctive, does the Jain tradition favor disjunction over conjunction ultimately, and therefore for itself become a form of anekāntavāda? And I think that's a fair question. It seems like an absolute monism, a qualified monism with a conjunctive dialectical synthesis subordinates disjunction. So therefore, doesn't the disjunctive synthesis subordinate conjunction? Keep that question in mind, because the Jains have a really, really, really delicate way of sort of affording that equal realism that we'll see. Okay, so now we have the opposite model. That was identity is dominant. Now we're going to do difference is dominant. Unity is real, but it's less real than difference. And some of the obvious positions here are going to be Nyaya Vaisheshika, where atoms are completely different, substances and qualities are different. And then we're going to have Madhvadvaita Vedanta, where you have like the 5 main differences. God is different from souls, souls are different from each other. God is different from matter, types of material things are different from each other, and souls are different from matter, right? That was all 5 of them? Okay. You guys keep track? Okay, here. Take my word for it. All right. So maybe also in the dualism of Yoga Sankhya, difference is dominant, because this ultimately, might have some monistic materialism in it, but it's still ultimately a dualistic school, right? Souls and matter, okay? So let's look at difference dominant in Nyaya Vaisheshika. We saw how identity, the difference is dominant with these view of Arambhavada, right? But there still are infinite principles that are of predominant importance, right? And this is the atoms, the atomism, where reality is these atomic units. This is not dissimilar to maybe like, I think this is how Isaac Newton kind of treats the world, Democritus, John Locke, that kind of thing. Inert atomism is a very sort of basic way of looking at reality, you know. So we really have this sort of atomism, which is the principle of identity, or it's principle of difference. And then we have this temporal difference. You know, atoms are different from each other, right? The things that are changing are different, right? Become completely different. Arihanta, we did that, right? And yeah, so that's the Arihanta position. Still of Arihanta, smash the jar, becomes something different than the Sankhya yoga. So that's really how it works. But really, since Nyaya Vaisheshika is predominantly is a school of atomism, I think we can say that it's got more of a difference only slant to it. But we'll look at that in a second as well with the principle of relationship, where I'll Samavaya, I'll make that argument a little stronger. So Jains are obviously anti-realists regarding the proposition of inert atomism, right? And this is largely because if they're inert atoms, they're not changing, and you're denying the principle of change. You're denying, or you're not necessarily denying, but you're discounting. And again, it's like important to remember interfaith dialogue and all of this, right? It's not denying, it's discounting. It's not denying that they're, you know, small things. It's denying that they're inert, because that itself is too lopsided, because that position is denying the opposite position, and that's the one that allows for change to be real, right? So that's really what's going on here. You know, it's not just a superiority complex. It's a degree of valuation of your dialogical partner, which becomes a basis for interfaith dialogue, is some argument, right? So the Jain tradition is very much in contrast to the idea of inert atoms. It's in contrast to the idea of an inert soul that we have in classical yoga and Sankhya. And so instead, the Nyaya position allows for souls to be part of Nama, part of Yaya, right? And this is easy to prove with Nyayavada. Relativity, as I'm going to go into in just a second, where everything is defined in relationship to an infinite amount of things. And I say infinite because by the Jain tradition, time is infinite. Anadi. And therefore, if a thing is a thing because of its relationship to every other thing, it's temporal things too. It's in relationship to the things in the future, all the things in the past. Since the past and the future are infinite, every entity is defined by an infinite perspective, right? And so because of that, you know, there's a certain amount of change that's happening in the soul as well too, because, you know, if time is moving, then the soul itself is sort of relationally different at different given times, right? So anyway, realism of time as well too. Kala is not just, it's not just a mental construct. So there is that sort of realism. And so you have the dynamic soul. There's a lot of philosophical proofs, so you can do that from the Jain perspective. All right, so this is the paradox that the soul remains the same across time despite changing. This is abhorrent to Yoga Sankhya. Because again, Yoga Sankhya is either it's eternal and it doesn't change. If it changes, it's something different than it once was, and therefore it's not eternal, right? But again, you know, this is much more of a white-heading event. It's like, well, no, it can still be the same thing despite change. And that's how that works, right, as well, too. So the term, Western term substance, as we see with Whitehead in particular, he puts this in sort of a contrast to a process metaphysic, right? And so the term substance tend to imply inert and pellet. And I think that we need to remember when we're talking about the Dravyas in the Jain tradition, we're not talking about inert pellets. We're talking about these changing part of the Aya things. This is not like a Democritus, Newton, Locke sort of thing, right? And I think the Jains stay a little bit closer to the traditional etymology of the word Dravya, which comes from the root Dru, which is to flow. Like things are like flowing events, you know. I think it's a better way of looking at that. And this applies to dynamism. I think is an argument that can be made there, right? And this is probably more similar to energistic physics, right? If we're going to go into scientific realism, I think this, you know, is realist. I think the Jains may have been less scientifically realism before relativity and energistic physics. Then we also have comparisons with the Leibniz monads and things like that that can be made as well too, all right? So an entity is individual despite its changing nature, okay? And back to the analogy, we both are and are not, therefore what we were in the past, therefore the structures of our consciousness are sort of faithful to the structures of reality, okay? So I've been over that proof. All right, and so the important thing to say is that beings are the same across time, beings are changing across time, and that they're going to coordinate that to be an equal realism. So that's the question of like, how do they create the balance without favoring disjunctive over conjunctive? Well, there is a certain unity that happens despite change, and that's kind of sort of perceived as being a much more balanced navigation of these principles, where the conjunctive unity creates a distortion between these principles. If you can follow that, and that's a good thing to think about, how convincing we find that is an interesting thing, right? And then, of course, you know, that attempt to conjoin is going to be considered to be viroda, a contradiction, and this is what the Hindu and Buddhist philosophers are always accusing the Jain tradition of, right? You guys are doing contradiction. And I think the Jains can very easily say, no, we're doing contrast. And if we're going to paraphrase Aristotle, it's both the same and different at the same time, but in different ways, not in the same way. Different ways because perspective is changing. Nyaya is changing. All right, so we have subordinate identity in Nyaya Vaisheshika. And this is where we start getting a little thick into the argument. So Nyaya Vaisheshika, the principle of relationship, that's probably one I should have put on the a priori list, right? Relationship is a real thing. You know, you can think about like, you know, David Hume asking, is causation a real thing? You know, and this sort of like denial of causation kind of becomes like, I guess, scientific anti-realism. But this idea of relationship, is that real or not? Are things really related to each other? And then Nyaya will say, yeah, that sort of thing that we say, oh, that's in relationship to that, that's actually a real thing. It's a structure of consciousness that has an analog to the structures of reality. And then, of course, the anti-realist about relationship will say, no, that's just in your mind. That's a mental fiction, right? Or mental construct. And that's what the Buddhists will argue, right? And for realists about relation, which Jains are as well, relation is a tertium quid, right? It's a third entity that creates a link between two relatio, right? And it creates a third thing. So this, again, we can see the identity aspect of relationship itself. It's a unifying principle as well, too. And that's the element of identity, okay? So samavaya is a necessary relationship between like something like a container and that which is contained. It's different than like some yoga, which is like your hand on your desk, which is, you know, you can remove that relationship. But samavaya is a relationship that's inherent and it's inextricable to an ontological entity, right? Right, and this gets applied, you know, following like classic metaphysics, the relationship between samanya and vishesha, problem of universals. How does a specific relate to how do particulars participate? Asks, you know, Aristotle to Plato. Well, because this entity called relationship is a real thing. Participation is a priori structure of consciousness that we perceive that's also got an analog in reality. And that also creates a basis for epistemology too, because there has to be a likeness between knower and known in order for anything to be known, right? If they're dissimilar, there's no knowledge. So that's like the argument for why structures of consciousness are the structures of reality, because otherwise how will we know anything, right? So the classic example is the gotva, right? The what is the relationship between the cow and the universal of cowness? And I keep trying to, okay, so I've got like all these texts that sound the same. I've got Tattvartha Sutra, Tattva Sundarbha, Tattva, so there's all these texts. I got like 6 of these texts that sound exactly the same, but this is that Nyaya one, you know, the one where it says, oh, this is a logic for kids, you know, and it starts with this argument about the realism. All right, and so this is the principle of identity in Nyaya Vaisheshika, and also the relationship between substances and qualities has this real ontological entity called relationship. There's different sets of dravyas in Nyaya Vaisheshika, and there's different dravyas for Jains. There's different qualities for Nyaya Vaisheshika. There's different qualities for Jains, but really the idea that qualities and substances are unified in this by this real principle that we call relationship is similar in both of those. All right. So the gunas of the soul, this is what the dynamic element of our soul is. They change based on the different modes of the soul, depending on what type of body a soul has, etc. So those are sort of things I made that argument, right? So for Jain's, relationship is a unifying principle, which is identical with that which is in relationship. Okay, so this is where the Nyaya Vaisheshika will start to depart, and where James will accuse Nyaya Vaisheshika of being ekanta. And it has to do with this idea of what is the nature of this third thing called relation. And James will say it's inseparable from relasha. Relation is necessarily part of relasha. You know, pot, container, relationship, necessary. You can't like take relationship and have it this like self-existent thing apart from that. We would say that has an internal realism of relationship. But for Nyaya Vaisheshika, it's a external thing. There's the pot, there's the thing it contains, and there's this third thing called relationship. Now we start seeing difference as being dominant. When you have the internal relationship of relasha, then you have a balanced perspective. We have the two relasha, you have the identity unifies them, they're both like equally real. The second you say that relationship is a third separate thing, now you've given too much ontological status to separation at the expense of the ontological status of relationship. Bang, ekanta. Okay? And so this subordinates identity difference. And this is where Nyaya Vaisheshika does that. And so what the Jains will say is that this is infinite regress, right? So if you need a third thing that's separate called relationship to hold relasha together, then don't you need a fourth thing to hold those three together? And don't you need a fifth thing to hold those four? Like, it just goes on forever. And that's the Jain argument, is this is where, like, this is an infinite regress. You're wrong. And you're wrong because it's ekanta. It's an imbalance. You didn't afford equal realism to these different sort of principles. All right, so therefore, relation must have an internal relationship rather than external to relation. Okay, I think I've kind of been through that argument. Relasha are still separate, but they're inextricably unified. Both are equally true, and this coordinates the principle of identity and difference in this case. Okay, so this is where these arguments, you know, this is where anekāntavāda comes from. These like complex metaphysical, and this is the interesting thing about this conference, right? Is it like, you know, we're talking about identity and difference and like principles of reality and having these like hardcore like metaphysical conversations. Then we suddenly like turn into like feminist standpoint epistemology. Then the question becomes like, and not that, you know, either of our presenters were doing this, but the question does become, to what degree can we extend anekāntavāda? And I think that that's part of the critique about it being intellectual ahimsa, is that no, you can't extend it. You need to leave it in its traditional context of like metaphysics. Don't start trying to bring it into ethics or something, you know? And so, you know, if this theory is really like, you know, coming to bear based on these questions of identity and difference, can we then just say, oh, by the way, you know, this has social implications for, you know, the people who are marginalized, you know? And, you know, I would argue, yes, it does, you know, but I think that's kind of part of what's going on here, right? All right, so I've made that point. Okay, so now we go into another, maybe a little bit more complicated point that's come up a couple times in our conversations, and this is the realism of non-being in the Jain tradition. Non-being is a real thing. It's a point of discussion. Just another one of these a priori structures. Doesn't exist in real. Arguably, it is for Buddhist Upohabhata as well, too. We'll go over that. So this is the word asat or abhava, right? An entity is defined by what it's not, right? So basically, a jar is what it is because of like that relationship between container and contain and all the other things that are. But it also is what it is because it is not countless of other things. It's not a cloth, it's not water, it's not that, infinite things. And that's where Nyaya Vada comes from, right? Like the isness of a thing is so because of things it is not, and it is because of its perspective to those things which it is not. And that's actually what makes it what it is. And the Buddhists will say, no, that's wrong, because if it derives its existence from other things, then it must not have existence. You can't have a derivative existence, and existence must have independence. You know, the Buddhists will argue. Well, but anyway, non-being is very much a real thing. So things are these like positive attributes of dravyanguna, but it's also the negative attributes of it being what it's not. And so it's another way that we have a coordinate equal affording of realist status to both existence and non-existence, where of course we'll see that the anekāntavāda critique will be that some schools allow too much non-existence or too much existence, therefore they start to lack perspective, they become imbalanced, they become reductive, all of that. All right, so we'll look at that. We'll shelf that issue of being versus non-being for another time, a little bit further down the road here if I get there. But then let's talk about this last model, the primacy of difference. Sorry, not the last, the fourth model in Madhva's Bheda, right? Just to sort of illustrate how this works. So for Madhva, you know, difference is primary to identity, right? The thing that allows anything to exist is because it's different from other things, right? This is also where the word vaisheshika comes from. Like it's vishesha, you know, that's what makes things real, is their visheshaness, right? And so for a thing to exist, it must be individual, must be separate from other things. And this is a logical fallacy to say that difference doesn't exist. Because if you say that all of reality is one, you started off by saying all of reality, right? These different things are all one. You presuppose different things before you can get to they are one. So even to talk about unity, you're already presupposing diversity. And so therefore it's incoherent, you know, argues Madhva, to say that all reality is one, because in that very statement is the assumption that it's not, right? So therefore it's a contradiction, all right? So if one tries to deny the separation of a thing, even that denial presupposes the existence of separation, all right? It's a nice little argument. And so Madhva considers everybody else, anybody who says any sort of like monism at all, qualified or absolute, they're all just full of contradictions, right? So difference is primary to unity, okay? But remember, this is and they also have a similar sort of realism about relationship as Nyaya Vaisheshika, Guna and Guni, right? But there is an impulse towards identity, because remember, identity is subordinate, not discounted. And this is the unifying principle of God, where God is svatantra, like necessary being, and everything else is part of the tantra, a contingent being, right? And so that necessary being in relationship to the contingent being is a unifying principle. Even though separation between them is primary, there's still that relationship. So that's why identity would be subordinate and not discarded, right? Okay, so therefore it's not dissimilar to Nyaya Vaisheshika's identity subordinate. Okay, so obviously the Jain position is to try to coordinate all of these elements, give them equal realism. If we emphasize difference over identity, we create an imbalanced metaphysic that doesn't actually account for the complexity of reality. We come up with too much of a simplistic view, right? And then, of course, the critics say that that attempt is a contradiction. I've said that multiple times. And then the Jain rebuttal to that would be something like, well, actually, if you call something a contradiction when it's not, then you're unnecessarily eliminating ontological possibilities. And the result is that you've gotten rid of ontological possibilities because of the true-false binary of the accusation of a contradiction. You're going to end up having an overly simplistic, reductive ontological framework. Simplistic, anekāntavāda, right? So therefore, models 1 through 4 they're too reductive. You know, they eliminate or they subordinate ontological principles unnecessarily, right? They don't allow for the balanced dialectical synthesis, allows the real status for both parts and wholes, etc. So anyway, I think I've made that point pretty clear. All right. So a more complex mode of reality is what's needed, and that's what you get when you have more balanced realism of these, what I've called a priori structures, right? Okay, so I think I made that point multiple times. And then I've also mentioned that Jain tradition is also Vedātātma. I think I'm out of time here, so I'm going to skip through all of this. I think I've made the point enough that you have to have origination, disintegration, and sustaining. And what will ultimately happen is each of these other schools will diminish or eradicate one of these three principles, right? And so the Jains will say, because we afford equal validity to all three of these, we are anekānta proper. And the second you emphasize one and diminish the other, then you become ekānta. And you can imagine how different schools will be imbalanced in that way. I'm not going to go to that. But what I am going to end with is the sort of interfaith dialogue element of this. Oh, then I go into the sadasat thing a little bit more too. That's a nice longer talk. So the thing I want to close with is the potential. I guess I don't really need. There we go. Okay. So Paul Knitter lists out these like different ways that religions understand each other. And there's one called the fulfillment model, where and this is important. The way I frame this is that it still allows for the like superiority of theory practice, right? Emphasis of theory over practice, right? So what it does is says other theoretical models, they have truth, but they're lesser, but they still have a lot of value. So there's grounds for interfaith dialogue. That's the fulfillment model. But the point is that that with this, it still is focusing, like this whole conversation has all been on the theoretical level, right? We've assumed that the Jain tradition believes itself to be most comprehensive. Some might even say the only path to liberation, because it's got a theoretical superiority. But what about the proposition that maybe karma doesn't care what you believe? There's a lot more to this. I'm just going to go through it. Okay, so what if karma doesn't care what you believe? If you do the thing, karma's real. If you do the things that advance you towards liberation, does it matter what you believe? And so that's what Knitter calls like a mutuality model, where we now flip things upside down. Whereas from a perspective of the fulfillment model, the Jains look like a fulfillment model from the perspective of a priori rational theory, right? Because when you're looking at compared theories, it's more comprehensive. But the second you say, well, what people actually do may be more important, or at least as important, is what people think. Karma doesn't care what you believe. Do the things for good karma, the bad karma, liberation karma. I don't care if you're Christian, Jain, atheist, whatever, you're going to get to liberation. Then we have what's called like a more of a mutuality model. And so the question, and that of course would follow the pattern of pragmatism, right? The subordination of theoretical to the practical, right? And so the question becomes like, well, how are we going to like fundamentally understand Jain tradition as a fulfillment model? When we're looking at things from theoretical, there's this like sort of subordination based on a comprehensive theory. When we look at it from the practical, you know, karma model is really real. And so this is something I'd like, you know, a longer conversation with Anil in particular is, you know, because I see this in Hari Bhadra quite a bit, where there are statements that are like, there's one in particular I can't quite remember, I'm sure you quote it, but where religions seem to have equal access to liberation, irrespective of theoretical constructs, based on what the practitioner is actually doing. And I'll leave it at that. And that's kind of like my argument for, you know, how intellectual ahimsa can work, irrespective of fulfillment model or whatever the other one is, mutuality model. Okay, did I stop screen share? I don't think I did. Oh, you guys, I'm done. Are we no longer on screen share?
No, we're still seeing your desktop.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hit the wrong. Okay, sorry, it was a little bit long, but there you have it.
That was awesome, actually, because you went through so many of those different schools. It's like a crash course in, like, you know, some of the classical Indian metaphysics. I loved that. Thank you very much, because the point came across really well, but also for a lot of people, they just don't know about all those traditions and what's really going on in them in terms of their metaphysics. So thank you very much. So we're open for questions. Okay, I have a question, actually. Then I'll go. I have one. Okay, so one of the things that you brought up in your talk, I mean, there's a lot of things about the specific schools and the way you talked about them that I actually did have questions about, but I wanted to stay with the bigger theme about something that people worry about. And I want to put this in a sort of the voice of something that I have seen over the last 15 years doing work in lots of these areas. over and over again. So some groups of people who work, like, let's say in Buddhism, for example, or in Nyaya, for example, because I know those one really well, and now in Jainism too, there seems to be a group that kind of wants to be like, well, like, let's stay in the vicinity of the actual context and historical way in which things were developed in their conversation. So some of your talk was also like, I'm very aware of the fact that anekāntavāda is a doctrine that deals with a lot of the metaphysical aspects of these other traditions. I mean, I'm well aware of that fact. So, but a lot of the audience might not know that, in fact, that's the context from where it comes from. And when the topic is oftentimes discussed, people don't even realize that a lot of what you're actually specifically mentioning is part of what was the discussion of how it even arose, actually, in terms of the conversational partners it had. So some people then stay very close to saying, like, we want to keep it there. And then, so kind of Anil and I had like an email exchange about this, where some people can say, hey, there's, you know, the letter of the law, so that's what I call it, in this tradition here. And then there are things that expand off of it and sort of do different things. And so I guess for this community, because this is Arihanta Academy, basically, that has been put on, which I've also been part of the Buddhist and the Nyaya schools too, is it, you guys want more stuff to be focused deeply in the historical context primarily? Is that like the base thing? And then you want conversational partners that are people that exist from other traditions, or as Mark Sideritz, who's very famous for that coin, or do you want people who are constructivists, people who are basically trying to work within a tradition? And it's not an either or. You can say I want both of them, but there is this difference. Like, you know, I know some, you know, Nyayikas who are like, I don't want to do anything other than read the text and make sure we're getting it correct and do it in Sanskrit in the historical context. Then there are other people like me who take Nyaya and put it into contact with contemporary theories of perception and basically spread it largely and show people how Nyaya does work. Same thing I do with Jainism, same things I've done with Buddhism. So there's kind of a question, I think, that's really important here, because I have actually got a lot of people who have come to me and said, basically, I want to be in conversation with Jainism. Like, I was just at a conference I put together with over like 500 talks and some 840 people, and I put together the whole thing. And I was talking a lot about Jainism. A lot of people came to our session on Jainism on a Saturday night at 6 o'clock. There's like 25 people. So I think it's really like sort of relevant. So Kojin, even, you know, Parveen, if you want to say, is there something like you prefer, or how does this resonate with you? I'm really want to be respectful and make sure that I understand what it is that you think the right or proper path is for this stuff.
If you don't mind, Parveen, I'll say something real quick. You know, I thought about this. I'm glad you asked that question, because yesterday you asked the question, what is it that we think we're doing when we're doing comparative work? Mm-hmm. And I think this is related because, you know, you said as comparative philosophers, you were looking around and saying, why shouldn't I be inspired by the Jain tradition the same way I'm inspired by Western philosophy or anything else? Just take your, you know, inspiration from where it comes, give it credit, you know, and, you know, therefore, you know, it would be colonial to not look at the Jain tradition, you know, and to exclude these sources. But it's, you know, and I think that is kind of the job of a philosopher. And it made me really think, and the way I understand my job, and you know, of course, I'm trained. I'm 10 years at the Graduate Theological Union, so I'm like trained as a theologian as well too. And I think that process is a little bit different than the process of constructive theology. And I think I see myself as doing more of a constructive theological work in the Jain tradition, and that I'm not necessarily trying to answer the big questions just in general. What I see myself doing, and this is, you know, it's an interesting point of reflection for me, what I see myself doing is attempting to answer the questions of the day, i.e. constructive, from what can be taken as an orthodox perspective of the Jain tradition. You know, it's very important that I wouldn't distort the Jain tradition in my work. So, like, I don't want to like answer the mind-body question or something by a distorted presentation of the Jain tradition. Like, I'd want to answer that question by a presentation of the Jain tradition that could be considered orthodox. Or I also do eco-theology, for example. I want to answer the questions of our day of the environment from what could be taken as an orthodox perspective of the Jain tradition. So in some ways, I think a lot of my job is like cultural preservation, as much as it is answering the questions of the day. but it's also sort of the preservation of the Jain perspective on the answers to these questions in a way that, like, if I didn't do an orthodox presentation, I would be distorting the Jain tradition, which then starts looking kind of colonial, right? You know, from my situatedness at least. So I think that's kind of like, you know, what do I understand myself as doing is I see myself as sort of like I'm conserving artifacts, you know, the artifact being the Jain tradition. I want it to have the relevance. You know, it's a preservation of a tradition that's a minority tradition. It's a colonized tradition, so it's marginalized in status in respect to the Western academy or any other Western perspective. And so therefore the danger of erasure and endangerment is there as well too. So in some ways I don't see myself as just like having the sort of privilege of answering the big questions of the day. I see myself as kind of a certain cultural custodian as well too, that's going to allow for the preservation of that tradition, but to show that it can answer the questions of the day. So I'm not sure that quite answers your question. I'm sure that Parveen would say about that.
Let me just say a little bit more to expand it. It does. So I just want to make it very salient. And I think Kimberly just also popped this in there, but it's a general question. Like, I worked with a bunch of the leading Buddhist people who did philosophy of mind based on Madhyamaka Buddhism. And we had this conversation all the time. And there are people, so the other word is there are people who are extractionists. And what they want to do is they want to learn about interesting ideas as they're found in the actual texts of traditions that they haven't been exposed to in their graduate school education. And then what they want to do is think, oh, can this idea actually be modified in some way and maybe used? It can sometimes in its original form, it just works really well. So they're not preservationists in that way. They're extracting. And sometimes the preservation happens because it's just good enough as it is. And then in other cases, what happens is they're like, well, no. I mean, in order to talk about Vedana in Buddhism within a neuroscientific context, we have to operationalize the term in order then to be able to do studies of the brain in order to figure out what's going on with Vedana. And so you directly get a conversation between like the leading neuroscientists and the Buddhist scholars who are reading the Sanskrit text right in a room. I used to be in the room with them talking about the relationship between the term in a text and whether or not, and some neuroscientists would be like, look, there's nothing going to be like that, so we got to skip it. We can't do that. But that was an attempt to look carefully at the text. Then there are other people who will take an example, for example, in Buddhist logic, the Kotoskoti, the four corners, and then be like, I'm just going to build a mathematical model. Grand Priest is my name. And then they go and do that and stuff like that. So I think it is important always, I think, to be fair-minded about what you're trying to do. I think that generally we should always be truth in advertising. I think all Jains would be on board with truth in advertising. I think most people I know are in the truth in advertising thing. So I think that's the right way to think about the general thing. And that's why I asked the question, because like it's always good to sort of say, kind of like, what is the method point? So the preservation model, the extraction model, people are doing different things. I mean, some of what Nick was doing is more extractionist than it is preservationist, to tell you the truth. So yeah, so my general question also is like, so Parveen, yeah, it would be nice to know, like just as I'm building more of these sorts of things for various people in different places, what might be the particular one that you favor, because I can build it in different ways.
Well, see, and I know, excuse me, I know Anil and Raja have their hands up, but I'll very quickly answer your question. I think from my perspective, we don't want to modify or deviate from the fundamental principles as we understand. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be like preserving the original thoughts, original philosophy that we have. But if we can take the abstract of it and apply it to day-to-day life today, that is what my motive would be through our organization. Okay, yeah. But I would never subscribe to the fact that, okay, Jain philosophy says these 10 things. I can create an 11th one, which will be on my own, sort of creating my own way of doing. We don't want to propose that at all.
I know, but this question isn't about, but so there's another part to it though. It's not just about what you want, because I'm actually quite confident I already know that part of what you want. It's what you want in your conversational partners. So who do you want? So do you want to be like, I don't ever want to talk to people who are trying to build new things by being inspired by Jainism. I would like to talk to people who just do completely different things. Or yeah, it's not just about what you want, it's about what kind of conversational partners do you like?
Well, see, in terms of conversational partners, I think we have to be open to diversity. Okay. Clearly, we stand our own thing, but that doesn't mean what you say is wrong either. Okay. So we want to listen to that. We have our own views. We have our own philosophy, but we want to look at the other ways also that people are using. And that way, I would recommend that we are in conversations with all ideas.
Okay.
So long as principally they are all sort of discussed in a very ahinsic manner.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. Let's go to Raja. Raja, go.
Okay.
Right. Thanks. That's encouraging because I think sort of even though I've studied Sanskrit and Hindi for quite some time, I'm still an extractionist on the model that Anand has on the distinction that he has suggested, and I think the best outcome from my end of this kind of conversation is something like, this is an interesting thing that you're doing. Here are more Jain, and so one thing, appreciation of that. Second, and here are more Jain resources, right, that you should be looking at in order to then decide whether or not you want to sort of be even more respectful of, preservative with respect to, or just to the actual Jain tradition.
That's
right. So for me, that's exactly what I'm hoping to get out of these conversations. I am very happy with the kind of extractionist stuff that I'm doing because it helps me develop answers sort of as a as it were, committed, as non-orthodox Jain. So I'm happy with that. But if I get resources where it says, and here's an area, here's like Akalanka has talked about this, say, right? Or Siddhasena Devakara has, something here, you should look at that. That would be extremely helpful. So in that sense, and that's sort of the question that I had for Kojin, you mentioned this sort of gradual shift. And Anil, if you have something to say to this particular conversation, please go there first, and then maybe Kojin can respond. But Kojin, the question I had was of this sort of shift from representational aspects of perception to the pratyaksha that doesn't have this representation. So that was something I was super curious about. If you could say a little bit more about that, perhaps after Anil's intervention, if it's related.
Can I add a couple of things before we go to Kojin?
Sure.
To respond to that? We have to recognize that there are differences within Jain tradition itself. Mm-hmm. If you look at different traditions,
of course,
there are differences, although most of those are, in my view, cosmetic in terms of the fundamental philosophy. They are pretty much aligned. There may be some differences here and there, but we are respectful of those as well. Okay, so in similar way, we want to be respectful of the views which are coming outside of Jain philosophy as well. Okay, and within our academy, within our institution, we want to address that. Go ahead, please. Yep.
I just to on this this really important question about as Kimberly says, this is just really an important question about comparative philosophy generally, and and I agree with what's been said just now, about respecting the sort of diversity of approaches, and I sort of feel like let 1,000 flowers bloom kind of thing with this, but I do have I want to stake a position sort of for my own methodological approach. Well, first of all, let me ask you, Anand, you invoked Mark Sideritz as an example of which one, preservationist or extractionist?
Oh, no. So Mark Sideritz, at least in contemporary Anglophone philosophy, we just had a retirement party for him, is the father of something called fusion philosophy, which is precisely the extraction from different traditions and binding together to do productive work to answer questions. He is definitely
Yes.
not a preservation. Some of his work is preservational, but he's definitely probably the father of the movement known as fusion philosophy. Then there's the
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were positioning him as more of a sort of a historicist. No, that's right. That's exactly how I understand historicism. But what I was going to say is, I mean, this really, these things depend so much on the disciplinary conversation, like your departmental location, your disciplinary conversations. And so, I know that you and consider me to be, you view me as sort of like an intellectual historian, like preservationist.
More than me.
Yeah,
of course, yeah.
But I'm coming like we're in my sort of disciplinary location, coming out of a religious studies department and mostly speaking to South Asianists and religious studies people. I'm like totally like an extractionist, right?
Well, it's all context dependent.
Very exactly. So to be an anekāntavāda about this, it's very context dependent. And I say, really, can't we have both, both and extractionist and preservation and in the same person, in the same approach. So I mean, the way I try to do it is that in order to really, I mean, if we're just going to totally, deracinate the any particular philosophical thing and just do, just sort of pick out cherry thing and then do something totally new with it. We might as well not call it, we might as well not be, we might as well not be talking about Jainism or anekāntavāda. That's a very extreme way of putting it, right? But my view is like, look, to the, as an interpretive matter, in order to really get the most philosophical, I'm interested in learning philosophical lessons and doing constructive philosophical work, but in order to get the most philosophical mileage out of these things, in order to best understand how these work out philosophically, we sort of owe it to the people who spent their lives, the scholastic philosophers who spent their lives working on these things, to try to understand them and what they were doing as well as possible. That's where I sort of have both. I want to take both.
Okay, so let me just put it all together, because I think it can get lost sometimes in the language of what we're saying, but Raja sort of emphasized a sort of attitude that comes with all the extractionists I work with basically have the attitude Raja has. And that's why I actually put together this conference this way. As you can see, I intentionally invited Kusum Jain, one of the most renowned scholars of Jain philosophy, and I talked to her to get advice. Why? Because Raja and I need the help of everything that Kojin is talking about and you're talking about. It's I want to get it as right as possible to the degree that it helps me build what I'm doing. So I have a lot of stuff I'm doing right now on Jainism and AI ethics, and that requires getting correct. And I wrote to Kojin and said, hey, buddy, you got to help me out. Otherwise, I'm never going to get this right. So I think really, as a master who does this and puts it together, if you see how I constructed this, the players are all people I thought, oh, hey, this is going to be wonderful, because then we can all learn from each other and do it better. I actually don't know any extractionist, Anil, to be just fair about it, that does this pure cherry picking thing. I have actually never met a single person. I've only met people who basically work independently, and that's kind of the scary version. And the people like me and Raja and Nick, who are constantly in conversation with the textual scholars. That's the way I think of it. I think of it as so I go to India every year and I work with the Nyaya scholars, constantly asking them questions. And I'm going to Harvard and Oxford this year to go talk to them directly, because I want to get it right. But then if I disagree with a Jain text, or the Tattvartha Sutra, suppose I'm doing some work and I'm okay, this is what he says here, and this is the best interpretation of it. But at this point, I actually don't believe it, and I don't think it'll help solve a problem. I mean, I'm happy to say this is what he said, and now this is where I'm going to change it to go do something else, because I got to work on a problem. So I think what I really favor is what Raja actually said. It's the reason why I'm leaving my echo chamber and going elsewhere is because I truly want to learn. But it's also in the service of not a pure preservationist, because as a pure preservationist, there is a task that you need that requires certain skills, and those skills have to be very well refined as as a Kojin and all you guys know, you need to know your Sanskrit really well, right? You've got to be in there. You got to be at the translation level before you read it in English. So I think in that way, it's a cooperative effort. That's what I really feel. And so that was kind of the goal. So Kojin, go.
Yeah, I think Anil kind of hit it on the head where he says, you know, we can be both an extractionist and a what do we call it, custodian or preservationist. I think that you have to be, or you run into problems. Let's both approaches are going to have their benefits and their drawbacks, and therefore people from both approaches, it's incumbent upon them to sort of control for the drawbacks, right? As a preservationist, my drawback might be that I'm biased in favor of the tradition, you know, and that may create blind spots for me as well too. The drawbacks for an extractionist is, I mean, just listen to the word, right? There's always a danger when you decontextualize as well. So I'm not saying that, you know, extractionism necessarily does this. I'm just saying that this would be the kind of thing that one would have to control for if one is be aware of one's ethical responsibilities is that type of scholar. Is that there's a problem with, there's a difficulty that can arise from decontextualizing. You know, Anil made the point of deracination. And decontextualization, then when there's a power dynamic, which there is with Indian traditions, and then the tradition is redefined, and then the redefined tradition, since it's in a position of hegemony, then starts to displace and endanger the original. And then that's what happens. And there's like a couple examples of this. Like we have the yoga movement, we have the modern mindfulness movement, and they're really two different approaches. With modern yoga, I think that a large part of it can very easily be considered cultural appropriation because it's been extracted, it's maintained the designations, and it's been redefined, and it's clearly displacing the original. So there's a cultural violence that's happening there. And that anybody who's a modern yoga practitioner, myself included, has to be able to control for that, is their own ethical responsibility. The modern mindfulness movement is a little bit trickier because it was obviously inspired by Pali Buddhists, Theravada Buddhists, Westerners who went and studied with some, you know, pretty hardcore Pali Buddhists, Theravada Buddhists. And those Buddhists in Burma and Thailand, when the Westerners showed up, the Westerners said, "Where's the meditation?" They said, "Oh, okay, let's do meditation." And they kind of distorted the product based on the demand of the Westerners. Westerners came back and then they stopped giving credit to the original. They just called it mindfulness. And so then my question is this appropriation proper if they're not redefining by calling it the same thing? So there's like, the question is like, at what point does extractionism, like if you extract something out, and then there's like the Third Reich, right? You know, which is an extraction of the idea of like Aryan migrations, right? And then completely recontextualizing it in a way that leads to violence, because all of that stuff has kind of like been pulled out of its natural environment where there were controls like any ecosystem, and one of those controls is nonviolence. So, you know, if you kind of cherry pick things from the Bhagavad Gita as a Third Reich occultist, for example, you know, then there's weird things happen. So I think that that's kind of like the sort of like, you know, each approach is going to have its benefits and its drawbacks, and it's up to us ethically to try to control for those drawbacks. And I did want to say something to Roger real quickly, because he had kind of like a totally different question. If you don't mind, let me try to answer that question a little bit. Parvi and I, incidentally, have been doing a lot of work on philosophy of language from the Jain perspective. His Guruji, Sushil Muni, he wrote a treatise on mantra and the power of mantra and the efficacy. And the question becomes like, why is mantra effective? It makes sense from a perspective of Spotavada or Varnavada, but from Jain tradition, which is generally anti-realist about language. The structures of language are not the structures of reality. They're mental constructions, they're fabrications, they're maps, models of reality. So how does the mantra work then? You know, if there's a likeness and structure between language and reality, then one can sort of exert causal force on the other. And so therefore, like a Vedic ritual through mantra is a particular, can exert a causal agency over the universal principle of whatever that Vedic ritual, and therefore you can make things happen. So it makes sense in the Vedic. How does it work in the Jain tradition? We have a whole other question for that, so you have to wait for Parvin's publication on that. But what becomes interesting is sort of like anti-realism of the Jain philosophy of language. And so we see this with the the epistemological gradation of paroksha to pratyaksha, right? So we have like mati jnana, which is very sort of like intellectual, discursive, very sort of linguistic. And that's like the deep paroksha. And then the next level is a little less paroksha, is going to be like shruta jnana, which is still based on your own mental constructs of what like Tirthankara said or whatever, you know. And so that's going to be a little less paroksha because you got it from somebody who's pratyaksha, but because of your own mental constructs and representation, you're still in that gradation where you're indirect, meaning that you're a representational model of reality. You're not necessarily experiencing reality as it is. You're still existing within your own mental model of reality. And though you can still derive truth from that, it's going to be a limited truth, like, you know, looking at a map of a city versus walking in the city. And then the next levels, you know, of pratyaksha then become like increasingly, and this is process theology, right? There's sort of process metaphysics, where it's a gradation of, you know, it's not a true false binary, but there's degrees of truth. You're moving from degrees of representation into degrees of direct contact with reality, to the point where it's kevala jnana. If consciousness is an ideal and an ideal is a pure form of something, then what does the pure form of consciousness look like? Sarva jnana. You know, very nicely logically coherent. It's you know, your question is whether you believe in essence as an ideal. It's not whether you can have sarva jnana. That's a harder question than whether sarva jnana is possible. So anyway, that's kind of like how the epistemological gradation is working, and then you can see the sort of gradualism. So then when you're accusing another school of anekāntavāda, what you're really saying is you're saying that you're leaning too much on a representational model of reality, right? That's really what the Ekanta sort of critique comes down to. It's not that you don't have any truth. Like, you got a map of the city, but you know, you spend too much time staring at the map and not enough time like enjoying the sights of the city or something like that. So that's kind of how that sort of fits together with the Ekanta critique. So I just want to make sure I address that. So sorry if I'm talking for too long.
No, that was good. That was very helpful. I didn't know that part. I did a lot of work in philosophy of language as an undergraduate when I did mathematical logic. Harvey, I'd be happy to talk to you about philosophy of language for hours. I didn't know you're working on it. It's actually, that's most of what the work in my dissertation was on, is in
No, Anand, I'm not working on the sort of philosophy of language per se.
Yeah,
I'm just taking Guruji's work on mantra, the science and vigyan or philosophy behind mantra formulations. So I'm taking that, and Kojan is keeping me on track from the philosophy of language perspective.
okay,
So that's how we are. That's how we are working together. Yeah, and by the way, I want to point out, I'm not a philosopher like yourself, you guys. Okay, I'm a nuclear engineer, so I look at Jain philosophy from very sort of pragmatic or sort of different way, not pragmatic, but from a scientist and technologist point of view. I mean, the fact is, I cannot even clearly read the title of this conference because I'm not into those things. I'm just kidding here. But even if you look at the first book and the second book we are doing is pure for a scientist interpretation of Jain philosophy and presentation from that point of view for general audience. Okay. One other point I want to make from our perspective, our institution's perspective, whereas we want to respect all philosophies, we want to be interactive with all philosophies and all that, but we will not ever deviate from Jain philosophy. In other words, I will never say, and this is my personal view, I will never say there is something wrong with Jain philosophy. Okay, you may have dispute with the way I am interpreting it, okay, but my conviction is very clear from that point of view. Okay, we are wedded to Jain philosophy, and that is the source for us. Okay, but the same philosophy teaches us we have to be open, like we are talking for the last 2 days. We have to be open to other philosophies, and we have to be respectful and receptive of those ideas.
Good, thank you. I mean, one other thing I'll just add to this, but if people have to leave, I totally understand. But I wanted to respond to Kojan earlier in the both and sort of thing in respect to the Raja's point again, also, and making this very clear. At least maybe I should just actually speak about what I'm doing. Like, I work, I mean, I think at this point, Parveen actually kind of knows a little bit. I work extremely hard to be able to get people who have not experienced Indian philosophy in any way to come talk to people like you who read the text better than ever I could. That's basically what I do. I mean, I put on at the APA over 20 sessions on Indian philosophy. That's the first time in the history of a 100-year organization that much Indian philosophy was put on. Now, I'm nowhere near the textual master that Kojin is, but I believe that perhaps my unique ability is that I make friends with people in a lot of different areas, and they trust me enough to be like, oh, if Anand says it's important to go listen to this, we'll go listen to this. And so maybe the only thing I can really do is just that. I mean, I'm not a textual scholar at all. I mean, I'm totally fascinated by Indian philosophy. I think it's totally wonderful, but I don't have the ability to read Sanskrit. And as Kojin probably knows, you know, I go to the room and I sit with my pundits in India and they go for 8 hours straight reading Sanskrit. That's a really hard skill. It takes a lot of real training. And so I think the Raja point is that people like us who don't have that background want to study at the feet of people who have done that in order to get it as right as we can. And sometimes what's frustrating is that the pundits disagree with one another about their interpretation. And so oftentimes we feel that like it's hard because we're like, wait a minute, you're beating up on me. But if I just take you in another room, I know this other Nyayika scholar and he'll just tear you apart right away. So it's like you have your own internal Jain debates, which I actually know about, and I know the people, like with John Court, you're having a debate. And clearly, like, what are we supposed to do if we want to help promote and get people to listen? So I think perhaps what another way of seeing what Anil's saying that I hear now is that preservation and extraction and debates amongst both of those groups and with each other is all essential for ethically sound inquiry, right? That's kind of the way I would put it, I think now, because it feels to me like you have to be ethically guided in your research in the sense that you care enough to know from a certain body of people. We were talking about Vrinda Dalmia's book the other day, and so she wrote about this. So like, I think that's kind of the spirit of where I come from. So just to, you know, I'm also finally as a Parvi, like, I hope you realize, like, all I'm trying to do is just get people together who can have an ahimsa conversation. I think that is what I do.
Ahimsa conversation.
Mike, can't hear you. Oh.
The point that you made that two even Jain philosophy experts may not agree.
Yeah.
And that's what we are, right? We are not perfected.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we have a long ways to get to a situation where we know everything. Who knows how many million lives? Okay, but at least we have some understanding that we can talk about it. And if we applied that, the basic fact is one expert non-agreeing with the other, I'm okay with that because I learned from both.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, and that's part of us because we are not perfect. We are nowhere near that to know everything correctly.
Excellent. I think that's a perfect note to close on. I'm going to stay and talk with Parveen, but Kojin, actually, because you're Arihanta Academy, if you want to stay too, I kind of want to talk to the people at the institution. And then thank you all for coming and for being part of this. And I thought this was very good. Oh, go say something, Kojin. Yeah.
Can I just say thanks, Anand, for this excellent conference, great facilitation. I love your enthusiasm. I love the way you uplift everybody's scholarship. I'm really, really admiring your whole approach quite a bit right now. And I'm pretty sure that everybody who attended this conference feels the same. So bravo, Anand, bravo.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And like I said, in the future, anybody who wants to talk and wants help, I'm always, you know, I'm always like out there to do that. So thank you very much.
And Anand's enthusiasm rubs on. I want to be a philosopher in my next life.
I think maybe that's why people are like, oh, if Anand says it's worth listening to, then I'll go listen to it because I'm like really enthusiastic about it. I'm like, this Jain is
Be careful
so
what you
amazing.
wish for.